I arrived at my normal time of 8:15 a.m. to place my order with the regular barista, Connor, I think his name was. The line was its usual busy length, wrapping around the counter toward the door. That was why I always got here early. I had been working for Troy long enough to time everything perfectly in the mornings, so his coffee would be ready and I would be early. I waited patiently in line, thinking about yesterday's meeting with that old sleaze who probably only gave me the time of day so his eyes could ogle where a 60-year-old man's eyes shouldn't ogle. But I had to butt in. Troy was flailing in that meeting, and while I could have let him drown, I couldn't bring myself to do it. The thing was, as I began to talk, I realized I knew more about numbers and figures than I had thought. Mr. Bellevue actually found value in my thoughts rather than just my looks. After Troy had abruptly excused himself, I ran the rest of the meeting under the watchful but impressed eyes of Kathy. I realized I was good at this job. This job that I took on a whim to pay the bills until I got back on my feet with writing. While I didn't see a future in hedge funds, I was proud of myself. It gave me a little boost of confidence. I still didn't know what happened with Troy. He was so unlike his usual cool and confident self. It was like he had never run a meeting in his life. I knew Kathy would report back to his father, which would probably put him in one of his usual moods. At least I was prepared. Part of me wanted to know what was going on with him. But I knew it wasn't my business. It never really was. When something went wrong in his life, he simply shut me out rather than open up. I guessed we both did that to each other. He knew nothing of my writing or my struggles or the stalker who had been haunting my dreams lately. I wondered if what they said was true, that if you dream of someone, it means they're thinking of you. I really hope they were wrong about that. Next, called Connor from behind the counter. Good morning. I'll take the usual for Mr. Gunner. Are you sure? Iced Americano. Yes. Wait, why wouldn't I be sure? I raised an eyebrow. Oh, he was in here yesterday. He let me surprise him with a new latte I've been working on. Seemed to really like it. Pride beamed from Connor's face. Yesterday when? Oh, around 1 or so. Guess he needed some extra energy. Troy must have come here when he left the meeting. But why? He ditched one of our most important meetings to grab a latte. It didn't make sense. Oh, okay. I'll take the latte too, actually. On it. I thought for a moment. Connor, I started. Yes, he asked as he began pressing the ground espresso. How did Mr. Gunner seem yesterday? Honestly, a little off. I hope everything's okay. He was asking me a lot of questions about what I wanted to do after school, and then he left me a really generous tip. Which, by the way, can you please thank him for me? Sure, I replied with a nod. I made my way back to the other end of the counter to wait for the coffees and thought about what Connor said. I wondered what was going on with Troy. I hated that I still worried about him after everything. Back in the office, I placed Troy's new order on his desk and took my own coffee to my desk. I took a sip as I opened up my morning emails. It was delicious, a perfect blend of spice and sweetness, and a nice touch of warmth for this blustery day. A few moments later, Troy arrived. I watched him as he settled in at his desk and looked at the insulated coffee cup in front of him, different from the clear cup with his usual iced Americano. I wondered if I should have just stuck with his usual order. He was so particular about it. He looked up and caught my gaze, then gave me a small smile before taking a sip and starting work on his computer. Okay, why the hell did I feel like I was walking on eggshells with him this morning? For weeks, I didn't care if my attitude or distance affected him. I had been so hurt, angry, sad. Now I suddenly cared about his stupid coffee order. We spent the morning in the conference room on a few phone meetings. Kathy was there with us. She seemed to never leave us alone anymore, which had been somewhat of a comfort for me to have her as a buffer. But today it was more of an annoyance. I wanted to ask him what was going on with him as a professional. At least that was what I told myself. He did seem better today. Not as oblivious, but still not as into it as he usually was. I wondered if he was tiring of me being here. I understood. It was exhausting trying to pretend nothing had ever happened between us. It was like putting on a really good show as an actress day in and day out. I hoped that eventually it wouldn't be an act anymore and I could just be his assistant. Just before my lunch break, I reached under my desk for my lunch. I had been packing my own and eating in the break room ever since I'd ended things with Troy. No one was ever in there, so I got to eat my lunch in peace and sit with my own thoughts. I did miss our lunches sometimes. Okay, all the time. I missed the champagne and brushing of the knees under the table as we pretended to talk about business. It had been so exciting, romantic even. "Hey girl," said a woman's voice. I looked up and saw Erika standing at my desk. She looked casual chic in a pair of black skinny jeans and a crisp white blazer over a matching white tank top. Her hair was pulled back into a slick low ponytail. I hadn't seen her since our trip to the Bahamas. "Oh, hey, Erika," I said. "What are you doing?" she asked with a smile. "Just grabbing my lunch." I held up my lunchbox and suddenly felt like a little kid in school. She rolled her eyes. "That is not lunch. Come on." I looked at her questioningly. "I'm taking you out for lunch." I looked at her in surprise. Behind her, Troy stared at her with the same surprise and a somewhat annoyed look in his eyes. It almost made me laugh. I realized she hadn't come here to see her brother. She was here to see me, and I wasn't sure he liked that. "Okay," I replied hesitantly as I stood from my seat, tearing my eyes from Troy, whose lips were now pressed into a thin line. Erika clapped her hands excitedly. "Hello, Erika," said Troy, standing up from his desk and walking to his doorway. "Oh, hey, Troy. I didn't see you there. I work here," he said. "Oh, right." I stifled a laugh, but Troy's gaze shot to me and I swallowed it down. "Monica," he said. There was not one trace of a smile on his face. "Yes," I asked. "You know you only have an hour," he said, looking from me to his sister. Was he being serious? Our lunches together would sometimes last 2 hours. "Yes, I'm aware," I replied with a touch of annoyance. "Well, don't be late," he said firmly, crossing his arms. "You're really letting that power get to your head, bro," said Erika. "I think it's growing right before my eyes." "Shut up," he said. "I'll have her back in exactly an hour, boss." She gave him a little salute and then rolled her eyes. I let out the laugh I'd been holding, which seemed to annoy Troy even more. "Now that's over. Let's go." She intertwined her arm in mine and started leading me toward the elevators. "I know this great little spot." Troy muttered something behind us, but I couldn't make it out. I wasn't sure it was pleasant, but it made me smile anyway. Erika took me to a trendy little deli a few blocks away, where lush plants hung from the ceiling and framed the windows. White marble high-top tables were sprinkled throughout the warm wood interior. It was packed with the lunch crowd. We ordered 2 pastrami sandwiches and a basket of fries to share before taking a seat at a window table. It didn't take long for Erika to start asking questions. "So," she started, looking at me with a raised brow. So I knew what she was about to ask. "What's going on with you and my brother?" she asked, popping a fry in her mouth. "Oh, wow." Getting right to it, I chuckled. She laughed. "I'm just wondering. You two were so cozy in the Bahamas. What gives?" I really didn't want to get into this with her, but I should have known it would come up. He was her brother after all. I knew I could probably get some insight from her on the complicated workings of Troy's brain, but I wasn't sure I really wanted to know. I also didn't want to cry over my sandwich and soda. "Oh, I don't know, it's just been really busy at work," I shrugged. She said sarcastically. She wasn't buying it. "Just so you know, I really liked you for him," she said. I swallowed hard. Don't cry, don't cry." "Thanks," I said softly. "He can be a dick sometimes though," she said, lightening the mood. I laughed. "Yes, he could." "I didn't really bring you to lunch to talk about my brother," said Erika. "I actually brought you here because the paper I write for has an opening for a creative storyteller and I thought of you." I looked at her wide-eyed. I had never written for a paper before, at least not since high school. "That didn't count. Are you serious?" I asked, blinking a few times. "Of course, now it doesn't pay much. It's no New York Times and it's only part-time. But I haven't written in a while," I said wearily, pushing the fries around my plate. "Oh, stop. You said you've written novels. That right there is enough for them to really consider you. I can put in a word too. You'd be a shoo-in, I don't know." She sat back in her chair, leaning back and looking at me. "I didn't mean to overstep," she said apologetically. No, you didn't. I'm flattered, really. Writing hadn't been so kind to me a little while back, so I stopped. "I can't seem to find my way back to it," I sighed. "Ah," she said knowingly. "I've had those days too, an article going to press that I wasn't confident in, a bad review on my writing, comments online, wondering if the paper is ever going to get off the ground and get the traction it deserves. It's defeating, but at the end of the day, I love what I do." "I think you do too. Maybe you'll find your way back to it." "Maybe." I nodded. "Promise me you'll think about it. Maybe this would be just what you need to dip your toe back in." "I promise," I assured her with a smile. "It could be a good opportunity. If only I could find that same boost of confidence I had after yesterday's meeting. Chapter 32, Troy. I spent the hour pacing my office, missing my own lunch break while I stewed in the fact that my sister and Monica were together. I couldn't believe Erica had shown up here unannounced without saying so much as a hello to me before inviting her new best friend to lunch. Weeks ago, I would have been thrilled by their friendship, seeing as my sister never liked anyone I had ever been involved with. Now, it just pissed me off. Mostly, it made me jealous. I was jealous that she got to spend time with Monica, when that was the one thing I wanted. Yes, I saw her nearly every single day, but it wasn't the same. Monica was obligated to be here. It was her job. And since she'd ended things, that was how she treated it. That was how she treated me. It was driving me crazy not being able to touch her, to talk to her, to reach her. She was so distant and annoyingly professional. But with Erica, she was smiling and laughing at my expense, seeing her lips curve up at the ends, and hearing her raspy laugh just made me miss her more. I hadn't seen or heard those things in weeks, but it felt like years. As I paced, I wondered what they were talking about. My stomach dropped at the thought of them discussing me. My sister would pull something like this just to annoy me. I felt anger rise in me, which was probably unwarranted, but I couldn't help it. I kept glancing at my watch, counting the minutes that had passed and calculating the minutes of when Monica would be back. Of course, Monica arrived back at the office right on time. I sat back in my chair and watched as she and Erica walked past my office windows to where her desk was. I wondered why my sister was still here. I had a business to run. I was about to go and tell her that when she pushed open my door without so much as a knock. "Come in, make yourself comfortable," I said sarcastically. "Don't mind if I do," she said, closing the door behind her and taking a seat across from me. "I take it you enjoyed lunch." "Very much so. Next time I would appreciate a heads up." "For what?" "Taking my friend to lunch." "Your friend?" I raised a brow. "Yes, Monica is my friend." "Is that a problem?" "Yes, in fact it is." "Why is that?" I thought of a good reason, but couldn't come up with one. "Because I don't like it," I spat out. "Oh well, in that case," she smirked. "Why are you doing this?" I asked. "Because I like the girl. She's smart, funny, nice. Like I didn't know." "And you lost her," she said, narrowing her gaze. "That's why this bothers you so much. You want something you can't have." I rolled my eyes, even though I knew she was right. "So, what the hell happened, Troy?" she asked, crossing her arms. "I don't know." I shrugged before dropping my shoulders in defeat. I knew I could have talked to my sister. I could have told her everything that had happened with Veronica and everything that was going on with our father. Just I didn't know how. Not when I knew I had messed everything up so badly. I couldn't take any more digs, even though she meant well. "Well, figure it out," she said, "because I've never seen you like this. You look like a mess. And Kathy said something about you dropping the ball on a major client yesterday." "Kathy needs to mind her own damn business," I snapped. "True," said Erica, "but I'm still worried about you." "I don't know what happened between you and Monica. She didn't tell you over your little BFF lunch?" I asked. "No, she didn't want to talk about it." "I tried. Of course you did." I shook my head, but I could see that she was sad about it. "I can see you're sad about it. I saw the two of you together in the Bahamas. It was real. You were more you than I had ever seen you. And I know she played a part in that." I stayed silent. My focus pulled to the words that Monica was sad. Sad about us. Erica stood up and made her way to the door, but not before saying, "If you still have feelings for her, tell her. Prove it to her. Win her back." She slipped out of the door, closing it behind her, leaving me with thoughts I didn't want to be alone with. I stood from my desk once I was sure my sister had left. As pushy as she was right. I had been a mess. Now I was walking toward the one person who made me less of one. "Can we prep for the meeting?" I asked. Monica looked up from her computer and gave me a single nod before following me back into my office. We went over numbers and investments. I wanted to make sure I was prepared and didn't have a brain that fogged over like yesterday. This job may not be my dream, but I still had to do it until I figured out what was. A few times I could feel Monica looking at me, questions in her eyes, but she never asked them. She stuck to the papers in front of us. We met the client in the conference room, Kathy already at her normal post. I refrained from showing my annoyance and led the meeting like only I knew how, confident, calm, and collected. It went so well, he ended up investing another $1 million. When he left the room, Monica clapped her hands and let out a little squeal in celebration. I bit back a smile that was threatening to erupt on my face and expose the feelings I still had for her. This was usually when I would invite her to celebrate with champagne at Ocean Prime or come back to my place. For a second, it felt like we were us again. She must have realized it too, because her smile slowly faded and she began gathering the paperwork. Well done today, I said awkwardly. You too. She picked up the papers and left the room. Glad to see you're back, said Kathy, unimpressed. Thanks, I muttered. I spent the rest of the day in my office thinking about what Erica had said. She knew me better than anyone, and here she was telling me that I was the most myself with Monica. That was saying something. I was usually a shell of a person with women I was involved with. I never fully let them in, but kept them satisfied enough with attention and gifts. With Monica, it was different. No, I didn't fully open myself up, but I was damn close to doing so. I didn't have to put on the facade of a suit and tie. I could be myself, blending piña coladas and singing karaoke, laughing under the covers, away from the world that so many women before had been desperate to be in the light of. Could I really win her back, though? It was something I couldn't think about now. Now I had to go to my parents' anniversary party, and I still hadn't bought them a gift. I could have had Monica do it for me, but something about having her run an errand for a celebration of love didn't sit right. When I left work, I stopped at Bergdorf Goodman and spent too long trying to find a gift. I eventually settled on a set of crystal champagne glasses and had just 20 minutes to get to my parents' second New York home, a penthouse apartment that overlooked Central Park. When I arrived, I rode the elevator up to the top floor, and the doors slid open to reveal their expansive entryway that was lined with vases holding fresh white flowers and candles glowing in votives. I was immediately offered a glass of champagne from a server carrying a large tray. I thanked her and took a sip before continuing on to the party that awaited. I stepped down into the living room that was filled with cocktail tables and crisp white linens, with people gathered around as they enjoyed appetizers and drinks. Apparently, my parents' idea of celebrating their 30 years of marriage was inviting half of Manhattan. I spotted Erica talking to Jeremy and looking like she needed someone to come save her. I debated being the one to do it after what she pulled today, but deep down, I knew she was only trying to help. I was on my way to interrupt with some sort of excuse, but was stopped along the way. Well. Fancy seeing you here, purred Veronica, as she sidestepped in front of me. I internally groaned. She was wearing a white beaded floor-length gown. She looked like she could be getting married, which was a ridiculous choice for my parents' anniversary party. Why am I not surprised to see you? I muttered as I looked anywhere but at her. Don't be upset. Your mother invited me. Of course she did. I couldn't for the life of me understand why my mother would want to keep my ex-wife around. I would confront her about it tonight, but didn't want to ruin her anniversary party. Instead, I would just have to try and ward off Veronica as best I could. I hope you're not mad. She placed her hand on my forearm and stepped closer, pressing her lengthy body against mine. Mad isn't the right word. I sighed. Annoyed, frustrated, disgusted. Those were the sentiments I had toward her. I knew you couldn't stay mad at me for long. She pressed further into me, her hand straying dangerously close to the crotch of my pants. You'll have to excuse me. I removed her hand and pushed past her. Hey, she called after me. I ignored her and walked swiftly to where Erica stood looking bored out of her mind. Hey sis, I said as I grabbed her arm and pulled her along with me, completely ignoring Jeremy. Urgency in the kitchen. Oh, thank God. If I have to hear more about Jeremy's fitness routine, I think I might puke, she said as she tried to keep up behind me. If I see Veronica show up at one more event, I might puke too, I muttered as we posted up in the corner of the kitchen as the caterers bustled around us. You've got to talk to Mom about that, said Erica, leaning against the counter and popping a grape in her mouth. Talk to me about what? Asked my mother as she rounded the corner and stepped into the kitchen with Veronica by her side. She put her hands on her hips and glanced between my sister and me suspiciously. About love, said Erica, nearly choking. Love? My mother raised a questioning brow. Yes, we are so in awe of you and Dad. 30 years, wow, said Erica dryly. My mother's face softened. She bought it. When you know, and I knew with your father, she said. Oh, said Veronica, her fake voice dripping with sweetness and laying her head on my mom's shoulder. My stomach turned with unease. That's so special, Mom, said Erika before narrowing her gaze at Veronica. I think everyone deserves to be with someone they truly care about. Don't you, Veronica? Veronica's face dropped slightly before she collected herself and plastered on that smile I could see through so easily. She excused herself to use the restroom, but I knew I would have to deal with her for the rest of the night, despite this brief moment of reprieve thanks to my sister. Chapter 33, Monica. I waited in line to pick up my takeout order at Fuying's. Apparently a hot spot on a Friday night for singles of the city, because the line was practically out the door. As I glanced around, I wondered if any of them were as miserable as I was. Today had been confusing between Erika coming to take me to lunch and the big win at the meeting, where for a moment I lost myself to who I used to be with Troy. For a glimpse of a second, it felt like we were us again. I thought he felt it too, because for that second he looked happy. There was that twinkle in his eye again. I hadn't seen it in weeks. I figured I had just had a moment of weakness, a reprieve from the act I've been putting on since we ended things. The one where I had to pretend I didn't care and that I was only there for work. Yes, I needed the money, but I had other options to make it. I just wasn't sure if I was ready to take my agent's calls yet. I knew if I didn't talk to her soon, I would surely be dropped from my publisher. I just wished that threat was enough for me to pull out my laptop and start typing again. Now I had this potential opportunity where Erika worked. It would be less pressure than a full-on novel with an already faithful fan base. The idea of it was intriguing. Maybe she was right. It would be a good way for me to dip my toes back into writing, but it would also mean quitting my job, which meant not seeing Troy anymore. The torture of seeing him every day was somehow better than the idea of not seeing him again. My head felt like my thoughts were pounding against it, desperate to get out, desperate for me to make a decision to give it some reprieve. God knew my heart needed it. Monica, said a man's voice from behind me. My hair stood up on the back of my neck as I immediately envisioned long blonde hair, stubbly beard, dingy clothes. Could it be my stalker? If it was, at least we were in a crowd of people. I swallowed hard as I slowly turned around to find it wasn't my stalker at all. It was the guy who I had gone on a date with all those months ago. The one I had left alone in the restaurant. The 40-year-old puppy dog. Oh, said, trying to remember his name. Dean, he said with a shrug as he put his hands in the pockets of his baggy jeans. Right, of course, I said, feeling my cheeks flush with embarrassment. How are you? Clearly just as good as you to be here on a Friday night. He looked around the restaurant at the others flying solo. Ouch. That was kind of a backhanded thing to say. Got to love Fuying's, I said with a weak smile. I hope you're feeling better, he said with a note of snarkiness, as if our date had been last night, and I somehow still had the stomach bug months later. Oh yes, sorry about that. I only felt a tinge of guilt because of his attitude. I had a really great time, yeah, I've heard that before. He rolled his eyes. I looked forward at the line that felt like it was barely moving. I just had one person ahead of me. Then I could get my food and get the hell out of there. You still writing those little love stories? He asked. I lied. How is that going? Probably better than unemployment, I said before turning to see that it was thankfully my turn at the counter. I breathed a sigh of relief as I stepped forward and away from the asshole behind me. I quickly paid and gathered my 2 brown bags of food, avoiding Dean as I stepped past him and out into the chilly night air, where it felt like I was no longer suffocating. I walked the 2 blocks to my apartment, annoyed with how my Friday night was turning out. It was freezing cold and I was about to eat Chinese food alone before falling asleep in my cold bed alone. It was moments like this when I really missed Troy. Dean made me miss Troy. Troy was no saint, but he wasn't a complete asshole who looked down on me. I let myself into my apartment and turned up the heat before slipping into my fuzzy flannel pajamas. I settled onto the couch and flipped through the channels. I was in no mood for romance. Another reason why going back to writing was so off-putting. Tonight, I opted for an action movie and set the white cartons of Chinese food on my coffee table along with a bottle of wine. I spent the next 2 hours eating lo mein and egg rolls while downing a half a bottle of Cabernet and laughing at the ridiculous stunts of this movie that probably should have quit 3 sequels ago. I must have fallen asleep because my phone dinged, and I woke up curled up on the couch. I groggily looked out the window and saw that the sky was still inky black. It must have been the middle of the night. I reached for my phone on the coffee table and saw that it was midnight and there was a text from Troy. I sucked in a breath. Why would he be texting me at this hour? The only times he had done so before was when he was inviting me over for a booty call, which I always gladly accepted. Looking back now, it probably looked so desperate on my part, but I'd wanted him just as badly as he wanted me. But since we ended things, those late-night calls and texts stopped. Curiously, I opened the text. Troy. SOS. I read the 3 letters over again, as if he had typed a paragraph out rather than the quick cry for help. I sat up quickly from the couch and read it again. If he was texting me that and at this hour, then it must be a work emergency. I wondered if we had missed something at this afternoon's meeting. I reminded myself this was my job and responded. On my way. Quickly, I stood from the couch and walked to the door, sliding on my winter coat and a pair of warm boots that sat next to the door. I didn't bother changing out of my pajamas, because there was no point. I had stopped trying to impress him. Well, almost a long time ago. I did pull my bed head into a messy bun on top of my head before walking out the door. I hailed a cab and on the drive ran through that afternoon's meeting, seeing what might have gone wrong. I couldn't think of anything. We had prepared well. Troy had handled it like the boss he was. Maybe it was our meeting with Mr. Bellevue, the one that hadn't gone so well until I intercepted. The cab pulled to a stop in front of Troy's enormous apartment building. I hesitated to get out as I looked at it towering over me. I hadn't been here in a long time, Miss, asked the cab driver, turning to me and lifting his cap slightly. Oh, right. Sorry. I rummaged through my purse and pulled out cash, handing it to him. Thank you, I said as I stepped out of the car and hurried toward the large glass doors, trying to get out of the frigid air. The doorman opened the door and looked at me in surprise. Miss Durrell, he said with a warm smile. It's nice to see you again. You too, I said softly. Go on up, he said, nodding to the front desk attendant who gave a little wave as he yawned. Thank you. I walked to the elevator and pressed the button for PH. The seconds dragged on as I watched the floor tick by. I looked down at my pink and blue pajama pants that peeked out from beneath my black coat. I suddenly wished I had changed into something else, but it was too late now. The doors dinged and opened to Troy's living room, which was oddly dark. Troy? I called out as I stepped out of the elevator. The only form of light was a little lamp on a side table by the couch, casting a dim, warm glow where my eyes were drawn to. I sucked in a breath when I saw Veronica lying on the couch in nothing but lingerie. Oh, I breathed. I wanted to run, but my feet were planted to the hardwood floors. She sat up slightly, propping the side of her head in her hand as she looked at me with satisfied amusement. She ran her hand up the creamy lace that didn't leave anything to the imagination. Are you looking for Troy? She asked, a slow smile spreading across her lips. I stammered. I couldn't peel my eyes from the length of her body on the couch I had once lain on, imagining his hands on her, his mouth on hers. The thought made me sick. Monica. I spun around to see Troy standing in the hallway that led to his bedroom with his mouth open in surprise. He wore the same navy suit he had worn to work that day and held a stack of clothes I assumed were Veronica's. He looked suddenly to the couch where Veronica was now sitting up as if she were about to watch this all play out like a movie. I wasn't about to give her that satisfaction. I didn't know what sick game these two were playing, but I refused to be a part of it. I had already been humiliated enough, hurt enough. I was done. I quickly stepped back into the elevator and pressed the button for the lobby frantically. The doors began to close just as Troy tried to put a hand through. Too late. In the safety of the elevator, I let the tears stream down my face. Everything I had been holding in for weeks now, trying to be strong, came pouring out of me in furious sobs. I could hardly catch my breath as the elevator doors opened to the lobby. The doorman saw me step out and quickly came over. It was as if my legs had quit on me and I could barely walk to the doors. Miss Durrell, he said gently, taking my arm. Are you okay? I'm fine, I just need to go. You can't go out there like this, he said softly, his eyes filled with concern. Please, I'm fine, at least let me get you a cab. I nodded and let him lead me to the doors. He scoured the streets for a yellow car that would take me away from here from whatever had just happened, or was about to happen upstairs. He spotted one across the street and held his hand up. The cab made a U-turn and pulled up to the curb. I heard the doors open behind me and I knew there were Troy's footsteps approaching. Without even turning around, I yanked the cab door open and slid quickly inside, slamming the door, but not before hearing Troy yell my name. Go. Please, just go. I told the cab urgently. I had seen this film before. It had played out weeks ago, leaving Troy on the curb after he had broken my heart. This would be the last time. Chapter 34, Troy. I yelled Monica's name again, as if she could hear me, until I watched the cab turn the corner and disappear from view. My breath disappeared from my lungs as if someone had punched me in the gut. I couldn't shake the look that was on Monica's face as she stood in my apartment just now. There was so much hurt that it made me ache. I almost hailed a cab to go after her, but I wouldn't know how to explain what she just walked in on. I didn't know myself, but I was about to find out. I looked up at my apartment building, knowing Veronica was on the top floor, and my anger began to pull in my stomach. Anger at her, anger at myself. It was my fault she was here. At my parents' party, she had spilled a glass of white wine down the front of her dress. She made a big scene and had everyone doting on her. Everyone except me. Yet, she still insisted I take her back to my place, which was only a block away, so she could change. I told her no, but she put up a fuss. I didn't want her taking away any more attention from my parents' big night, so I gave in. We walked the block to my apartment. Veronica gabbing away as if she had forgotten all about her ruined dress she had just been fretting about. I remained quiet and let her own words entertain her. Up in my apartment, she spun around slowly as if taking it in. God, I haven't been here in forever, she said. She had lived there with me when we got married, but I had it renovated since she left. I couldn't leave the view, but I didn't want anything that reminded me of her or our failed marriage. So the place was gutted. I hardly recognize it, she said. I made a few changes since you left me, said Veronica softly. I didn't leave you. I made a decision that was best for the both of us. It just wasn't a decision you liked. She walked to where I stood near the entryway and draped her arms over my shoulders, her eyes on mine like a huntress. We had some pretty good times though, didn't we? She asked, pressing her body against mine. I could feel the dampness of her dress seeping against my suit. Veronica, I started. She stood on her tiptoes and grazed her lips against my ear. Like when you could have me any way you wanted, she whispered. Her hands trailed down my back and around to my stomach, moving down lower. You could still have that, she whispered, her fingers grazing against me through the material of my pants. I want that. I closed my eyes, lost in her touch for a second. It had been so long since I had been touched like that I had been wanted. I had been drowning in my loneliness since Monica had come and uprooted my life before leaving it, Monica. My eyes shot open. Well, I don't want that, I said, taking a step back and grabbing her wrists, pulling her hands away from me. God, you used to be fun. Veronica rolled her eyes. I'm going to get you some clothes and then you're gone. Understood. So bossy, she said, taking a step toward me. It's sexy. God, she was relentless. I turned my back to her and walked down the hallway, listening to make sure she wasn't following me. Thankfully, there was only silence. I walked into my bedroom and into my master closet. I was rummaging through some old shirts and sweatpants when I remembered I still had a box of her clothes somewhere. I didn't know why I hadn't gotten rid of it over the years. I must have forgotten. I reached up to the top shelf of the closet and pulled the cardboard box down, wiping the dust away. I pried open the flaps and started going through it. I found a sweater and a pair of jeans amongst some memories I had hidden away like a Polaroid from our wedding in the little chapel in Vegas. I didn't feel anything as I picked the picture up. That was enough for me to know that a divorce had been the right decision. I made a mental note to have the box sent to her apartment. As I walked back to the living room with her clothes, I could have sworn I had heard the elevator doors ding. And that was when I saw Monica standing there. And now she was gone. I wondered if she had even been here at all. It seemed like such a quick flash of a dream, but it was real, and it was more of a nightmare. As I rode up the elevators now to confront Veronica, I wondered why Monica had been here in the first place. Maybe she missed me as much as I missed her. Any hope I had in that had been torn apart because of my persistent ex-wife. The elevator doors opened and I stormed in to find Veronica sitting perched on the couch, still in lingerie. "You're back," she said with a smile. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" I asked, my voice raised. She lay back on the couch and arched her back, the lace of her bra barely containing her breasts. "Trying to show you how much I need you, Troy," she murmured. She grazed her hands over her breasts, slowly working them down her toned torso to where the creamy lace grazed just under her navel. "Stop," I said sternly. "Stop what?" she asked innocently, keeping her eyes on me as her hand trailed lower. Her fingers met the lace of her panties and began swirling slowly. She let out a quiet moan. "Veronica, stop. Touch me, Troy," she said in a breathy voice. Fucking stop, I yelled. She sat up suddenly and looked at me, her eyes boring into me. What the hell is your problem? I've told you over and over again. I do not want you. Why can't you get that through your head? It's her, isn't it? She asked. Her voice narrowed. The seduction was gone from her eyes, replaced with a vile hatred. This has nothing to do with her, I said. You're lying, she snapped. I sighed and looked down at the floor in frustration. Looks like she's gone now, though, she said with a breathy sigh. I looked up suddenly, registering the satisfaction in her voice. She had a faint smile on her lips. What did you do? I asked slowly. Veronica studied her nails as she crossed one long leg over the other. Whatever do you mean? She asked innocently. Why was Monica here? I haven't the faintest clue. Veronica shrugged. Thoughts ran through my head as I tried to piece it together. Then my eyes landed on my phone on the coffee table. Veronica's eyes followed mine and she quickly reached for my phone. But I was faster. I snatched it from the table. Troy, she said cautiously. Shut up. I opened my phone and went to my text messages. The most recent thread was with Monica. I quickly opened it. SOS sent from me almost an hour ago. I couldn't believe it. I had been stupid enough to leave my phone here in the room with Veronica, and she had been violent enough to pull something like this. Monica hadn't come here to tell me she missed me. She came because she thought I needed her, probably for a work emergency. The fact she came at all, and at this hour, made this whole thing hurt even more. I couldn't imagine how she felt walking in and seeing Veronica here, practically naked. She probably thought I invited her over to rub it in her face. I couldn't bear the thought. And Veronica just sat here on my couch in my home, looking so proud of what she had just done. There was no remorse to be found in any inch of that long body. She was truly evil. I wondered how I could have ever fallen for such an awful woman. My face flushed with anger. How dare you, I said. Oh, come on, Troy. It was just a little joke. Well, your sense of humor is fucked up. She rolled her eyes and stood from the couch, putting her hands on her hips as she looked at me. She isn't right for you anyway. She's a lowlife, a personal assistant. She's not a part of this world, she said, looking around. What world is that? One that doesn't accept people like her. Do you even hear yourself, Veronica? My voice rose at her audacity. I did you a favor. You can thank me later. There won't be a later. I snapped, storming down the hallway. Troy, she called after me. Where are you going? I walked quickly to my master closet and grabbed the box off the floor. I wouldn't send it later. She would take it now. She would take it and herself out of my life tonight. I carried the box into the living room and slammed it down on the coffee table. What the hell, Troy? She asked, jumping slightly backward. I want you gone. Out of my home. Out of my life. You don't mean that. I do. I'm tired of your games. I'm tired of you trying to weasel into my life by using my mother to do so. Stay away from her. Stay away from me. But no buts, I interrupted. You will stay away from me. If you don't, I will file a restraining order. You can be serious, she said, her eyes wide. I gestured to the box. Take your shit and get the hell out. She opened the box and picked up the Polaroid that sat on top of the pile of clothes and jewelry. She studied it for a few seconds before looking at me. I could have sworn there were tears in her eyes. And this woman never cried. Not when I found out she cheated on me. Not when I filed for divorce. Not even when her own father died. Troy, she started, her voice shaky. Take your shit and get the hell out, I repeated. She swallowed hard and went to grab the box, but then remembered she was only wearing lingerie. She looked down at herself helplessly before I threw her jeans and sweater at her. Quickly, she slid the sweater over her head and shimmied on the jeans, avoiding looking at me. She picked up the box, struggling to hold it. I didn't care. I showed no offer of help as she stumbled slightly toward the elevators. She turned to look at me, blinking back tears. I couldn't feel anything for her. No remorse, no reprieve, no love. My face remained blank, my lips tightly pressed together. When she saw she was getting nothing from me, she stepped into the elevator and then she was gone, hopefully for good. I walked to the couch and sunk into it, putting my head in my hands as I ran my fingers through my hair. This night had been hell. I had unintentionally hurt Monica, probably irreparably. Any thread of hope of us ever finding our way back to each other had been cut clean by a sharp blade. I doubted I could ever talk my way out of this, even if she did give me a chance to explain. I had lost her, truly lost her. Chapter 35, Monica. The oncoming car lights were blurry through my watery eyes as the cab weaved in and out of the light traffic of late-night Manhattan. I clutched my coat tight around me, trying to comfort myself after everything that had unfolded in the last hour. When I had been in line for Chinese food, trying to avoid a bad date, I had thought of how different Troy was, how good I had it. Now, I never wanted to see him again. Floppy-haired Dean was better than what I had just been through with the man I thought I knew. I watched the city as we passed the sidewalks, bustling with friends linked arm in arm, walking to their last bar of the night, or couples bundled up in hats and scarves, their gloved hands interlocking as their foggy breaths moved in sync. Seeing their smiling faces made me feel even more alone than I already did in this heated cab, in my pajamas and messy hair and splotchy cheeks. The large stone and brick buildings with their beautifully paned windows glowed warm, a stark contrast to the biting cold outside, which was more reminiscent of how my heart felt. I took in the Upper East Side as we passed. More than ever, I realized I didn't belong here. This world of luxury and sex and heartbreak and games, it was an atrocious place. How did I ever think I could fit in here? That I could fit into Troy's life as if it were as simple as finding the last puzzle piece of a jigsaw. It was laughable. Now, Veronica had been right about me. I didn't belong here, I didn't want to, not when the people who believed they were above everyone else pushed others down to make their own beliefs true. I just couldn't believe that Troy was one of those people. In the time I had spent with him, he seemed different from the yuppies of Manhattan. Yes, he was a well-known billionaire with more money than I could even begin to imagine. But he was funny in a way I didn't think many ever saw. And when he really laughed, it filled the room. I used to take pride in being the cause of that laughter. I was also kind, not just to me, but to strangers. I had seen him engage in conversation with servers and never treat them any less, leaving them a generous tip behind. And it wasn't for the praise or the thank you. He always slipped out before they came by for the signed check. These little things, among others, were what made me think that somehow we could work, that our worlds could mesh together if we ever figured out what we were. A part of me held out hope for that until the gala. Even after that, but now I saw things with razor-sharp clarity, even though my eyes blurred with tears that fell warm against my cheeks. When the cab dropped me off at my apartment, I trudged up the stairs and began my usual lengthy process of unlocking the rows of locks that lined the edge of my door. As I did so, I wondered if I would ever be able to put the same safety on my heart if I continued working for Troy. Once inside, I slid off my coat and let it fall to a heap at my feet before kicking off my boots. I walked to my bedroom and collapsed onto my bed, the sheets cold to the touch as I slid under them. I shivered slightly as I closed my heavy eyes, desperate for sleep to come. But it didn't. I turned over from my back to my stomach, rolling to my side, never finding comfort. It wasn't the bed. It was my head keeping me up. I sighed and rolled over to flip on the switch of my lamp on my nightstand. The clock read 3 a.m., I groaned quietly. At least I didn't have to work tomorrow or the next day. It meant I didn't have to see Troy, which was the real silver lining. But 2 days would hardly be enough time for me to heal from the damage of the night. It was hardly enough time for me to forget what Veronica looked like on his couch at home and drop dead gorgeous. His for the taking. I closed my eyes and shook my head slowly, trying to scrub the image from my mind along with all the others I'd been imagining. As I tossed and turned, I pushed the sheets off me and walked to my desk where my laptop sat untouched for many months with a layer of dust as proof. I wiped it off and watched the dust bunnies float before picking it up and carrying it to the bed. It was something I had done so many times in the past, writing from bed, but right now it felt so unfamiliar. Except I wasn't writing a novel, unless my readers wanted to know what raw heartbreak felt like. I was sure that would go over just as well as my last book. No, I had something else to write, and it was something I probably should have done weeks ago. Hell, I should have done it as soon as I walked into Troy's office and saw that he was my new boss. I had to write a resignation letter. It was the only way for me to get the distance I knew I needed, but wasn't strong enough to ask for. It was the only way to move on from the heartbreak that ensured all of the memories I used to promise myself I would never forget. I opened my laptop and turned it on, the familiar welcome sound ringing in my ears as the glare of the screen came to life. I opened up a Word document and watched as the cursor blinked on the screen, begging for me to press a key. Any key. There was so much I wanted to say. I wished that I could write a letter that somehow eloquently screamed the feelings that were raging inside of me like a sea under gray skies. But I remembered this wasn't that kind of letter and this wasn't that kind of story. Instead, I added the date and the proper header and proceeded to Google for how to write a professional resignation letter. Yes, a writer Googling how to write. Pathetic. I spent the next hour typing, deleting, and retyping a letter that explained why I was leaving the position without really explaining anything at all. At least not the truth. I tied a few professional-sounding words together in neatly packaged sentences and hit the print button. I fell asleep to the sound of the whir of the printer as it spat out my final goodbye to the man I swore I could have loved one day or maybe already did. I avoided the letter that sat in the printer tray until Monday morning came around because I didn't want to rip it up, backing out of what I knew I had to do. Just as I was about to leave for work, I slipped it out of the tray, folding it in clean lines and slipping it in an envelope. It seemed like such a big thing to fit in so neatly in a folded piece of white paper. I stopped by the coffee shop, which was thankfully extra busy this morning, allowing me to avoid any small talk about Troy with the barista, who seemed to worship him. Back at the office, I carried his usual iced Americano down the hallway, realizing this would be one of the last times. I had given the courtesy of a 2 weeks' notice in my resignation, but every step I took down that fluorescently lit hallway felt like my last. I stepped into Troy's office and was surprised to see him sitting at his desk. I sucked in a quiet breath of air, but tried not to show the nerves rising to my throat. He looked tired, like he probably had gotten as much sleep as I had the past few nights. I refused to let myself think it was over me, and assured myself it was because Veronica kept him up. The thought made my nerves slip away and coolness take their place. "Monica," he said softly as he saw me standing in the doorway. "Good morning," I said, my voice clipped. I stepped forward and put his coffee on his desk. "Can we talk?" he asked. "Unless it's about business, I'd rather not," I said. "Please, you have to know nothing is going on with Veronica." I let out a breathy laugh through my nose. He couldn't really be trying to convince me otherwise, as if I had imagined Friday night with him carrying her clothes and her out of them. "I'm serious," he said pleadingly. "Yes, she was at my apartment, but it wasn't under the circumstances she had you believe. It's all a big game to her, and she tried to bring you into it because she was jealous." "Of what?" I shot him a sharp look. "We aren't together. We never really were." My voice drifted off as I looked down at the floor. "We were," he said, his voice barely a whisper. I wondered if he even meant me to hear it, but it cracked my heart just the same. "I know you won't believe me, but I want nothing to do with Veronica. She's practically stalking me." I rolled my eyes. I knew what a stalker looked like, what they did. I'd experienced it. But then he went into detail about what his ex-wife had been doing, and I couldn't help but have sympathy for him, especially when it came to being around his family. It was nowhere near what I had gone through, but it was not appropriate behavior. "I'm sorry you've been going through that," I said softly. Though I had heard him out, I wasn't ready to forgive him. "Don't be sorry, I'm the one who's sorry. I screwed everything up. I can't forgive myself for how I lost you." I swallowed hard, feeling the envelope in my purse poke my inner arm as if it were reminding me of what I was here to do. I tipped my chin in a solemn nod, as if I was gathering strength. I reached in my purse and pulled out the envelope, sliding it across his desk. "What's this?" he asked, his brows furrowed. I stayed quiet, not knowing if I could get the words out, not knowing if I could physically tell him I was leaving him. All of this for good. He opened the envelope and unfolded the letter. Part of me wanted to run, but my feet stayed planted as I watched his eyes scan the words I had typed. Once he was done, he put the letter down on his desk and looked up at me slowly. "You're leaving?" he asked quietly. "I'm quitting," I corrected him. "You can't." "Please, Mika, you can't, I have to." "You know I do, you don't. We can make this work. We can make us work. There is no us." He seemed to sit with that for a moment. "Regardless of what we've been through, I need you. You're the best assistant I've ever had. I need you. I could have lost everything after that meeting with Bellevue, but you stepped in as the amazing person you are and saved my company." "Saved me? You can find someone else." "No, I can't. He wasn't making this easy. I'll give you a raise. I don't want more money. Please, anything. I need you to stay. Even if you don't want to be with me, I can't lose you completely from my life." Though these words were too little too late, I let them penetrate my heart. Chapter 36, Troy. Monica stayed quiet as I practically pleaded with her to stay. I should have seen this coming, but I kept telling myself I had time. Time to win her back or make things right. I took for granted that she was just a few feet away from me every single day, giving me so many opportunities to fight for her. And I didn't. Now my time was up as her resignation letter sat in stark white against the dark oak of my desk. I had seen this play out with my personal assistants in the past. I should be used to the folded paper delivered in a neat envelope with their professional-sounding words thanking me for the opportunity. But it was time to move on. They made my job easy by saving me from breaking their hearts any more than I already had and leaving on their own accord when I couldn't give them what they wanted. But now it felt like my heart was breaking. I didn't know what else I could say as she stood before me, making me go insane, just wondering what she was thinking. If my words had been enough, I knew explaining the situation to Monica would be ridiculously unbelievable. I couldn't blame her for not buying what seemed like a fabricated story, but toward the end of my panicked delivery, she seemed to show a sliver of empathy. Offering a raise was probably a desperate attempt, and one I knew didn't interest her in the slightest. But it was better than me spitting out what I really wanted to say, which was that I was in love with her. I think I realized it a long time ago but was too stubborn to believe it, too set in my old ways to think I could ever change. But I was. I was in love with the woman before me, and it took her leaving me to make me realize it. Wasn't that how it always went? I didn't want to tell her like this. I didn't want her to think they were just words I was using in a desperate attempt to make her stay. She needed to believe them. I also was scared enough of this feeling of love and that I hadn't felt in so long, if ever, that her rejecting me would probably ruin me. So I kept quiet, just studying her face, her beautiful face. "Fine," she said softly. "What?" I asked, my disbelief making me think I heard her incorrectly. "I'll stay." She reached over and slid her resignation letter off my desk and folded it up before placing it in her purse. She could have ripped it up, but I felt that she wanted me to know that leaving was still an option. I nodded in understanding. "Thank you," I said, letting out a breath. "It's not for you," she said. "At least not the you I thought I knew. I'm staying because you do need me as your assistant. I don't know what's going on with you lately. I've also become pretty good at this job." "You have?" I laughed softly, knowing she was right. She gave me a tight-lipped smile before walking out the door. Thankfully not for the last time, but I knew I was on borrowed time. I had hurt her too much for her to actually stay here long term. I knew she was doing me a favor to keep things running smoothly. Not because she cared about me, but because it was her job. She made it clear that line was no longer blurred. I couldn't risk losing her again. I picked up my phone from my desk and called the one person who would understand. The one person who knew our secret. "Hello," answered Erika. "Hey sis," I said, straining to hear her through the noise on her end of the phone. "Bad time. Oh, we're just trying to get these ancient machines working, so we can get this damn paper out to the unwilling readers of New York." I heard her banging on something that was most likely a printer. "Sounds like it's going really well over there." "Oh, just swell," she said sarcastically. "Now what's up? Can we meet for lunch?" "What, today?" "Yes." "Now?" "It's madness over here," she groaned. "Please, I need you," she sighed. "I can meet you in 30. "Really?" I asked hopefully. "Really? But you owe me. Okay. Meet me at Maison Pickle. My treat. You bet your ass it is," she said before hanging up. I smiled as I slid my phone into the inner pocket of my jacket. If I didn't have Erika, I didn't know what I would do. I should have talked to her about everything sooner. Then maybe things wouldn't have gotten so messy. She always had good advice for being my younger sister, even though she often didn't follow her own. I stood from my seat and stepped out of my office. I saw Monica grabbing her lunchbox from the side of her desk. I noticed she had started packing her lunch when we had ended things weeks ago. I knew she ate alone in the break room, probably to avoid me. I wondered if we could ever get back to some sort of normal where we could enjoy lunch together again. Although it would be very hard for me to refrain from my hand exploring underneath the table at our usual corner booth at Ocean Prime. "I'm off to lunch," I said, the words awkwardly falling off my tongue and matching the uncomfortable stance I held in front of her desk. I rocked on my heels, waiting for her to say something. "Okay," she replied, completely disinterested. "With Erika," I clarified. I didn't want her to think I was going out with Veronica or something. I knew her level of trust in me was practically at the bottom floor of this building. "Great." She stood and walked past me down the hallway toward the break room. I watched her go, her chestnut hair swishing down her back as she walked, looking professionally cute in a linen pantsuit. That was another thing that changed. Besides packed lunches, the tight skirts and low-cut blouses had ceased to be a part of her wardrobe. It didn't make me want her any less. I would want her if she wore a potato sack. Someone cleared their throat nearby. I looked up and saw Kathy looking at me curiously. Yes? I asked, annoyed. It was like she was always lurking around corners. But luckily for me, absolutely nothing was going on with Monica. At least not anymore. So she had no leg to stand on, other than the fact that I liked looking at my personal assistant. I'm off to a meeting with your father. Any message you'd like me to give him? She asked. Of course she was. She had weekly meetings with him every Monday. I often wondered who she really worked for. She had more meetings with him than she did with me, her boss. No message other than keep my ex-wife away from any and all family get-togethers. But that would be a discussion for another time. He wouldn't be the issue. My mother, on the other hand, was a different story. I had to convince her that ship had sailed, and any attempt at trying to get us back together would fail miserably. Kathy nodded and walked away, slipping back into her office. I rode the elevators down and hailed a cab. The restaurant wasn't far from my building, but it had started to snow and I had no desire to trudge through it. I arrived at the restaurant 5 minutes later, tightening my coat as I made the short walk from the cab to the doors. This New York winter was relentless. It seemed to mimic my personal life perfectly. I wondered when the cold front would ever let up. In the warmth of the restaurant, I asked the hostess for a table for two by the window. I didn't like being in the snow, but I liked watching it fall. I ordered a glass of red wine to warm me up and waited for Erica to get there. Halfway through my glass, she walked up to the table breathless, her face red. Did you run here? I asked with amusement. Practically the nearest subway station was like a block away. Why didn't you just take a cab? I asked. Because the subway is cheaper. I shook my head at her. The daughter of Bryce Gunner was penny pinching. I was surprised she had even come to the beach house in the Bahamas. Part ownership was really the only thing she had ever accepted from my father. She probably flew coach instead of using another of my father's jets. She signaled for the server as she took off her scarf. I'll have what he's having, please, she said, nodding to my glass of wine. You haven't even sat down yet, and you need a drink. This paper will be the death of me, she said, sinking into the booth, exhausted. You could start your own damn paper if you ever accepted anyone's help. I don't need yours or anyone else's money, she said, waving me off. Moving on, I'm not here to talk about me. You called me, I sighed and took a long sip of wine before getting into it. What's going on, Troy? She asked, sitting back against the booth and studying me. It's Monica. Duh. You both seem miserable, and no one will tell me what's going on. I stayed quiet for a moment, not knowing how to say the words out loud. I'm in love with her, I said defeatedly. Oh my gosh, she squealed and clapped her hands together excitedly. Other patrons of the restaurant looked over curiously. Our server stopped by with her glass of wine and I was tempted to order another one. Will you stop that? I covered my face with my hand to avoid the embarrassment of my flushed cheeks showing. Troy, this is huge, she exclaimed. It's not a big deal. Plus, it doesn't even matter. She doesn't feel the same. How do you know? How do you know? Because I screwed everything up. I went on to tell her all about the meeting with our father and how it made me question my relationship with Monica. I got scared of what I could lose and pushed her away like a coward. Then I told her about Veronica and her relentlessness in getting me back. She couldn't believe what Veronica had done at the gala, and was even more appalled at the stunt she pulled after our parents' anniversary party. That woman deserves a slap across the face, she muttered into her glass of wine. I'd be happy to do it, she grinned. I let out a low laugh just thinking about it. I don't need you to do that, but I do need you to tell me how to get Monica back. Well, it won't be easy, she said. You've made a real mess of things, big bro, thanks. Thanks a lot. I'm just being honest. If I were her, I would be running for the hills. Thanks for the encouragement, I muttered. Let me think about it, okay? Monica is smart, which is one of the reasons I like her so much. She's not going to be wooed by just any little gesture. You really hurt her. I know, I admitted softly. But we'll think of something, she said, grabbing my hand and giving it a squeeze. I feel like I'm running out of time. You can't rush it, Troy. She's a freaking romance writer. You can't out-romance her. We have to think of something good, really good. She was right. Monica wrote about love. How was I ever going to win her back when she had probably read it all or wrote it herself? Chapter 37, Monica. I finished my lunch in the break room alone as usual. I wondered if anyone ever ate in here besides me, or if everyone went out to lunch. God knew they could afford it. I could too, but I found the solitude of the break room weirdly comforting. Plus, I hadn't really made any friends with the others who worked here. My job as Troy's assistant left little time for me to spend with anyone else, and a small part of me preferred it that way. Others probably had their assumptions about me anyway, based on Troy's reputation, which proved to be true as I stupidly fell for him, just as all the others had. It was a funny feeling being lumped into a category of his previous employees and trying to pretend I was different in some way. I had so badly wanted to mean something different to him and felt foolish for it. I felt even more foolish for allowing him to talk me into staying after I was so set on leaving. The resignation letter had been right there on his desk, and I meekly took it back simply because he asked me to. I realized I would probably do anything he asked if it came down to it. No matter how tough I acted, I was weak for him. I sighed as I closed up my lunchbox and left the break room. My only reprieve from seeing Troy and having my feelings float around me like a fleet of butterflies. Now it was back to pretending I didn't care about him when it couldn't be further from the truth. I hoped if I kept up the act that eventually it would become the truth, and my feelings for him would fade. After seeing him today and hearing him plead with me, I knew those feelings were more vibrant than ever. But my fear was stronger. I was too scared to let him in again. The rest of the week, my attempt at resigning never came up again. It was as if I had never stayed up until 4 a.m. typing it out, determined to leave. We worked alongside each other, just as we had been for the past few weeks. But I noticed there was something different about Troy, something softer. It wasn't the way he looked at me, not in the way he used to, where his eyes were predatory and hungry to devour me any place he could. I used to feel completely naked sometimes, his stare stirring up sensations I tried to put out before I combusted. Now he looked at me like I was made of glass, carefully taking in my face as if he might break me. I almost couldn't bear it because he looked so sad sometimes. At times I had the urge to reach over and take his face in my hands and ask him what he was thinking. Ask him what he was feeling. I wanted to make things better for him. Whatever internal battle he was facing, whether it was me or his father or his incessant ex-wife. But then I reminded myself how badly he had hurt me. Not once, not twice, but 3 times. By the end of the week, my feelings were all mixed up, like someone had thrown them in a blender and pressed high speed. Every look from him, every word spoken was breaking me down. Friday afternoon, as we sat in his office, I listened to him practice his speech for a conference that afternoon. He was practicing a few new words I had thrown into his arsenal, trying them out on his tongue. I knew he wanted to impress his father, who would be at the conference, so I offered to help him write a speech. Now the day was here and I could feel his nerves. "You're going to do just fine," I said reassuringly. "I feel like a baby deer trying to walk," he said, rolling his eyes. "Well, no one would know." "What would I do without you?" he asked, shaking his head. I swallowed the lump in my throat before gathering my things. "We should probably go," I said distractedly, even though his words were resounding in my head. I wondered the same thing. What would I ever do without him? He nodded and grabbed his speech from his desk. "Leave it," I said. "You'll look stronger without it. You already know it by heart." He hesitated as if doubting himself before putting the paper back down. With anyone else, he was so confident, like he was on top of the world. When his father was involved, he seemed like a child again, desperate for the approval of the man who raised him. It made me sad that he didn't think he was good enough. We took a cab to Tribeca, to where the conference was being held at a rooftop event that was encased by snow-capped windows and overlooked the icy Hudson River. The podium was set at the very end of the room with rows of chairs lined to the back of the room. "Wow," I whispered. "And you wondered why I was nervous?" he whispered back. "Troy," a booming voice sounded. I saw Troy's father striding toward us and noticed Troy immediately stand up straighter, more rigid. It was as if his father's power was radiating around him because everyone's eyes followed him with admiration and an ounce of fear. "Father," said Troy, nodding his head. "You remember my assistant, Monica?" His father looked at me in shock. "I'm surprised you're still here," he said with a chuckle. "They usually don't last long." "Oh," I asked with faint surprise. "It's a great job, I've really enjoyed it." I noticed the twinkle in his eye falter slightly, but his smile remained. "Are you ready for your speech?" his father asked. turning to Troy, already bored of me. Yep, Troy answered with a confidence I was proud of. Well, good luck up there. You have a tough act to follow. His father pointed his thumbs at himself before walking away. He's pleasant, I said. Troy let out a laugh as we found our seats. The next hour passed slowly as traders from all around the East Coast shared their tips on maximizing returns and reducing risks in today's market. Except for Troy's father, whose speech was more about his own accolades rather than helping anyone else. But everyone was so caught up in his success and who he was that they gave him a standing ovation. When it was Troy's turn, he took the podium confidently, his hands gripped around the wooden base lightly as he took in the crowd. He spent the next 2 minutes delivering his speech flawlessly, and I couldn't decide where to look at him speaking eloquently and looking sexy in a suit, or at his father, who seemed to be scrutinizing every word and trying to find a fault that didn't exist. At the end of Troy's speech, I, along with everyone else, gave him a standing ovation and may have been louder than his father's, much to my satisfaction. Afterward, he made his way through the crowd, accepting pats on the back, until he found me. He looked excited like a little kid, and for a moment I thought he might hug me, but instead he held out his hand and shook mine lightly, sending electricity through my whole body. It was the first time we had really touched in weeks. "Thank you," he said. I swallowed hard and nodded. "I better get home," I said, glancing at my watch. "It was just past 5, if that's okay." Sure, yeah, that's fine," he said, deflated. "Great job up there." I turned and started for the door, feeling like I could float right out of the windows and down to the chilly river in the distance. I didn't know if it was my pride in Troy making me feel this way, or the way his fingers found mine just now. I just knew I had to get out of there. As I made my way to the door, past all the men in suits talking about money and successful trades and their latest affairs with women half their age, I was reminded of how out of place I was in this world. A world of wealth and scandal and people who would never accept me. Troy's world. I was reminded of the gala and the distant whisper of his words. "She's just my personal assistant. That's all I would ever be." Remember that, I thought, before I let myself get carried away by him again. I took a cab back to my apartment in Queens, where I was sure none of those men in that conference room had ever stepped foot near. Besides Troy, I wouldn't see him for the next 2 days, and I suddenly missed him more than I had allowed myself to since I'd ended things between us. My apartment suddenly felt colder, lonelier. I sighed as I changed out of my black pants suit and into a pair of sweats and an oversized hoodie, my usual weekend uniform when I wasn't opting for pajamas. I pulled the menus from my drawer in the kitchen and debated which takeout to order. I decided to go with Fuying's again, but ordered delivery. I didn't want any more run-ins with Dean. As I waited for my food to arrive, I decided to get started on a sample piece for Erica's newspaper. I had agreed to at least apply and see where it went. And the last thing I needed to do was write this piece for them to preview a sample of my work. I could have pulled from one of my novels, but decided to challenge myself and write something new. The cursor blinked slowly on the blank page, taunting me. I began to type, not knowing where it was going yet, but hoping it would find its way. After a few short minutes, the story began to take shape, and my fingers were moving faster across the keys. I finished it in record time and could have kept going, but my allotted word count stopped me. It was a short story, not a novel, I reminded myself. I read it over and felt a familiar sense of pride. I had done it. I also realized how much the story had been drawn from my own life, as if my relationship with Troy had been played out in pretty words before me. I read them over, seeing him in the text, seeing us. I had given us a happy ending, and it made my eyes burn. All of my novels I had written in the past were never really based on me or my relationships because there were few to be had. I guessed I was writing what I wanted, trying to fill the void in my life with made-up characters and feelings I yearned to exist. Then that void was unexpectedly filled by Troy. And all those feelings I had written into fictional existence were real. The yearning, the passion, the drama, it all had been there. And now it was typed out in a neat little story that glared at me from my screen. I hit the save button and attached the document to an email to Erica before I could go over it again with a more scrutinizing eye. I closed my laptop and looked out at the inky sky sprinkled with white flakes of snow. I wondered what Troy was doing now and if he ever had imagined a happy ending for us. If only I fit into his world, maybe it could happen for us. But I knew I never would. I knew it from the way his father looked at me. The way Veronica sneered, The way those people had laughed at my expense. We would have to find our own happy endings. And as much as it hurt, I wanted that for him. Chapter 38, Troy. As the conference wrapped up, I was still thinking about Monica and how things between us felt different today. Good. Different. Despite her trying to quit this morning, the day turned around. She had looked at me in a way that closely resembled the glances that once knocked the air out of me. We didn't just talk in clipped sentences. She had helped me write a speech that blew my father's out of the water, and she had sweetly put him in his place when he tried to tear me down. It meant more than she knew. It had taken everything in me not to pull her in for a hug to celebrate the expression my father wore on his face after delivering my speech. I opted for an awkward handshake, and I could still feel the warmth of her hand in mine. I wished she hadn't left. I knew I could have asked her to stay. She was my assistant. It wouldn't be out of the norm, but I didn't want to press my luck. I smiled as I softly rubbed the tips of my fingers together, trying to hold on to the feeling. "Are you coming?" said the voice, breaking me from my thoughts. I looked up and saw Jeremy standing over me. The conference must have ended because everyone was out of their seats and heading for the doors. I hadn't even noticed. I had checked out as soon as Monica asked if she could leave, my mind leaving with her. "Huh?" I asked. "A bunch of us are going out for dinner and drinks. You coming or not?" He raised an eyebrow. I didn't exactly want to spend my Friday night with Jeremy, but it would be better than being alone. My thoughts festering knowing I wouldn't be seeing Monica for a few days. The weekends I used to yearn for I now hated. "Yeah, sure," I said, standing from my seat. Jeremy and I walked toward the doors, following the herd of businessmen in their suits and ties down the stairs. We stopped by the coat check to get our coats to face the snow that was flurrying outside. I shrugged mine on and followed Jeremy and a few others out to the sidewalk where a limo waited. I looked at him confused. "Oh, your father is coming too," said Jeremy with a knowing smile. Fuck. An evening alone now sounded better than this. Jeremy opened the door and slid inside the dimly lit limo that was already lined with rows of suits, my father at the center. I followed Jeremy into the lion's den, closing the door behind me. "Well, well, well," my father's voice boomed. "If it isn't the man of the hour." "Hey, Dad," I said as I found an empty seat across from him. "Who knew you had such eloquent words in your vocabulary? Maybe all the money we poured into your schooling is finally paying off." There were a few chuckles around the limo, all eager to impress the man they were in awe of. I fought to not roll my eyes at how obvious they were in trying to suck up to my father. I remember trying to do the same years ago, until I realized my father would never take pride in me. A hard lesson to learn at a young age, one that stuck with you. "That must be it," I said, trying not to sound sarcastic. "Where's your little plaything?" my father asked, looking around the limo. "My personal assistant went home." "You always pull the hottest PAs. I swear the tights on that one," interrupted one guy, shaking his head as if replaying a mental image he must have snapped of her. He worked for my father, but I couldn't remember his name. And now I had no interest in knowing it after the way he talked about Monica, like she was a piece of meat. I would mentally refer to him as jerk for the rest of the night. "There's something about," said Jeremy thoughtfully. "She looks so familiar. I have been trying to put my finger on where I've seen her before." My stomach sank as I remembered the night at the bar when I had met Monica. Jeremy was there. He had seen us leave together. I hoped he had enough drinks that night to blur his memory to my advantage. If it all clicked right now, he would out me here in front of my father. "Well, she's worked with me for a while now," I said with a shrug. Jeremy didn't look entirely convinced, but he moved on from the subject and struck up a conversation with the jerk next to him, who had my blood boiling slightly from how he talked about Monica. I hoped she wouldn't come up again for the rest of the evening. We ended up at 11 Madison Park, where my father secured us a private room by slipping the hostess a couple hundred. I made sure to sit on the far end of the table, away from him and Jeremy, trying to make small talk about things that held little interest to me with the others around me. As I sipped on my old-fashioned, which was my only saving grace in this shitty situation that I didn't know why I agreed to, I looked around the room. Everyone's voices droned on about work, and they began blurring together to look like mindless clones who laughed too hard at my father's jokes and hung on his every word, as if his success would somehow bleed into them. My phone pinged in my pocket, and my heart skipped, thinking maybe it was Monica. I pulled it from my pocket and frowned slightly. It wasn't her, of course it wasn't. Instead it was Erica. "Any ideas yet?" "Me? On what?" "Erica. On how to win Monica back. Duh. Me. Nope. And now I'm stuck at this dull dinner with Dad and his loyal clan of worshippers. Erika. Yikes. Me. I know. Did you think of anything? Erika. No, but maybe Monica has some ideas. Me. What? I was confused by what she meant. Erika. She's a romance writer. Read one of her books. Maybe it will inspire you. You can see what her version of a relationship looks like. Of course, I wondered why I hadn't thought of that. I suddenly felt guilty for never picking up one of Monica's books. It was just whenever we talked about her writing, she never really wanted to get into it. I never pressed her on it. There were things I didn't want to get into either. We both had our things. Me. You're a genius, Erika. I know. Me. I'll go to the bookstore tomorrow. Thanks, sis. Erika. Take a picture while you're there. You're there. Me. Why? Erika. Because I can't imagine you in a bookstore. Me. Ha ha. Goodbye. Erika. Good luck, bro. I smiled and looked at my phone before sliding it back into the pocket of my jacket. I felt a little less hopeless than I had in a while. Maybe there was a chance I could win Monica back, and she would inadvertently show me exactly how to do it. What are you smiling at? The jerk asked who sat across from me. Did that PA text you something naughty? My smile quickly disappeared from my face. What? He asked innocently. Don't act like you haven't fucked every PA who's gone through your office. Maybe you could send her my way when you're done with her. I felt my face start to burn with an anger that started in the pit of my stomach. I wanted to reach across the table and grab him by the collar, but I knew I couldn't make a scene, not in front of my father. I leaned forward as if I was going to tell him a secret, and he eagerly leaned in too. If you ever talk about her like that again, I will shove my fist so far into your face that you won't see straight, I whispered. He pulled back, his face grim and white as the color faded. He stayed quiet for the rest of the night. Jeremy did too. There was no other mention of Monica or where he knew her from. The only thing I had to put up with was my father's snide remarks he so often tossed my way. Clearly still not over how I showed him up at the conference earlier. I owed Monica big time. The next morning, I woke up and immediately headed to the bookstore, not bothering with breakfast or coffee. I was too eager to know more about Monica through the pages of her books. Inside the bookstore, I asked one of the sales associates to point me in the direction of the romance section. She looked slightly amused as she led me to my destination. I thanked her and began scanning the shelves for Monica's name. My finger stopped on Durl and continued moving across a row of books with pastel-colored spines, all with her name on it. My eyes widened slightly as I realized how many books she had. She was the real deal, an established author. I wondered why she was working for me when she had built this success for herself. I grabbed a copy of every single book of hers and built a pile in the crook of my arm. I balanced the books as I walked to the register and paid the same sales associate who found me so amusing before. Big fan, she asked, raising an eyebrow as she scanned each book. You could say that, I replied. You know, it's not every day you see a guy practically buy out the entire romance section. What can I say? I love love. I shrugged. She laughed softly as she packed up my books and handed me the heavy paper bag. Enjoy, Romeo, she said. I spent the next 2 days on my couch, sipping on coffee and reading her latest book as the city turned white with snow. I couldn't remember the last time I had read a book. And it most certainly wasn't a romance novel, but the more I read, the more I realized Monica was an incredible writer. Erika had been right about her. Her words flowed off the page effortlessly as she built a story of two people and the passions and complexities of their relationship. It felt like I was getting to know her in a new way, like I was getting closer to her with every word I read. As I read, I wondered if these stories she made up in her head were what she longed for in her own life. I didn't let myself believe they were inspired by her own relationships, because my jealousy would get the best of me, especially in the parts she wrote about sex. I was surprised and completely sucked in by a few raunchy scenes in her novel. I didn't know reading could get me aroused, but I was turned on knowing her mind worked that way. I imagined it was us as I read her filthy words on the page. There were certainly a few scenes that I would like to reenact with her. I paid particular attention to how she portrayed the male seducing the female lead. I wondered if that was what she wanted, if that was how she wanted to be seduced. I reread those pages several times, making a few mental notes. By Sunday evening, I had finished her novel. I had never read a book that fast, but it was so enjoyable, I could hardly put it down. The only thing that threw me off was the ending. The couple didn't end up together. I figured most romance novels had happy endings, but I liked the unexpectedness of it. It was different, though it wasn't the ending I wanted for us. Despite the novel not having a happy ending, I was determined to have mine, ours. A plan began to form in my head. I just hoped it would work. Chapter 39, Monica. "I can't believe that awful woman was at his place," said Hart as she sipped on her vanilla latte and bounced Bridget on her knee. We were at the coffee shop where I usually picked up Troy's coffee each morning. She had met me early before work on Monday to catch up. I needed it after a weekend of being in emotional turmoil over my feelings for Troy. Maybe I should have just quit when I had intended to. Then the touch at the conference would never have happened, and my feelings wouldn't have gotten even more jumbled. "I'm still trying to forget it," I muttered as a flash of Veronica's perfect body popped into my brain. Do you believe him about her being, you know?" Hart twirled her finger by her ear. I hesitated before letting out a long sigh. I somehow did believe him when he said that Veronica was borderline stalking him, that something was off with her. I knew I probably looked stupid for it, desperate, but I couldn't help it. He seemed so worked up about it. Still, I couldn't come up with an explanation as to why she was at his apartment in the first place. It seemed like there was unfinished business there. I just hated that he had brought me into his life when she was still in the picture. I don't know. I probably shouldn't, but after what I've been through with my own stalker. Hart nodded understandingly. "You know how it is. If he's telling the truth, I feel bad for the guy." "That's a big if," I said softly. "Poor Troy, poor you. I tried to quit, you know." "Really?" Hart asked in surprise. "Friday morning. I had my resignation letter and everything. What happened?" "I couldn't go through with it." I sighed. "You should have seen him. He was desperate for me to stay. Said he couldn't do any of this without me. Work or life?" Hart raised a questioning brow. "I don't know, both maybe. He just looked so sad and I couldn't go through with it." My face dropped at the memory of his green eyes pleading with me. "I don't think I'm ready to let him go yet either." Hart leaned back in the booth and looked at me. "Ooh, girl, I do not envy you. When Daniel referred you for this job, I had no idea it would turn into all this." She waved her hand in a circular motion while Bridget giggled, trying to catch it. I smiled warmly at her. Only she could cheer me up. "Don't ever date a billionaire, okay?" I leaned into Bridget, nuzzling her rosy cheek. "Billionaire," she babbled. "Close enough." "Hey, that is not so bad," said Hart with a laugh. I smiled. Daniel had really turned everything around after his and Hart's own rocky start. It was hard not to be hopeful for Troy and me, even though I doubted lightning would strike twice. They were a rare exception. Thank God, though, because then I wouldn't have Bridget in my life. I gave her a gentle kiss on the cheek before checking the time. "I should probably get going," I said regretfully, knowing what I soon had to face. Another day with Troy, pretending he wasn't all I ever thought about. Hart took the last sip of her latte and began gathering her things. "Me too. I have to be at work in 30. The nanny is meeting me there to pick up this sweet thing." She tousled Bridget's dark curls gently. "Thanks for meeting me in my time of need. Always." She leaned in and gave me a hug while balancing Bridget on her hip. "Good luck today." I gave them a wave goodbye and went up to the counter to order Troy's drink. There was a slight break in the cold front, so I opted for his original iced Americano and headed down the block to his office. After I placed his coffee on his desk, I walked over to my own and stopped short when I saw a beautifully wrapped package on my chair. I jerked my chin back in surprise. Troy hadn't given me a present since he had invited me to the gala. I looked around and wondered where he was. Had he come in early to drop this off? I carefully picked up the crisply wrapped white box tied neatly with a red satin bow. I placed it on my desk and sat down on the chair where it had sat. I looked around to make sure no one was looking, especially Kathy. But I didn't see her. I untied the ribbon, eagerly, wondering what was inside. I lifted the lid of the box up and found a small vase filled with flowers, dead flowers, withered and crunchy petals that used to be a vibrant red, now shades of black and brown. I shook my head in confusion. Maybe the flowers had been delivered late, and that was why they were dead. There was no water in the vase. Maybe it had spilled out on the drive. Then I noticed a small white card at the bottom of the box. I picked it up and unfolded it. "Your love life is dead." I gasped softly and dropped the card. It floated to the ground. I shoved the box away as unease filled me, making me queasy. The room felt like it was spinning. I closed my eyes and took a deep breath. These flowers weren't late. They were delivered dead purposefully. But why? By who? This didn't seem like a gift Troy would give me. I could only think of one person who would do something like this. My stalker must be back. I looked around as if he might be in the office right now. He must know about Troy and me to send these dead roses. I shuddered at the thought. Had I inadvertently put Troy in danger? I wondered if I should have told him about it, if I should have opened up more. But I was so focused on protecting myself and trying not to get lost in him. This life. His touch. I didn't want to complicate things with the mess of my life when there was a good chance he wouldn't always be in it. Troy's voice came from down the hall. I quickly picked up the card and threw it in the box, closing it tightly with the lid. Then I shoved it off my desk and into the trash can. Hearing the shatter of glass on impact, I grimaced at the sound. I would have to figure this out later. I tried not to let my thoughts run rampant as I heard his footsteps approach. When Troy came into sight, he looked more handsome than ever in one of my favorite suits of his. My breath caught as he gave me a wide grin, his green eyes dancing. He was in a good mood this morning, and just looking at him helped ease my nerves a little. I gave him a weak smile in return. "Good morning," he said cheerily. His eyes didn't search my desk for any signs of a package or vase of dead flowers. It wasn't him. I almost wished it was, only because it meant my stalker wasn't back. "Morning," I said softly. The word felt like it was strangled. He walked into his office and settled in behind his desk, taking a sip of coffee and giving it his usual smile of approval. I watched him for a moment longer, trying to find any clue to as if he was behind such an odd gift. It didn't make sense, not after Friday when things felt electric between us for a glimpse of a few seconds. Even when things were rocky, I couldn't imagine him to be so cruel. When he asked me to his office a few minutes later, my legs felt shaky when I walked over. He stood by the door waiting and closed it behind me as I stepped inside. I swallowed hard by the privacy that now encased us. We hadn't been in here alone with the door closed since our hands were all over each other. I was surprised when he locked the door behind him. I wondered if he was going to own up to the delivery, if he was going to offer an explanation. He stepped away from the door and turned to face me, so we were face to face. His eyes were different from when he first got here. The dancing had been replaced by a hungry intent that sucked the air out of me. I leaned back, finding the door and leaning against it for support as I waited for what came next. What that was, I didn't know, but it felt like something was unlocking inside of me. You tricked me, you know," he said sharply. Huh? I said. He held up a hand to silence me, and I immediately closed my mouth, my lips tightly against each other. "You tricked me into thinking this was just sex." He pointed between us. "That you only did this because you liked the way I tasted when your lips were around me, swallowing my ecstasy. Because you liked the way I trembled inside of you. Because you liked the way my groans grazed your ears." I looked at him confused. This sounded familiar, but it felt like my brain wasn't working as he took a step toward me, closing the gap between us. I swore I thought my knees would buckle right then and there. I could smell his cologne seeping into me like a memory I craved. I couldn't tear my eyes away from his. And I let myself believe it was just that I only found you fascinating because of the way you felt around my fingers as they moved inside you. Because of the way you moved slowly as I slid deeper inside of you. Because of the way you screamed my name. I felt a yearning between my legs at the roughness of his voice and the smooth movement in which he placed his hands on either side of me on the door. Everything I had craved for so long was right here. His breath was on my face, and I struggled to keep my mouth from finding his, wanting to taste him as he continued speaking. He leaned in and his lips grazed my ear. "But it wasn't just sex," he whispered. The words vibrated down my spine, and my back arched in a pleasure-filled reflex. "It was the feeling you stirred up inside of me when I thought not even hell could thaw them." I jerked my head back as it hit me as if coming to from a trance. The words he was saying to me were my own. They were my words on his lips. They were for a character I'd written in the book that had probably ruined my career. Why was Troy reciting this to me? Was this some kind of sick game? "Why are you doing this to me?" I whispered, my eyes beginning to burn. What? What?" he stammered, pulling his face from mine. I shoved him away from me and shook my head, feeling angry at myself for getting lost in him, feeling angry at him for whatever game he was playing. Maybe the flowers were from him. Maybe he and Veronica were in on everything together. Maybe this was something billionaires did for kicks. Monica. He looked at me, his eyes softening with confusion as he searched my face. He took another step toward me, reaching out for me. I reached behind me for the lock and turned it. I quickly opened it and swiftly walked out before he could touch me again. "I'm taking a personal day," I called behind me as I quickly grabbed my purse and walked down the hallway toward the elevators. How my legs were working was beyond me. Chapter 40, Troy. I stared at the door that Monica had just walked out of and ran my hand through my hair in frustrated confusion. What the hell had just happened? When I had come up with a plan to win her back, this was not how I expected it to go. I had come up with the plan last night after I had finished her novel. I thought since there were some similarities between the relationship in the book and ours that it was kind of perfect. Both lost in the passion of being intimate while keeping it a secret from the world. It was like she wrote us into existence. Though the couple didn't end up together, I wanted Monica and I to have a different ending. So I memorized the speech that she wrote in the book, the one where he tries to win her back. I thought if I recited it to her, she would understand that I was sincere in trying to get to know her life, her work. I wanted to know everything. I also wanted to see if the style of seduction she wrote about would work on her. For a moment I thought it might. She was so close I could almost taste her, and her caramel eyes were fixed on mine as our breathing fell into sync. I had dreamed of that moment for weeks on end. But then the moment was over, and she was pushing me away, leaving like she couldn't get away from me fast enough. I sat down at my desk, a long sigh escaping me as I put my head in my hands. I went over the speech again, whispering it to myself. I wondered where I had gone wrong. She looked so upset. I couldn't bear the thought that I had caused her more tears and not knowing why was eating me alive. I had to talk to her. But first, I needed to talk to my sister. Maybe she could give me some insight into what I did wrong. This was her genius idea after all. I picked up my phone and dialed Erika's number. "Hello," she answered groggy, picking up on the third ring. "Are you asleep?" I asked in surprise, checking my watch. "It was nearly 10, it's my day off, it's Monday." "Yeah, well, the printers are down again. We're working from home," she yawned. "Can I come over?" I asked. "Only if you bring me coffee," I rolled my eyes. "Fine, vanilla latte, sprinkle of cinnamon." Yes, I know. I'll be there soon." I cleared my morning meetings myself since Monica had left. I didn't care what Kathy would say and snuck out before she could lecture me as if she was my boss. I stopped by the coffee shop on the way to Erika's apartment. On the 20-minute cab ride, I replayed the moment with Monica that had gone all wrong. I wanted to make sure I had it straight when I explained it to Erika. I hoped she would give me a woman's insight. Erika buzzed me in the 3-story brick building and I took the stairs as there was no elevator. Our places were vastly different. You would never guess she was the daughter of the Bryce Gunner, and she didn't really like to announce it. She was always set on carving her own path, probably just to piss off him and his misogynistic ways. I knocked on her door and listened to the slow shuffle of footsteps inside. She opened the door with a large comforter wrapped around her like an Eskimo, sleep still in her eyes. "Oh, you didn't have to dress up for me," I said sarcastically. She rolled her eyes and held out her hand. "Give me." I handed her the latte as she took a long sip. "Thanks," she said, nodding for me to follow her to the couch. "So, what's up?" she asked, tilting her head in the cocoon of the comforter. "Your plan failed?" I muttered. "Excuse me? I spent all weekend reading one of Monica's books. She's fantastic, by the way." "Duh," said Erika smugly. I memorized one of the speeches from the book, and when I recited it to her today, she ran out on me. Erika looked thoughtful. What book was it? Her most recent one. "Losing You," something like that. Erika began typing in her phone and her eyes scanned the screen. "Oh," she said. "What?" I sat up straighter. She began reading from the screen. "Losing You lost me. Worst book girl has ever written. Never should have read this book. Read this if you want to be depressed." I looked at Erika, confused. "These are the reviews of the book, Troy," said Erika seriously before her eyes went back to her phone screen. "And these are the nice ones." If you can believe it, I groaned as I slid my hands down my cheeks. I had chosen her worst reviewed book and recited it to her. I felt like a complete idiot. That book was probably the reason she didn't write anymore, and I had just rubbed her failure in her face. "You didn't know?" said Erika, putting her hand on my back. "Of all the books, that's the one I chose to read first." "Why did you start with that one?" You're kind of supposed to start with the first book by an author. I figured it was her most recent depiction of love. I wanted to get it right as the woman and author she is now. Makes sense, Erika mused. So now what? I have to go apologize. I have to make things right. I stood from the couch and straightened my charcoal gray jacket. I had worn this suit today because I knew it was Monica's favorite. She always used to compliment me whenever I wore it. Good luck, said Erika as she stood and pulled me in for a hug. I'm rooting for you too. I gave her a weak smile and headed out the door. On the cab ride to Monica's apartment, I began putting together another speech, not one I had memorized from a book, but my own. It was time to tell her what was in my heart. I just hoped it wasn't too late. As the cab pulled up to her building, I saw someone leaving her building. I quickly handed the cab driver a wad of cash and ran to catch the door. I climbed the stairs to her apartment and took a deep breath before knocking. I could hear quiet footsteps on the other side of the door, and then silence as if she was just on the other side. Monica, I said softly through the door. It's me. Please let me in. There was a pause and then I heard the locks of her door begin to click. I breathed a sigh of relief as her door opened and she stood before me. Before she could say anything, I blurted out. I'm so sorry, Monica, for the flowers or your speech, she asked, crossing her arms. Flowers? What flowers? I asked, confused. I had no idea what she was talking about or why anyone would apologize for flowers. She searched my face for a moment before chewing the inside of her cheek. She looked deep in thought before shaking her head. Never mind. I wanted to ask more about what she meant by the flowers, but I didn't want to lose my train of thought. I didn't want to fumble the words I had thought up on the drive. I had no idea about the book. I chose it because from all of the back covers I read, the story sounded most like us. And yes, I bought all your books. I plan to read them all because I think you're fucking brilliant, and I want to know you. All of you, Troy, she said softly, her glassy eyes on mine, a tear falling down her cheek. Please let me finish. I don't care about what anyone says about that book. It was damn good. I spent all weekend reading it. I saw us in every single page. I saw you strong and beautiful and sexy and smart. But I don't want the ending you gave them, clever as it was. I want our own ending. I want to be the man you dream of. The man who inspires you to write. She began to cry harder, and I stepped forward, pulling her into my arms and holding her against my chest. God, I had missed her. I breathed her in as we stood in silence, my arms wrapped around her in the doorway of her apartment. After a moment, she lifted her damp cheek from my chest and looked up at me. That was one hell of a speech, she whispered. I chuckled softly before leaning down to kiss her pillowy lips that I had been dreaming about. They were still salty from her tears. She put her hands around my neck and pulled me into her apartment. I kicked the door shut behind me as she led me to her couch. We fell onto it in a heap, and she let out a little squeal that made me laugh softly against her mouth. I hovered over her as she looked up at me, her beautiful eyes no longer sad. I tucked a piece of her dark hair behind her ear and took her in. I spent a moment memorizing her face. I would never take this for granted again. I could not lose her. What is it? She asked, reaching up and putting her hand on my cheek. Just you? She smiled before tucking her pouty bottom lip between her teeth. My eyes fell to her mouth. She knew what she was doing. I leaned down and grazed my teeth against her lip before gently tugging at it until it released. She let out a quiet whimper as my tongue ran across her parted lips, seeking an invitation. She obliged and I slipped inside her mouth, tasting her. She let out a quiet moan. I felt that moan run through me like warm liquid and stop between my legs, waking me up. She must have felt it because she pulled away and looked at me with such intensity that I wanted to rip her clothes off right there. She pulled me in for another kiss, her mouth and tongue moving with such passionate intensity, her hands in my hair, pulling at it in desperation. As I held myself above her with one hand, buried in the plush couch, the other moved down, tugging at the waistband of her skirt. She lifted her hips, helping me ease it off her, followed by her lace thong. Her hands reached for the clasp of my pants, our mouths never breaking apart. She quickly undid the zipper and pulled them down, my erection spilling out against her. We both wanted this now. There was no time for anything else. I reluctantly pulled away from her kiss so I could see her face as I slipped inside her. She bit her lip in anticipation as I reached down and positioned myself against her. Her eyes never left mine as I pushed into her, a gasp escaping her mouth. I felt her tight warmth surround me. I was in utter ecstasy as I throbbed inside her. Her hands clawed at my jacket that I hadn't bothered to take off as I pushed deeper into her until there was nowhere else to go. I let out a deep groan as I felt her pulse around me. We laid there for a few seconds, reveling in the feeling of each other. More, she whispered throatily, causing the hair on the back of my neck to rise. And I obliged, thrusting into her again and again, never wanting it to end. Chapter 41, Monica. As I lay in bed, my head on Troy's chest, listening to the rise and fall of his breath, I couldn't quite believe this was real. That he was here in my apartment after another bout of lovemaking. I glanced at the clock on my nightstand. It was almost 3 p.m. It looked like we were both taking a personal day. I lifted my head from his bare chest, inhaling his cologne and looking at him, propping myself up on my elbow. Troy opened his eyes sleepily and looked at mine before they grazed the edge of the sheet that was loosely wrapped around me. "What are you thinking about?" I whispered. He reached his hand over and grazed his fingertips across the thin material, making my nipples peak at his touch. My back arched at the sensation. "I'm thinking about how much I missed this." He pulled me closer to him so my breasts lay bare against his tan chest. "Haven't you had enough?" I giggled. "Never. It will never be enough," he said. I bit my lip on purpose, especially when you do that. He nipped at my lips and I let out a squeal before kissing him. When I pulled away, he was looking at me intently. "What is it?" I asked with a touch of nerves. He had never looked at me like that before. His brows furrowed as he reached up and cupped my face. "I'm falling in love with you." I sucked in a breath. It wasn't what I was expecting to hear, though I had admittedly hoped for those words to fall from his perfect mouth. "I have been for a while, maybe even since I first laid eyes on you at the bar. You were the most beautiful woman I had ever seen. I remember exactly what you were wearing. That green sweater dress that hugged you like a damn glove. I remember how your hair was pulled back to reveal your beautiful face. Every man in that room couldn't help but watch you as you walked past them. Not knowing you, I was irrationally jealous that they even had the chance to look at you. I didn't know what came over me, but I had to have you." His words landed like rose petals against my ears. I couldn't have written it any better if it were in one of my own books. "Are you sure you're not the writer?" I asked. "Because wow." He laughed softly as he pulled me in for another kiss. As I pulled away, I whispered, "I'm falling in love with you too, Troy. You said you wanted to be the man I dreamed of, like one for my books. But you already are all of that and more. My stories are never perfect. They're messy and chaotic, like life. But there's always love, and I love you." We stared at each other in a comfortable silence, soaking in each other's words before he rolled on top of me and made love to me again, this time softly and sweetly. The sun was beginning to set as we lay in a tangled heap in my bed. It was so strange to have him here in my apartment. He had never been here, aside from when he came to find me after the disastrous gala with Veronica. I liked having him here. I thought I would feel embarrassed, which was why I'd never invited him over in the past. A billionaire in Queens, what a juxtaposition. But he fit in my cozy apartment nicely. He fit in my life nicely. In me nicely. My stomach grumbled slightly. I realized we had skipped lunch and were now approaching dinner as the pink hues from the sunset flowed through my small apartment windows, casting colorful squares on the hardwood. Troy put his hand on my stomach. "Let's eat something," he said. "You wore me out." "Me?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "Don't worry, I like it, and I plan on more of it after dinner." I swallowed hard at the way his voice ran down my spine. Not only could I expect more of him ravaging me, but he was planning on staying. The thought made me smile. I gave him a quick kiss before rolling out of the bed. I could feel his eyes on me as I walked naked to my closet. I slid on a pair of sweats and a hoodie. "Only you could make sweats look sexy," he said, his head propped up on his elbow. "Down, boy." He laughed as he rolled out of bed and started to put his clothes on. It was my turn to watch. When he was dressed, we walked out into the kitchen. I slid open the drawer with all my takeout menus and pulled myself up on the kitchen counter. "What do you feel like?" I asked, displaying the menus like a hand of cards. He laughed and studied each one. "Thai?" he asked, plucking a menu from my hands. "Good choice." I dialed the number on the menu and placed an order for delivery for pad thai, coconut curry shrimp, lemon chicken, and steamed vegetables. When I hung up, Troy wrapped his arms around me. "And I'll have you for dessert," he said. I shook my head at him. You are relentless. I can't help it, he shrugged. I know the feeling. He lifted me off the counter and carried me to the couch. We had about 45 minutes until the food arrived. So we opened a bottle of wine and turned on the TV. I sat with his arm around me as we sipped on white wine and laughed at whatever stupid show was on. It was some reality dating show that his ex-wife would be the perfect villain on. I almost said so, but I didn't want to bring her up. As we laughed together on the couch, it felt like we had been dating for years. I was so comfortable with him and things felt like they did back in the Bahamas. The Bahamas was when I really saw Troy for who he was. So unserious and charming. Before then, I was lost in the passionate sex and sneaking around. And then after that, things went downhill. I miss this, I said, nuzzling into his shoulder. Me too, he said. There was a knock at the door. For once, I didn't feel my stomach leap to my throat, wondering who it was. I felt safe with Troy being here. I'll get it, he said, walking to the door. He paid the delivery guy and carried the bags over to the coffee table. I grabbed some plates from the kitchen and refilled our wine glasses. We served ourselves heaping portions and sat on the floor to eat. Between bites, Troy said, "This is fucking incredible." I laughed. It's no fancy Upper East Side restaurant, but it does the trick. He looked thoughtful for a second before swallowing his food. Trust me, it's not all it's cracked up to be, he said. What isn't? The Upper East Side, the penthouse, the job, the money. I waited for him to continue, hoping he would. I never realized how unhappy I was until I met you. And then I lost you. Troy looked solemn for a moment. I gave his hand a reassuring squeeze. It's like I had been living this life that I thought was it for me. It's the life that had always been set out for me. Not by me, but by my father. I never knew anything different. Never thought about doing anything else because my whole upbringing, he talked about how I would be a part of the family business. I did what I thought was expected of me, but I never took the time to look at what else was out there. By the time I was in my late 20s, I was already a billionaire. I figured that was the life anyone would want. It would seem ridiculous to want something else. Then I met you and you changed my life. You made me happy, truly happy. You were the highlight of a job that I realized I hate. You showed me colors I didn't know existed in this black and white world I'd found myself in. And when you left, I was a shell of myself. And I realized I was pretty damn miserable. I should never have pushed you away after the Bahamas. I should never have let my father come between us. I was just so scared of losing everything I'd ever known because he was threatening to take my company away if I messed up again. I wondered if it would be so bad though. I don't even know if I want the company. I'm still trying to figure it all out, but I know I want you. I reached up and put my hand to his face. His perfect face. He had finally opened up to me, and I didn't dare interrupt a thing he said, because I was beginning to understand who he was, why he acted the way he did sometimes. I'm sorry you've had to go through that, I said softly. I kind of get where you're coming from. Not to the extent of being a billionaire's son, but I get the pressure from parents. You do? He asked, surprised. Of course. You think it was my parents' dream for their daughters to become a raunchy writer? I put my fingers in air quotations. That's what they say? He asked. Yes, among other things. We avoid talking about it when I go home or else it just turns into an argument. But you're incredible. They should be proud of you. You have an entire shelf at Barnes & Noble. I shrugged. It's a big deal, Monica, he said, narrowing his gaze. That book you so sweetly recited this morning has made me second-guessing myself. Don't, he said sternly. Don't ever do that. You were born to write. I could see he was proud of me, and it made my heart swell. Well, I just might again, now that I have some inspiration. I leaned in and pecked him on the cheek. Were the reviews really that bad? He asked wearily. Yes, but there were other things. I'd just gotten out of a relationship with a guy I knew wasn't the one, but it still stung. And I had other things going on. Like what? He asked. I hesitated before talking again. I had a stalker for a while, a dedicated fan he called himself. He seemed harmless at first. The police hardly did anything about it. But then it got dangerous when he broke into my apartment. Oh my God. Troy's mouth dropped open. I wasn't home, I quickly reassured him. I was finally arrested, but he's out now. He's been out for a little while. Troy reached out and stroked my hair gently. I'm so sorry, he murmured. It's okay, I said. But that's why I asked you about the flowers earlier. There were dead flowers left on my desk with a cryptic note reading, "Your love life is dead." I shuddered just thinking about it. "Jesus, do you think it's him?" he asked worriedly. "I don't know. I'll increase security in the building. I'll hire someone to watch over you, like a cop or a private hire. Whatever you need, I want to protect you." I shook my head. I knew he was worried about me, but I didn't want to become paranoid again. I had spent too many months like that. Maybe the flowers were a mistake, a wrong delivery. I hadn't heard or seen anything from my stalker in almost 9 months. "I just want you to stay the night," I said. "I'm not going anywhere." He pulled me close and kissed me softly. "Besides, you still owe me that dessert." Chapter 42, Troy. The sun had just set and the sky was beginning to turn various shades of purple. The city lights were warm in contrast as they grew more vibrant against the darkening sky. I took a sip of wine and looked out over the view. Out the window where Monica and I had first been together. I placed my hand on the window and smiled, knowing she would be here soon, knowing how different things were now. Yesterday, while it had started out rocky, had turned everything around for us. We loved each other and realized we had for a while. All the other mess just seemed to fade away once those words were spoken. Once other words were spoken, we had finally talked. Really talked. Turned out she wasn't so different from me with her own pressures from her family and not feeling good enough. I just wished she could see what I saw. Pure talent and ambition. She was stronger than me for carving her own path, and I admired the hell out of her for it. In some ways, she reminded me of my sister, my best friend, which was probably why I liked her so much. Besides that, she was strong, much stronger than she should ever have to be for dealing with a stalker. I couldn't believe what she had been through when she told me about the guy. I made sure to ask more questions later, just in case he ever came around again. I wanted to be ready to protect her, and I promised her that. She tried to ease my worries, but I could see a little fear in her eyes. She was trying to be strong, always trying to be strong. It was not easy leaving Monica's place this morning. I was fully ready to take another personal day if it meant staying in bed with her all day, only coming up for air when it was absolutely necessary. But being the professional she was, she insisted we go back to work before anyone suspected anything. I knew I had to face the wrath of Kathy and probably my father for skipping work and calling off meetings. I knew I was in a position I didn't deserve to have and would probably soon lose it if I continued the way I had been. But I didn't think it would be such a loss. I just needed to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. I was almost 40 years old and the idea of starting over was ridiculous but exciting. Now that Monica was back in my life, I felt like anything was possible. I knew she would understand me wanting to step away from this world and she would be with me every step of the way. Today at work hadn't felt as torturous as I thought it might be on the drive from her place back to Manhattan. We worked alongside each other, and I didn't feel like I was going to spontaneously combust if I didn't touch her. I knew I would see her later. I knew we had time. In the past, there had always been this desperation between us, this secretive passion we had to diffuse when we were together. Now, it felt like we could just be. We had all the time in the world. Don't get me wrong, I still resisted the urge to kiss her a few times, and it was difficult for me to concentrate when I was imagining her naked, but I knew I had tonight with her. She was coming over for dinner and to stay the night. I told her to pack her overnight things, like a slumber party, she had whispered in the elevator with a small smirk. Exactly like a slumber party. I gave her a quick pat on the behind. A romantic sleepover with a home-cooked dinner by me. I had gone to the store after work for everything I needed. Pork chops, potatoes, salad, a bottle of vintage champagne. I wasn't much of a cook, but I wanted to make it special. I wanted it to feel like a proper date, which we had never been on. We had gone to plenty of dinners and lunches, but had to put on a show that it was for business in case anyone saw. They hadn't seen what went on under the table linens, but still, she deserved a proper date. I couldn't wait for the day I could take her out and show her off to the world. But for now, my penthouse or her place would have to do until we figured everything out. I dimmed the lights and turned on some light jazz music as I started prepping in the kitchen. I was following a recipe from the Food Network that had so many steps my head was spinning. The potatoes were in the oven and now I had to start on the pork chops. I had just seasoned them and placed them in the skillet when I heard the elevator doors ding. "You're early?" I called from the kitchen. I checked my watch. Monica wasn't supposed to be here for another hour. I wiped my hands on a dish towel and walked out into the living room where I saw Veronica by the corner bar, helping herself to a glass of bourbon. "What the hell are you doing here?" I asked sharply. She turned her head slightly, her strawberry blonde hair covering half of her face as she took a sip of the amber liquid. Her lips curved into a smirk that made me uneasy. "Nice to see you too, baby," she purred. "You need to leave." She ignored me as she went and sat in one of the large armchairs next to the couch, clutching the cream-colored trench coat she wore. "Smells good in here," she said. "Are you cooking?" "I'm not going to ask you again." I crossed my arms. "Oh, Troy," she said, gazing at me as she slowly spread her legs, revealing she was wearing nothing underneath. She put her bare feet on the coffee table in front of her, angling herself toward me. "God damn it, Veronica." I averted my gaze. "Why are you like this? You used to like this." She moved her hand between her legs, watching for a reaction. "Used to, but you can't take a hint." "Touch me," she whispered. "You know you want to." She dipped her fingers slowly inside herself and laid her head back against the back of the chair. I felt sick to my stomach. "I wouldn't touch you again if my life depended on it." I spat. I pulled my phone out from my pocket and dialed down to the front desk. "I need security up here, stat," I said urgently. "Are you fucking serious?" Veronica asked, snapping her legs shut and clutching her coat. "Maybe now you'll get it. I want nothing to do with you." A moment later, the elevator doors opened and 2 security guards came rushing in. "Get her out of here." I nodded to Veronica. They went and gently grabbed her arms, lifting her up from the armchair she sat in. "Get the hell off me," she screamed and began to fight. "Don't touch me." They tightened their grip and began dragging her toward the elevator doors. She yelled obscenities at them before yelling at me. "You're going to regret this. You are going to regret turning me down." Her voice was shrill and soon cut off by the elevator doors closing. I let out a deep breath through my lips as I plopped down on the couch and put my head in my hands. What a disaster. I couldn't believe she had shown up here like that. She was starting to become more desperate. I don't remember her ever being like this when we were together. She was not the woman I used to know. I suddenly smelled smoke coming from the kitchen. "Shit," I said, standing up suddenly and running toward the gray smoke that was now trickling into the living room. The pork chops were black on one side as I pulled the skillet from the burner, the handle of the pan burning my hand. I let out a cry of pain before throwing the pan in the sink and running water over the palm of my hand. Steam and smoke now filled the air. I could barely see. "Everything okay in here?" asked a voice. I looked up and squinted through the haze to see Monica standing in the doorway. I shut the water off and wrapped my hand in a towel. "Things are going just fine," I groaned, holding my hand and wincing slightly. "What happened to your hand?" she asked worriedly, gently unfolding it from the towel. "You hurt yourself? I'm fine, I'm fine." I waved her off. She placed her lips on my palm, and I gave her a weak smile. "You did all this for me? I wanted it to be special, but I'm not much of a cook, clearly." I looked around the mess in the kitchen. Potato peelings on the counter, sauce splattered on the white quartz countertop, the burnt pork chops in the sink. "Why don't I clean up? You go take care of that hand of yours." "But what about dinner? I'm going to order pizza." "Pizza?" I asked, defeated. Not because it didn't sound good, but because this night had gone much differently than I expected. "Yes, pizza," she nudged me. "I've been living in your world for months now. Maybe it's time you experience life from my perspective." "Okay, fair enough," I replied, leaning down and giving her a kiss on the lips. I turned to head to the bathroom to put some ointment on my hand. "There's potatoes in the oven," I called over my shoulder. "They're probably burnt." "I'm on it," she giggled. Only Monica could make this disaster of a night better. That's why I loved her. When I came back to the kitchen, she was just finishing wiping the counters. The smoke had dissipated and there was no sign of the disastrous food I had tried to cook. "Thanks," I said, wrapping my arms around her. "Of course," she said, tilting her head back in the crook of my neck. "I did get champagne," I said, pointing to the bottle on ice. "Well, let's have some." I popped the cork with my left hand and filled 2 glasses. I held my glass up, and she did the same. "To our first official date," I said. She smiled and clinked her glass to mine before taking a sip. She made a face before quickly trying to hide it. "What?" I asked. "Nothing?" She shook her head. I watched her curiously as I took a sip. I grimaced as the champagne ran down my throat. It tasted awful. It was flat and had a weird tang. "Gross," I said, looking at my glass and inspected it. It was supposed to be vintage. Maybe it's too vintage. She giggled and put her hand over her mouth. I couldn't help but this night couldn't get any worse. But somehow it was just right. Monica wrapped her arms around my neck and kissed me deeply. I so easily got lost in her. I had almost forgotten all about the fire in my kitchen, or Veronica showing up here and being hauled off by security. Monica pulled away and leaned her forehead against mine. I'll order beer with that pizza. It ended up being the best first date I had ever had. We moved to a giant coffee table in my living room and laid down a large blanket to set up our picnic pizza and beer. We ate off paper plates and drank straight from the can, watching movies and laughing our asses off. This beat any fancy dinner, an expensive bottle of champagne. Chapter 43, Monica. I was running up the stairs to my apartment, his footsteps not far behind. I kept trying to yell for help, but nothing came out. It was a wonder my legs were even working, let alone sprinting as fast as they could. When I reached my apartment door, I felt him closing in on me. I tried one last attempt at a scream, but only a croak escaped my throat. I opened the door to my apartment and flew through it, quickly slamming it behind me. I reached for the top lock, but nothing was there. I reached for the second lock, but again, nothing. There was no way of keeping him out. I could hear him just on the other side twisting the knob slowly. I backed away into my small apartment, having nowhere to go. The door slowly opened and I felt his hands on me shaking me. I fought hard, kicking and flailing my arms. I heard someone say my name. It was Troy's voice. Monica, baby, wake up. My eyes shot open and Troy hovered over me, a look of concern on his face. I looked at him and then around his penthouse. I wasn't in my apartment at all. No one was chasing me. It was a dream. I was safe. Take a deep breath, said Troy soothingly as he rubbed my back. It was just a nightmare. I did as he said, taking in a long breath through my nose and letting it out through my mouth. It felt so real, I said softly, shaking my head. You were screaming, he commented. I'm sorry. It's okay. Are you okay? I nodded. I was now that I knew I was safe with the man who loved me. I hadn't had a dream about my stalker in several months. I wondered why it would happen now after my night with Troy. It was probably because of the flowers, which I still had no explanation for. I knew my stalker was out on parole. Plus, I had a restraining order. It would be stupid for him to try and pull anything because he would go directly back behind bars. I'm fine, I said. What were you dreaming about? He asked, his eyes filled with worry. Being chased by him. Your stalker? I nodded solemnly. I used to have these dreams all the time, but not for a while now. I lowered my head. I'm sorry I woke you. Don't be sorry. Troy pulled me to him, and I laid my head on his bare chest. Just listening to the sound of his breathing put me at ease as I nuzzled closer to him. We were on his living room floor where we had our picnic last night. It had been the perfect first date. We ate greasy pizza and drank cheap beer, watching classic comedies in our pajamas. Now our pajamas were nowhere to be found. Probably lost in this pile of blankets we were under, we got through a movie and a half before our hands couldn't resist each other anymore. I could hardly resist him now. I propped myself up on my elbow and leaned in to kiss him. He gave me a sleepy smile. What time is it? I asked, looking out the window at the dark sky. He rolled over and checked the time on his phone. 5 a.m., I groaned. We had barely gone to bed 3 hours ago. Should we go back to bed? Or his fingers trailed around my nipple as his sleepy smile turned into a hungry one. Or what? I asked, feeling like I couldn't breathe as his fingers moved lightly against me, causing my skin to break out in goosebumps. He flicked my nipple lightly and I gasped as the pleasure-filled pain shot through me and straight down between my legs. He rolled on top of me and showed me exactly what he was thinking. I woke up again 2 hours later to the sound of my phone buzzing and the soft greeting of the sun streaming through the large windows, the same windows where I had first experienced what he felt like. I reached over and grabbed my phone, trying not to disturb Troy, who was still asleep. There was a text from Erica. My boss loved your sample piece. I want to publish it in the next issue. I was taken aback. That had just been a sample piece, a way of me dipping my toe back into writing. I didn't expect it to go anywhere. Me? Really? That's great. Wait, does that mean I'm hired? Erica, you are the new part-time freelancer. Congrats. Me? I should have asked, but this is a remote position. I still work for your brother, you know. Erica, yes, you can write anytime, anywhere. Just get your submissions in on time. Me? Thank you. I owe you. Erika, you gave my brother another chance. We're even. I smiled at my phone and then looked at Troy. His eyes were still closed and his lips were parted slightly. His bedhead fell across his forehead, but still somehow looked like it was out of place on purpose. I reached over and touched his cheek. Giving him another chance had been the best thing I ever did. His eyes fluttered open and he held my hand against his face. Good morning, beautiful. Good morning again. I laughed softly. He squinted his eyes at the incoming sun, the warmth kissing our bare skin. What time is it now? Time to get ready for work. I don't want to. Too bad, I laughed. He yawned and stretched his hands over his head, the blanket pulling dangerously just below his hips. I let my eyes wander to the lines that formed a V just above where my mouth had been last night. He caught my gaze. See anything you like? He asked with a sarcastic smirk. I pushed him playfully, as I reluctantly pulled myself from the warmth of the blankets and his body. I stood up. Where are you going? He asked, watching me. I have to get ready for work. My boss needs his morning coffee. I rolled my eyes dramatically. He sounds like a real piece of work. You have no idea. I started walking toward the bathroom to take a shower. Is that so? I heard him say, getting to his feet and coming after me. I let out a little squeal and started to run down the hallway, him not far behind. I would take this kind of pursuit over the one in my dream any day. After taking a longer shower than I had intended, I started to get dressed for work in the clothes I had brought with me. Troy stood leaning against the doorway of his bedroom in a towel wrapped around his waist. His hair was still damp as he watched me with those piercing green eyes. Will you stop that? I asked, shaking my head as I buttoned my blouse. What? He shrugged innocently, making me want to stay. I'm going to be late as is. I think your boss would let it slide. I would hate to think I was getting special treatment, I said, batting my eyelashes. He chuckled as he walked over, kissing me on the back of my neck. I closed my eyes and leaned into him. I could feel his erection against me, and it was practically impossible to ignore it. But I had to leave now. He helped me zip up my black pencil skirt and gave me a pat on the behind. I'll see you soon, he said before kissing my ear. I turned to face him. Can't wait, I replied softly. Down on the sidewalk, I hailed a cab, not being able to fight the smile on my face. The drive to the office wasn't far, and I had the driver stop at the coffee shop beforehand. I ordered Troy his new favorite hot drink, and ordered one for myself too. I asked for an extra shot of espresso in each. We had barely gotten enough sleep as it was, and then my nightmare woke us both up. I knew he would need the extra energy. Up in his office, I placed his drink on his desk, just like I had for the past several months. I couldn't believe how much time had passed and how much had happened. It felt like we were finally on the right track. My stomach was full of giddy nerves, knowing he would be arriving any second, as if I hadn't just left him. I was insatiable. Soon, I heard his voice down the hallway, and I felt warmth throughout my whole body as I waited for him to come into view. He sauntered toward my desk, wearing a charcoal gray suit and a crisp white button-down that revealed the peak of his tan chest. I could smell his shampoo mixed with his cologne from where I sat. But then again, it could be my own hair. I breathed it in and felt a sensation between my legs just as his eyes landed on mine. Good morning, Monica, he said with a nod, his hair falling across his face before he pushed it back with a smile that tugged at the side of his mouth. I swallowed hard. How the hell could he possibly be sexier than he was just over an hour ago? Good morning, I practically croaked, my throat the only thing dry in this moment. I crossed my legs tightly and pretended to be looking at my computer because if I kept looking at him, I wasn't sure I would be able to control myself. He gave me an amused expression before walking into his office. I couldn't go on like this much longer, pretending I wasn't completely infatuated with my boss. The man who loved me, he loved me and I loved him. I wanted to shout it out loud. I wanted to go in his office and make out with him right now. I wanted to show up to work together after a night of lovemaking. But I knew that was impossible. The situation with his father was hard enough as it was. I didn't want to complicate it anymore. We would have to keep our secret a little longer. My phone buzzed on my desk. I picked it up and saw a text from Troy. You look really pretty today. Me. You just saw me this morning, Troy. And somehow you look even better, me. You don't look so bad yourself, Troy T, Troy H, Troy A, Troy N. Troy K, Troy Y, Troy O, Troy U. My phone buzzed in my hand with each individual text. I looked up and gave him a confused look. He grinned at me before typing out another text. I'm hoping you put your phone between your legs. Me. Oh my God. He laughed loudly from his office. I shook my head at him and put my phone on my desk, my cheeks burning. Keeping this secret was going to be harder than I thought. It was time to find another job. It wasn't something I discussed yet with Troy, but I was sure he would understand that we couldn't go on like this. If I worked somewhere else, then there would be no reason we couldn't be together. As fun as sneaking around was, I didn't want to hide my love for him. I had secured that part-time writing job at Erica's paper, but it would never be enough to afford my apartment. It was doubtful it would pay for even a quarter of my monthly bills. I needed to find another job that was comparable in pay to this one. I opened a new Word document and began typing up a resume. It felt strange knowing if I was hired somewhere else. It meant I wouldn't be working here anymore. It felt like a goodbye and a new beginning all at once. Chapter 44, Troy. My father's boisterous presence was felt before he even stepped foot in my office. I wasn't expecting him to come by, but I never was. He liked to show up unannounced, like he was trying to find me doing something or catch me off guard. Kathy's forced laughs and clicks of her heels followed my father down the marble floors toward me. I looked at Monica, who was already looking at me somewhat wearily. I gave her a reassuring smile that it was probably nothing. She nodded and went back to typing on her computer, but I could tell her guard was up. Mine was too. A moment later, my father stepped into my office without a knock and with Kathy following in behind him. Just the sight of her annoyed me with her pinched face from too many injections in her pursed lips. I didn't know if she was just really committed to this job or if she had a thing for men twice her age. I was starting to suspect that something else was going on between them. And it pissed me off. My poor mother. I wondered if she knew. Hello, Dad. This is a surprise. I greeted standing from my desk and shaking his hand. Troy, my boy. He smiled. He was in a surprisingly good mood. To what do I owe the pleasure? I asked, partly about his visit and partly about his mood. I'm geared up for tomorrow's trip, of course. Aren't you? I racked my brain trying to figure out what he was talking about without him knowing I was clueless. When I checked my calendar this morning, I saw nothing about a trip, especially one for tomorrow. It was February, which was when we usually went on our company retreat, but I had heard nothing about it. I thought maybe he wasn't doing it this year. I had hoped he wasn't. The company retreat, of course. My heart sank. The one we do every year, said my father, his smile faltering slightly with annoyance. Why the hell wasn't it on my calendar? This was something that was planned months in advance. There could only be one reason, and she was standing next to my father, expressionless. I asked Kathy to put it in your calendar. My father looked at Kathy. I did? She nodded assuredly. I rounded my desk and looked at my calendar. Sure enough, there was a 5-day block starting tomorrow that wasn't there this morning. She must have added it within the hour. But why didn't she tell me? And why did she wait until the last minute? I almost chewed her out for it, but I knew it would be pointless. My father would side with her and blame me for not being responsible enough. I plastered on a tight-lipped smile and nodded at the glare of my computer screen and the new blue block of my calendar. Ah yes, of course, it's right here, I said, tapping the screen. I trust you got the itinerary, my father asked. I was sure it was fresh in my inbox, courtesy of Kathy. I swore she pulled things like this just to get under my skin and make me look bad in front of my father. But I wasn't about to give her the satisfaction of seeing me sweat with that slight sneer on her face. Yes, of course, good. So, Atlantic City, 5 days of meetings and a little debauchery. His voice lowered on the last words of his sentence before he chuckled. Atlantic City. We had never taken the company there or had such a long retreat before. Our company retreats were really just days of endless conferences followed by nights out at the best restaurants and high-class strip clubs. I was sure that sounded like a good time to some, and it used to be for me, but now I was dreading it. Remember, started my father. No guests, no women in your rooms. I know, Dad. Good, he nodded. Meet me at the airport at noon tomorrow. It's all on the itinerary, I finished his sentence. I know. See you then. He and Kathy strode out of my office without greeting Monica, who was sitting just a few feet away. He could be such a pompous ass. I suddenly felt embarrassed by his rudeness. He was probably still licking his wounds from when they talked at the conference. He wasn't used to a woman speaking her mind, especially when it came to the defense of his son. Once I was sure he and his sidekick were gone, I called Monica into my office. She stood from her desk and walked over, looking delicious as ever in the same black pencil skirt I had helped her into this morning and a white button-down. Her hair was wrapped up into a bun held by a pencil, probably still damp from our shower this morning. I drank her in like a warm cup of coffee. "You needed me?" she asked. "Always," I answered. She shook her head and bit back a smile. I tried to ignore the sensation in my groin as she sat down across from me. "Sorry about my father," I said, rolling my eyes. "Oh, it's okay." She shrugged. "He can be such an ass." "What did he want?" "To remind me of tomorrow's company retreat in Atlantic City." "Oh, I didn't even see it on your calendar." "Neither did I until just now. Kathy must have conveniently forgotten to mention it to me." "She does that, doesn't she?" Monica rolled her eyes. I laughed. "How long will you be gone for?" she asked. 5 days. I could see her smile falter a little. "Oh, wow," she said, looking down at her feet. I could tell she wasn't happy about it either. I realized we hadn't been apart that long in months. Even when we weren't together, we still saw each other at work. I was starting to dread getting on that plane tomorrow. "You going to miss me?" I asked with a sly smile. She looked up and saw my face, shaking her head. "You're insufferable." She laughed. "Admit it," she sighed. "Yes, of course I am. Then come over tonight. We can have a proper goodbye." "What did you have in mind?" she asked. Her eyes narrowed, leaning into where I could see the white lace of her bra just under the buttons of her shirt. "Keep looking at me like that and I might give you a preview right now." The door was open to my office. Talking like this was dangerous ground, but I couldn't help it. I was hungry for her, practically insatiable. I didn't know how I was going to make it 5 days without her. "Down, boy," she said, standing from her chair. "I'll be there." She walked out of my office, taking her time as her hips slowly swished in that skirt that hugged her ass. She knew exactly what she was doing. I sat back in my seat and enjoyed the view. After work, I headed home to pack for the retreat. Monica planned to come over for dinner later, one that I was not cooking. As I entered my building, I made sure to confirm with security that Veronica was banned from the premises. They assured me she was, and I felt better as I rode up the elevator to my place. I didn't want any more unexpected surprises tonight or ever. I knew I still had to talk to my mother about my boundaries, and how I didn't want Veronica in our lives anymore. I also knew I had to talk with my father eventually. The more time I spent running the hedge fund, even with Monica by my side, I realized how little interest I had in my job. I had little interest in anything my father ran, and I was tired of being micromanaged, knowing I would never live up to his expectations no matter the effort I put in, which was probably why I hadn't put much effort in during recent months. I wanted to find something that I was interested in, passionate about. Monica helped me see that. Even though she had lost her way in writing, I knew she loved it, missed it. I knew she would find her way back to it, especially now with Erika getting her a gig at the newspaper. I wanted to feel that same passion for my work, my own work. I didn't want to be in my father's shadow anymore. It was going to piss him off. I knew that more than it had when my sister chose to go her own way. My father always figured I, being his only son, would take over the company. It was never in the cards for my sister, so her choosing to be a journalist and not a corporate employee only ticked him off slightly. But me, it would be his demise. Probably mine too. It didn't take long to pack. All I needed were a few suits and a few pairs of Oxfords. I wished I were packing for the Bahamas again. I fully intended on taking Monica back there, without my sister, of course. I wanted to take her a lot of places. I felt like we had all the time in the world, or we would soon. It came down to who was leaving first, me or her. I knew she had sent her resume to a few other executives in Manhattan. Some had even already called me to follow up. I hated the idea of her leaving, especially working for another man who would probably ogle over her. But I knew we couldn't carry on the way we had been. I didn't want to. I was tired of hiding, and it was getting more difficult to turn off my feelings in front of the others in the office, especially Kathy. After I packed, I took a quick shower and changed into some black sweats and a crew neck. I liked being like this with Monica. Comfortable and simply me, not the man in designer custom-made suits. When she showed up an hour later in her own pair of sweats, I smiled and pulled her in to give her a kiss. She looked beautiful with her bare face and hair pulled into a messy bun high on her head. "Looks like we were on the same wavelength," she said as she looked me up and down. "I like it." I grabbed her hand and twirled her around so I could take her in. Perfect, just perfect, in suits, in sweats, in nothing. She looked up at me for a moment, her brown eyes dark with something I couldn't quite read. She wrapped her arms around my waist and pulled me close to her. The warmth of her body eased all of my thoughts and to-dos with my family. It was just me and her. This could very well be all I needed. "I'm going to miss you," she whispered. It had been longing in her eyes. "I'm going to miss you too." I kissed the top of her head. We stayed like that for a moment before I bent down and scooped her up by the back of her knees. She let out a little scream as I tossed her over my shoulder. "Troy, what are you doing?" She laughed as she gently swatted at my back, making up for lost time now. I carried her down the hallway to my bedroom. We made up for all 5 days for the next several hours. It was so late by the time we finished that we were ravenous, and our only option for food was pizza from the same spot as last night. I wasn't complaining. The pizza tasted even better in bed. Chapter 45, Monica. "Do you have to go?" I asked. Troy slid on a pair of dark jeans, balancing on one foot in the doorway of his closet that was bigger than my entire apartment. I was still in his cloud of a bed, watching him as he tugged an olive green sweater over his head. He shook his hair and gave me that closed-lipped smile that only tugged at one side of his perfect mouth. The smile that meant he was up to no good. He walked over to the bed where I lay naked and rolled me onto my back. He hovered over me, his eyes straying slowly up my body that was hidden underneath his silky sheets. They were somehow a deeper green than last night. That sweater did wonders for them. "You could try to tempt me to stay," he suggested, his voice. The vibrations of it ran up my spine, causing me to instinctively arch my back. We had spent all night winding each other up until we both succumbed to intense pleasure that left us both breathless, our throats dry, our bodies left with impressions from fingertips and teeth. When I woke up this morning, I could hardly move. But now I was ready for more, achingly so. The sheet slipped down ever so slightly, revealing the soft pink color of my nipples, where Troy's eyes snapped too. He leaned down and used his teeth to pull the sheet down further. His breath against my chest made my eyes flutter closed. I felt the warmth of his tongue surround one nipple and then the other. I let out a little moan, my throat tight. "I could risk being late," he said as his teeth grazed against me. I said on a breath as he peeled the sheets further down, his mouth following. His tongue trailed down the center of my abdomen, and I had to open my eyes to watch him. His face hovered just above me, and he gave me that grin again, just before his strong hands gripped my thighs and pushed them apart. I let out a gasp. The first touch of his tongue against me had me gripping the sheets on either side of me. He let out an audible moan of pleasure as he tasted of me, sending the vibration straight to my core. I spasmed slightly and his hands gripped my hips, pinning them down to the bed as he continued moving his tongue in long, slow strokes. I whimpered in desperation, desperate for more. When his tongue slipped inside me, I cried out and squirmed, but he held me down, letting me know he wasn't finished. His thumbs circled my spot, matching the rhythm of his kisses. I was powerless at his touch, his mouth. I pulled the sheets so hard they threatened to unhook from the corners of the bed. My toes curled when I let out a silent scream as I released against his hungry mouth. I lay there trembling, unable to move. As he slowly released his grip on me and climbed up the bed toward me, he licked his lips as if savoring the taste of me, and I almost went over the edge again, just at the sight of it. He hovered over me. "That was worth the risk," he whispered into my neck. I shuddered like an aftershock hit me. He pulled the covers over me, tucking me in gently. Stay, he said. "What?" I asked, confused. "What about work? It's practically noon anyway. Kathy probably thinks you're running errands for me before I leave. Go in late or not at all, I don't care. I just like seeing you here in my bed." He gave me a kiss on the lips before pushing off the bed. He checked the time on his watch. "How much trouble are you in?" I asked. "Oh, I just held up 2 jets full of corporate douches from leaving by a few minutes," he said with a smirk. "They'll survive." I shook my head at him, and he leaned down to give me another kiss. Like I said, worth it. He turned and walked out of the room, grabbing his suitcase on the way out. When I heard the elevator doors close, I lay back in the bed and let out a dreamy sigh. I fell asleep to the smell of him. Kathy wouldn't miss me. The next day dragged on slowly, like a slow drip of a faucet. This morning, on my way to work, I had to remind myself not to stop by the coffee shop, or at least not order an iced Americano. Sitting across from Troy's empty office was depressing. I didn't really even need to be in the office, but it gave me something to do, somewhere to go. Troy hadn't left anything for me to do, so I spent my morning writing for Erica's newspaper. Her editor was upping the number of pieces along with their word counts. She said my first article, the sample piece, had sold more papers than they had in years. I wondered if my loyal fan base of readers had caught wind of me writing again, even if it wasn't in the form of books. It gave me the confidence that I had been lacking over the last year. I was even toying with the idea of writing a new book, much to my agent's excitement. She had only been hounding me every week about what my next move was. I felt like I had enough material to write a whole new series thanks to Troy. Probably the steamiest series yet. I thought about the little feast he had yesterday before he left and blushed. The words already coming together in my head, the warm sensation between my legs. He was miles away, and I was still turned on by him. I picked up my phone and decided to text him. Missing you, Troy. Miss you too. Me? What do you miss? 3 dots bounced on the screen as I anxiously waited for his reply. Troy, the way you taste and tremble around my mouth. I squeezed my legs together tightly. The 3 dots bounced again. Troy, the way you pulse around my cock when it's buried deep inside you. I looked around the office as my face began to burn. I was playing a dangerous game. Troy, the way your lips fit around me, taking me all in. I felt like I was going to disintegrate right there at my desk. Me? You're making me wet. Troy, show me. I read his words again. So demanding. An idea came to mind. I quickly stood from my desk and walked into his open office door, closing it behind me. The shades were already pulled. I rounded his desk and shimmied out of my skirt quickly. I sat in his office chair, spreading my legs to reveal the damp white lace panties. I took a photo and hit send before I could change my mind. 3 dots. I waited impatiently. Troy, fuck. Troy, fuck. Troy, I'm coming home. Troy, I'm rock hard under this table. Troy, why would you do this to me? I laughed, satisfied with his response. Me, you asked for it. Troy, you're in trouble when I get home. Me, can't wait. Troy, you're a bad girl. Me, XOXO. I quickly picked up my skirt and shimmied it back on. The last thing I needed was Kathy coming around asking questions. I went back to my desk and opened a new Word document on my computer. I was suddenly inspired. I started typing and soon had enough for 2 chapters of a book. For lunch, I had plans with Erica. I was happy to have another friend in the city now and one who enjoyed writing like I did. It was just a bonus that she was Troy's sister. I'm glad we got along so well. I met her at another trendy restaurant she had found. She always knew the best places because she was good friends with the food critic at her paper, and he was always trying new places that opened. This one was Asian fusion to go. We took our takeout cartons to a nearby park and enjoyed the sunshine New York had desperately been lacking. Spring was just around the corner. I couldn't wait. It felt like a new beginning. Everything did with Troy, friendships, work, the city. So asked Erica in a sing-song voice as she took a bite of noodles. What? I asked, raising an eyebrow, even though I knew what she was getting to. How are things going with my idiot brother? Well, he's not an idiot anymore. I laughed. Thank God for that. I was going to disown him if he messed things up with you. I smiled as I popped a mini egg roll in my mouth. But things are good between you. She nudged me. Good. Very good, I replied, thinking about our text from earlier. My face burned. That good, she said, looking at the rosy color of my cheeks. Stop, I giggled. He's your brother. Yeah, I know, gross. You asked. She stuck out her tongue before leaning back against the park bench, letting the sun fall across her tan face. She looked like her brother. I didn't really see it until now, tan and green-eyed. I'm just so happy for him, she said, as if speaking to the sky. He needed you, you know. She turned and faced me. I wasn't happy. I could tell. He could lie to me all he wanted and tell me that this was the life he wanted. But I knew he was never meant to be the playboy, Richie Rich type. Troy was always just Troy growing up. Kind to everyone, funny, smart. Then our dad had to go and fuck him all up. I hate him for it sometimes. My heart broke at her words. You're his silver lining, though. He wouldn't have met you without his fancy job. I just hope he doesn't stay forever. He deserves more. He deserves to stand on his own 2 feet. He does, I said softly. Okay. She clapped suddenly. Enough seriousness. Tell me about your next submission. I smiled at her as I told her about my short story about a girl from a small town coming to the big city, but with a spin no one sees coming. It felt good to be excited about something, confident in my words. When I got back to the office, there were 3 new emails in my inbox waiting for me. The first one was from a tech executive asking for an interview. The second was from a financial lawyer asking the same thing. The third was from an advertising exec. Again the same. I had sent resumes out just a few days ago, hoping someone would bite. It seemed as if they all had. One email even wrote, a personal assistant who lasted more than a few months with Troy Gunner. I'm in awe and utter curiosity. You have my attention. His reputation clearly preceded him, and while I didn't exactly like it, I accepted it. We all had pasts, some messier than others. He's a lot more messy than mine, but I loved him just the same. Everything had led us to each other, even his psycho ex-wife. My excitement by the emails was short-lived as I looked over at his empty office, imagining him sitting there with that smile of his as he looked at me. Taking a new job meant not being here with him. I somehow missed him already, and I hadn't even interviewed yet. He had only been gone for his retreat for a day, and I felt like a piece of me was missing. But I had to push those feelings aside, knowing that the outcome of us not working together meant being together, really being together. Chapter 46, Troy. As the limo made its way down the brightly lit streets of Atlantic City, I stared out the window at the neon signs and the casinos that lined the crowded street. Around me, the music was loud and the men were rowdy as we made our way to a high-end strip club. I had zero desire to go, but I knew my father would ask questions if I didn't, when I was normally up front and center with $100 bills. It was better to go along with it and just post up by the bar away from the drooling men with too much whiskey on their breath. I felt like I was suffocating in this car. Even though it was practically the length of a bus, I could barely look at my father without feeling physically ill. He sat at the very end of the car, right in the center, just how he liked it, with a cigar in hand. I hated how smug he looked, knowing how he had acted at the restaurant we had just left when he had his wife at home, my mother. At first, it had seemed innocent. We had a private room with our own dedicated servers. I wondered if he paid extra to have these particular 2 women wait on us. Both had platinum blonde hair and the overly tan of skin that came from tanning beds. They wore skin-tight black mini dresses, and my father's hands found their way up both by the end of the night. I had to turn away, try to drown out their giggles as they perched on his lap. The guy was well over half their age, but they didn't see it like that. They saw the money, the cash tip they would get by the end of dinner. The rest of the men in the group cheered him on like the pigs they were. Jeremy especially, which made me want to deck him in the face, because out of anyone, he was closest to the family. My mother adored him, but then again, she didn't have the best judge of character. I could see that now with my father. I looked over at him through the cloud of smoke of cigars, my eyes watering due to the gray haze. He showed no remorse as the other guys now patted him on the back. My blood boiled. I was such a hypocrite. He was always on my ass about my on and off relationships, or my past flings with whatever new Victoria's Secret model, saying it would tarnish my reputation. But what about his? Surely his wandering eye and hand were worse when he had a wife at home. He was completely shameless. It was as if he was trying to get all the attention off of him and casting all of his own faults onto me. I sighed frustratedly and pulled out my phone from my jacket pocket. I texted Monica, the only thing keeping me sane on this trip, and it had only been 2 days. Get me home. Monica that bad? Me? Worse. Monica, I am sorry babe. Me? What are you doing, Monica? Writing smiley face. Me? I'm proud of you. I'll let you get back to it. Just wanted to say I miss you, Monica. Miss you too. I smiled and slid my phone back in my pocket just as the limo pulled up outside of the club. As the car stopped, my father cleared his throat, demanding the attention that he loved so much. All right, boys, he said, his voice booming. We're here for one thing and one thing only. Everyone looked at him as if they were hanging on his every word. I could tell the whiskey had gotten to him because his cheeks were rosy against the gray hair of his beard. Tits and ass, he said. His voice narrowed and his smile big. The men hollered and pumped their fists in the air, making the limo rock back and forth. I rolled my eyes and took a sip of bourbon from my glass. Each of you has $5,000 to spend tonight. He snapped his fingers at Jeremy, who pulled out several envelopes, all filled with cash. Think of it as a gift for all your hard work." The men cheered as they greedily took their envelopes of cash, tucking them away in their pockets. When I went to get mine, with no intention of spending it on lap dances, my father gave me a wink. "Tax write-off, eh?" I laughed half-heartedly and tucked the envelope in my pocket. "Let's go," my father yelled as he climbed out of the car, the rest of the men clambering out after him. I stayed behind as we entered the dark club. The only lights coming from the bar and stage showcasing the two things they wanted to sell: booze and women. Everything was luxe, from the glossy black stage to the chandelier-lit bar, with handcrafted cocktails being served in smoking case domes. That was where I would be. I watched as the men rushed to the private booths my father had reserved, taking a seat with their greedy eyes on the women dancing before them, while I hung back and found a seat at the bar. "What can I get you, handsome?" asked the raven-haired bartender with black inky swirls up her thin arms. "Surprise me, as long as it has bourbon in it." She nodded and got to work, pulling all sorts of mixtures from the shelf above her. A moment later, my drink was served in a glass dome filled with white smoke. I lifted it up, and the smell of cherry wafted toward me as my drink came into view. Served in an intricate tumbler with a block of ice and the club's branding etched on it. "Fancy," I said, taking the drink. "Why aren't you out there with the rest of them?" she asked curiously as she looked at the group I had come in with. "Not my thing," I muttered. "At least not anymore." "Ah, you've got a girl at home," she smiled. I couldn't help but smile back. "She's lucky," she said. "The money is good here, but the men are disgusting." I chuckled and took a sip of my drink. My eyes widened. It was the best drink I had ever had, the perfect blend of bourbon, smoke, and sweetness from the cherry. "Holy shit," I said, looking at my glass. "This is fantastic. Thank you." "What the hell are you doing here?" I looked around the club. Like I said, the money is good. I'm hoping to save up and open my own place. "You should," I said, making a mental note to leave a generous tip. She was just another example of someone trying to make something of their own, something they loved. I admired her for it, even though she had to rough it here with ogling men asking her when she was going to get up on stage. I felt like lately everyone and everything was pointing me in the direction of leaving my job, my father's shadow. I just didn't know when I was going to bite the bullet. It was a big decision, and truthfully, I was scared to leave the only thing I had ever known, the one thing I had ever worked toward growing up, because I thought it was my only path. I knew now that it wasn't. I turned my back to the bar and watched as my father held his hand out and helped the redhead off the stage. She smiled at him seductively as he tucked $100 bill in her G-string before sitting back against the booth and watching her dance. Her body rolled in waves, rubbing against him. It made me sick just watching. I sucked down the rest of my drink and ordered another. When I turned back round, the redhead was leading my father to a room to the side of the stage. She pulled back the curtains and they disappeared behind them. I turned to the bartender. "What's that room?" I nodded toward it casually, even though my stomach was in knots. "Oh, that's for more private lap dances," she said with air quotations. I didn't have to ask any more questions to know that my father was about to cross 1,000 lines. I felt my blood boil. I should have stopped him. I almost did, but it probably wasn't the first time he had done this, and it most likely wouldn't be the last. My poor mother. I couldn't stay there any longer. I ended up leaving the envelope of cash on the counter when the bartender was busy making drinks. I hoped it would help her get out of there sooner. Outside the club, I hailed a cab and went back to the hotel to go to bed. I wanted to call Monica and vent, but I didn't want to unload everything on her this late at night. I went to bed dreaming of her. At the meeting the next morning, everyone was hungover with red, blotchy eyes and 5 shadows. I was the only one who didn't look worse for the wear. I avoided any eye contact with my father. Knowing what he had done last night, I had to resist the urge to punch him in the face. "Where did you disappear to last night?" he grumbled as he took a seat next to me. "I was shot. I went back to the hotel." "Pussy," whispered Jeremy. I threw him a look that shut him up quickly. My father chuckled, clearly siding with Jeremy's views on my partying skills. "Did you have fun?" I asked, glaring at my father. "I did, in fact. Great club. You missed out?" "I doubt that," I muttered. "Is there a problem, Troy?" he asked. "No, no problem." I rolled my eyes. "Then let's start the meeting." He pounded the table with the palms of his hands to garner the attention of the rest of the group. The meeting dragged on slowly as my father talked about the future of his company and the projections to work for now that we had entered the new year. I was about as interested in it as I was in high school chemistry, which I had nearly failed until my father donated a new gymnasium to the school. I hated him for that now, always using his money and power to get away with things. When the meeting broke for a 15-minute break, my father kept me behind. "You've hardly said a word. What is up with you?" he asked, leaning back in his chair and studying me. "Nothing," I shrugged. "If you have nothing to contribute, then why are you here?" "Because it's required of me." "Oh, I'm sorry you had to be dragged out here on a private jet," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "To what? Pretend these meetings mean anything when we're just here to get drunk and prowl on women like pigs." "Oh, wow. Look at you all high and mighty now." I stayed quiet. "No, please tell me how you've changed." My father sneered. "This is rich coming from the guy who fucked all of his assistants." "I don't need this," I said, standing up from the table. "I don't need any of this. What does that mean?" My father raised a brow. "I'm leaving." I started walking toward the door. "Troy, get your ass back here," my father bellowed, but I ignored him as I pushed open the door and walked past the others who were pretending they hadn't heard anything. Except for Jeremy, who had a smile on his face. To hell with him. To hell with my father. I was taking the next flight home to New York, and I didn't need a private jet to do it. Chapter 47, Monica. "Monica," said Connor, smiling at me from behind the counter in the coffee shop. "Hey, Connor," I said, returning the smile. "I haven't seen you all week. I was worried you and Mr. Gunner found a new coffee shop or something." "Never." I shook my head and looked up at the menu, even though I already knew what I was going to order. "He's away on business." "Ah, of course, business never sleeps for that guy." He nodded in quiet admiration. I smiled to myself, wondering if it was really business keeping him up at night or me. I willed myself not to blush as I thought about our last night and morning together. "What can I get you?" he asked, looking at me with a smile of curiosity. "I'll take my usual, please." "Ah, the Connor special. I got you hooked. You certainly did. I never thought I would see the day when Troy would drink anything besides his iced Americano." "I aim to please," he said, turning his back and getting started on the espresso machine. I slid a 20 across the counter and walked to the other end of the coffee shop. It was crowded as usual with this mixture of businessmen and moms donning their leggings for morning Pilates. I'd been coming here for months now and had become one of the regulars. I remembered the first time I had come here with Troy's ridiculously precise order, one that I had memorized now. I had wondered what I had gotten myself into that morning, not knowing it would lead to all the good it had. Connor called my name from the counter and slid the white insulated cup toward me. I thanked him and headed out the door into the morning air. It was still crisp, but there was less of a bite to it. Spring was just weeks away, and I breathed in the last of the winter as I walked toward the office. Upstairs, I sat at my desk and opened my emails. There was nothing new. I refreshed the page, but it remained the same. I sighed and leaned back in my chair. Already I was bored, even though I had just gotten there. I looked around the office. Everyone was busy click-clacking away on the computers in their cubicles or answering phones. I realized the only thing that made this job interesting was my boss. Troy had reminded me I didn't need to come in if he wasn't here, but it felt strange not to come into the office on a weekday. Plus, being here made me feel like I was close to him in some way. Thankfully, Kathy hardly came around when she didn't have Troy to babysit or keep a watchful eye on us. I knew she was suspicious of us. I didn't know if it was because of his reputation or if it was because we were really bad actors. The thought made me smile. I loved the flustered looks that Troy would send my way when she would come sniffing around, or the looks that knocked me off my feet when no one else was looking. I missed those looks. I missed him. As I sat at my desk, I wondered if being a personal assistant to someone other than Troy would be what I actually wanted. A big part of the reason why I didn't want to leave the job was because it would mean less time with him. I had grown so used to being with him every day and hated the thought of not being around him as much. I also knew if I went anywhere else, I would be back to retrieving someone's coffee and dry cleaning. Here, Troy let me speak up in meetings and give input. Most CEOs would never permit that. Their egos were too big, but Troy welcomed it and it made me feel valued. My thoughts were valued. My internal debate was why I hadn't accepted an interview yet for another personal assistant job. I figured when Troy got back, we could sit down and talk about it. I could get his feelings on my potential new bosses. He would know the reputations and characters better than anyone. I knew deep down he didn't want me taking another job as a personal assistant. But we both knew I had to if we were ever going to be together. It was better for me to leave than him in this situation. Even though he had his own life to figure out, I had way less to lose if I stepped away. He could possibly lose everything. He kept encouraging me to write more. It was pretty cute, actually. The nights I would stay over, which was almost every night, I would spot one of my novels on his nightstand. He had actually bought out the entire shelf at the bookstore. My face turned a rosy shade of pink, knowing he was reading my words on the page, especially the more explicit scenes. With his encouragement and time passing, I felt like I was getting closer to my old self again. Because of Erica, I had proven to myself and the newspaper that I could still write. While they weren't my usual romance pieces, the many mysteries I wrote each week were bringing a new audience to the paper. It was like a breath of fresh air to try my hand at a different genre, and to be accepted so enthusiastically in the field of journalism. My book fan base had caught wind that I was writing for the newspaper now, and to my surprise, their reviews were positive. My confidence was building again. There was no denying that I was a writer. It was in my bones. I knew I had to get back to it someday. It might be sooner than later. When I wasn't writing mysteries, I was still trying my hand at a few chapters for a new book. The words came easy with Troy as my inspiration. My last book was inspired by heartbreak, and this book was inspired by new love. It was sweet, mixed with dramatics and passion, much like our relationship and how it started. I didn't want to get my agent's hopes up just yet. But she knew I was working on something. I told her I just needed to write without the pressure of deadlines or book titles or cover choices. I wasn't sure I wanted it to go anywhere, but I had so much inspiration from my own life that I had to get it out on my keyboard. Troy was to thank for that. I looked toward his office and my mouth pulled into a small pout. I missed the hell out of him. He had only been gone a few days and still had a few more days left of his retreat. From what I had heard from him early this morning, it wasn't going well. He didn't go into details and I didn't want to pry. I knew he would tell me when he got back. Whatever was going on between him and his father wasn't good. I was just happy he wasn't shutting me out. We were past that. We opened up to one another, the good and the bad. That was what love was, and I couldn't believe I had it with him. I could still hear the words falling off his tongue like a whispered melody I couldn't get out of my head. I smiled as they floated through my mind. Suddenly feeling inspired, I was just about to open the latest chapter of the novel I was working on when I heard the quick pace of heels on the marble floors coming down the hallway. I braced myself for Kathy and whatever urgent matter she deemed necessary to dump on my desk, although I would be happy for something to do to make the time go by faster. I looked up and saw it wasn't Kathy, but Veronica. "Oh, thank God," she said dramatically, putting her hand to her heart when she saw me. I sucked in a breath. Her hair was disheveled in a way I never thought the amount of hairspray she used would allow, and her eyes were bloodshot. Her black trench coat hung off her shoulders, revealing her protruding collarbones. She looked worse than I had ever seen her. I almost felt bad for her until I remembered everything she had done to me to Troy. "What do you want?" I asked coolly, leaning back in my chair. "Oh, Monica, it's just awful," she sobbed. "What are you talking about? Haven't you heard?" "What?" My voice was losing its edge due to curiosity. "Troy has been in an accident," she cried out the last word. My stomach sunk to the bottom floor of the building and landed with a thud onto the lobby floor. "What are you talking about?" I asked, my eyes searching hers for any answers. It had been a few hours since I had heard from him, but I figured it was because he was in conferences or meetings or dealing with his father. The last thing he had texted me was to have a good day and that he loved me. I wondered if that would be the last thing I would ever hear from him. The thought made me sick. "You need to come with me," said Veronica insistently, placing her palms on my desk as her eyes bored into mine. I could see the tears threatening to fall. Instinctively, I grabbed my purse from the floor and gripped the desk, pulling myself unsteadily to my feet. Veronica nodded impatiently as she looked down the hall. Her hands were shaking as she pushed the tangled strands of her hair from her face. I was about to reach for her, try to calm her down, even though I was anything but calm. But then a thought struck me. "How did you know he's been in an accident?" I asked, my brow raising. She whipped her head toward me. The emotion I saw just moments ago was replaced by a flash of annoyance that caught me off guard. "I'm still his emergency contact," she snapped before bursting into tears. I nodded. Right. Maybe Troy had forgotten to change that after they had divorced. It seemed strange given they had divorced years ago. I would have thought he would have put Erika at the top of his list, but right now I didn't have time to question it. No matter how I felt about Veronica, I knew I had to push my feelings aside if I were going to get to Troy. "You have to come with me," she pleaded, reaching out for me. "The accident? It's bad. Really bad." "What? What happened? Is he okay?" "Just come," she said, her voice shrill. Without any My head was flooded with thoughts of crunching metal of cars and smoke from the private jet blackening the New York skyline. My vision was going in and out of blackness. "Not Troy. Please," I begged. I thought I was going to puke. My legs threatened to give out. I had to get to him. I just hoped I wasn't too late. Veronica looked around the office impatiently as I tried to will my feet to move. It felt like they had weights attached to them, making my movement slow. As I rounded my desk to follow her, she gave me a quick nod and grabbed my hand, pulling me to follow. Everything was a blur as she led me through the office and into an elevator. I could have sworn I heard Kathy call out my name from her office, but I couldn't be sure. My brain was in a fog. The only thing on my mind was to get to Troy. Chapter 48, Troy. The plane bummed and rumbled as it landed on the runway. The woman next to me tightly gripping the armrest. She wasn't much of a flyer, which she told me as we departed New Jersey. Even though the flight was just under an hour, she clutched my arm the whole time, letting out little gasps during any form of turbulence. I had to bite back a smile. This was what flying coach was. I supposed it didn't matter though. Anything was better than staying in Atlantic City with my cheating, hypocritical, egotistical father any longer. After our big blowout, I doubted we could ever get back to a good place, if we were ever in one to start with. I could still hear his voice echoing in my head as I had left that meeting room, so angry and loud, but I shook my head free of it. I was home and one step closer to seeing Monica. The plane slowed to a stop, and the woman next to me slowly peeled each finger off me, as if her skin had melted into mine. I looked over at her, her face drained of color. "You made it." I nodded with encouragement. "Barely," she said with a weak smile. "What brings you to New York?" "My boyfriend, though. Next time he's coming to me," I laughed. "What about you?" she asked as she unbuckled her seatbelt. "I live here. I'm on my way to see my girlfriend." Though I had never said the word before, it felt right rolling off the tongue. Monica and I hadn't exactly established what our relationship was, but we loved each other. I was pretty sure that meant she was my girlfriend. It had been so long since I had been in this situation. It all felt very middle school, but I was happy. Happy that we could finally be together now. It may have taken a nasty fight with my dad to get here, but it was worth it. I finally broken free of him, and now I just needed to step down from my position at the hedge fund. Then Monica and I could truly be together, free of any rules or judgment. My father could have the hedge fund for all I cared. He had told me time and time again how he could run it better. So now was his chance. I didn't realize how easy it would be to let it go, until I realized how little it meant to me. "Well, she's lucky to have you. I don't think I would have gotten through the flight without you. Happy to be of service." I chuckled. The rest of the passengers began to deplane, and I slid out of the row of seats following behind her. I pulled her back down from the overhead compartment and handed it to her. I noticed a familiar book cover peeking out of the side pocket. I smiled. "How is the book?" I asked, looking to her bag as I pulled my own bag down. Oh, it was so good. I couldn't put it down. Of course she couldn't. Monica had written it. I couldn't wait to get to her. "She's a fantastic author," I gushed. "You read romance?" "I know the author, but yes, I read her stuff." Her eyes grew wide. "Wow, that's amazing. She's one of my favorite authors." I smiled, feeling proud. "I have to ask." She started hesitantly. "Yes?" I asked curiously. "Is her life as romantic as her books?" "I think so, and I hoped it was true since I came into her life. I knew she had a rocky past year, and I didn't help. But I hoped she was happy now. That was all I wanted for her, and I wanted to be the one who could make her that way. I wanted to be the one she woke up next to and fell asleep next to. I wanted to be the one to take her on private jets to private islands, but also enjoy cheap beer and pizza on the floor of my living room. I wanted to be the one she could talk to when she felt lost or not good enough in her world of writing. I wanted to be her biggest supporter. I wanted to love her fully and openly and loudly. A smile spread across her face as if she was putting two and two together. "Good. As we filed off the plane, I gave a little wave goodbye and headed down the long hallway toward the exit of the airport, easing my way through the crowd of travelers. Out on the curb, I hailed a cab and slid into the seat. I told the driver to head to the office where I assumed Monica would be. I had told her she didn't need to go in, but she insisted. Her work ethic was something I admired and had never found in a partner. I hadn't talked to her since early this morning. After making the decision to leave the retreat early after the fight with my dad, I figured I could surprise her. Maybe I could even convince her to leave work early and come home with me. All I wanted was to be cooped up in my apartment with her, away from the rest of the world, forgetting the thoughts about the future. It was something I would figure out later, not today. The taxi pulled up to the curb of the stone building, which seemed even grayer today than it had ever in the past. I had never liked this building all that much. It was too hard, too cold. There was no warmth to it. It was very much like my father. As I passed through the expansive lobby with its shiny marble floors, I glanced up at the large photo that hung behind the reception desk. I grimaced slightly. My father and I had taken that photo when I first opened the hedge fund company. My mother insisted on us getting a portrait taken together to commemorate the occasion. But my father was the one who insisted it hung in the lobby. Probably his way of saying that this was his too, staking his claim. It wasn't because he was proud to be next to me, his son. It was to say I wouldn't have any of this without him. Soon he could replace the portrait with one of just him. I rode up the elevators, which felt like they were inching upward so slowly I might burst. It had only been a few days since I had seen Monica, since I had left her in my bed, a vision wrapped in my sheets, but I was eager to get to her. I had missed her and I fully intended on telling her that, showing her that. If I could just get her to leave with me before her lunch break had even started. If she missed me as much as I missed her, it would take little convincing. I strode into the office, avoiding the glances shot my way, questioning looks of why I was here and not on the retreat. I walked down the hallway toward my office and Monica's desk, but stopped short when I found both empty. Curious, I glanced around the office, but didn't see her. I noticed her computer screen was still lit up, which meant she wasn't far, but I noticed her purse was gone. I checked my watch. It was nearing 11 a.m. Maybe she had taken her lunch early. Disappointed by my failed surprise, I walked back through the office to the one person who would probably know where she was. I knocked on Kathy's office door and she looked up in surprise when she saw me. "Troy, what are you doing here?" "I thought you were on the retreat," she said, confused. "I cut out early," I said, offering no explanation. "But your father is still in Atlantic City doing what he does best. But forget about it. I need to know where Monica is. You just missed her. She left like 15 minutes ago." "Where was she going?" "I don't know. But you're not going to like who she left with." Kathy frowned. "What are you talking about? Who did she live with?" "Veronica. Veronica, as in my ex-wife Veronica." Kathy nodded curtly. I knew she despised Veronica, which was really the only thing I liked about her. "But why?" I asked, confused. "I don't know, but it seemed urgent." I tried to stop her, but they had already slipped in the elevator. "Veronica," said Kathy thoughtfully, as if remembering something. "What? What about her?" asked, feeling my panic rise in me. She seemed off. "I don't know, Troy." As my panic rose, my stomach sank and a bad feeling settled in. What the hell was Veronica doing here? And why did Monica go with her? She knew what Veronica was capable of and the living hell she had made my life as of late. It didn't make sense for her to go anywhere with her. I quickly walked out of Kathy's office and down the hallway to my own, dialing Veronica's phone on the way. It rang a few times, each trill dragging on until the next one. Finally, I heard the click of an answer on the other line. "Veronica." "Hello," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Hello, Troy," she answered in a voice that sent a shiver down my spine. "Veronica, what the hell? Where is Monica?" "Oh, she's right here," she said with a snide satisfaction, as if she were a cat pawing at a toy. "Put her on right now." "Oh, I don't think so. Damn it, Veronica, put her on the phone. If I can't have you, then no one can." Her voice was cold and breathy, and it stopped me dead in my tracks. Then there was the click that ended the call. I looked down at my phone, realizing my hand was shaking. I tried dialing Monica, but it went straight to voicemail. "Shit!" I yelled, causing the rest of the office to look up curiously. I didn't care. I ran down the rest of the hall to my office. Hurriedly, I sat down at my desk and called the police. I quickly filled them in on everything that had been happening with Veronica and that she was possibly dangerous. I told them how she had taken Monica somewhere and that it probably wasn't willingly. It didn't sound like they were taking me seriously, so I dropped my name and that got their attention. Once they assured me they would do everything they could to help, I hung up and tried to think of my next move. I sat at my desk helplessly going over all the places that Veronica might be taking Monica, but couldn't come up with anything significant. Then a thought struck me. I turned on my computer, tapping my foot impatiently as the welcome screen slowly appeared on the screen. Once I was logged on, I immediately opened the Find My iPhone feature to track Monica's phone. It was a feature I had all my personal assistants utilize, even though I had never used it until now. I sucked in a breath as I spotted the little blip on the screen moving down the interstate. Where the hell were they going? I had no idea what Veronica's plan was, but I knew it couldn't be good. Also, I knew I couldn't stay here and do nothing. I connected the tracking device to my phone before running out of my office. I hoped I could get to her in time. What I needed to be in time for, I didn't know. But with how Veronica had been acting lately, it couldn't be good. Chapter 49, Monica. As we rode in silence down the elevator, I kept looking at Veronica, who stood in the corner staring at the black shiny floor. She was biting her cuticles until they were ragged. She must have been just as worried as me, because she looked a mess. Her coat tried its best to cover her wrinkly white baggy t-shirt that hung over her faded pair of jeans. I had so many questions to ask her about Troy. What happened? What was his condition? Where was he? I was about to open my mouth to ask the questions that were pounding in my head. But the elevators dinged and the doors opened to the lobby. She quickly stepped out and gestured for me to follow her. The click-clack of her heels, the only thing put together about her, echoed as we walked. I could hardly keep up. Miss Muse called the receptionist from behind the large slab of marble that was her desk, looking at us with a trace of concern. Veronica either didn't hear her or ignored her and kept walking. I noticed the security guard at the door shifting his feet unsurely as he eyed us approaching. Miss Muse called the receptionist again more urgently. I gently grabbed Veronica's arm and turned her toward me. She whipped around so quickly that it took me off guard and the look in her eyes was off-putting. I stumbled backward slightly. What? She snapped at me impatiently. I nodded towards the receptionist who was rounding her desk and walking toward us with caution behind each step. You know you're not supposed to be here, said the receptionist wearily. Like hell I'm not, shouted Veronica. Mr. Gunner made it explicitly clear that you are no longer allowed in the building. The receptionist put her hands up in defense, as if to say she was only the messenger. I looked from the receptionist to Veronica, chewing the inside of my cheek nervously. I knew that Troy had banned Veronica from his apartment building after everything she had pulled, but I didn't realize he had put the same orders in here. It made sense, but right now, I couldn't afford for Veronica to be carried away by security when I had no answers about Troy. Veronica's face construed into something vicious, but before she could speak the nasty words that were surely on the tip of her tongue, I stepped between the two women. It won't happen again, I assured the receptionist. She looked from me to Veronica, her face unsure, and eventually nodded. She looked at the doors in a silent plea for us to leave. I led Veronica toward the large glass doors and pushed our way through to the fresh air outside. If I didn't feel like I was suffocating, the fresh air might have felt good on my lungs, but they still felt like they were being squeezed tightly by a fist. Veronica looked up and down the street, running her hand through her hair that looked like it hadn't been brushed in days. I gently placed my hand on her forearm. Veronica, I started. She seemed to be mumbling something to herself, something I couldn't understand. I strained to make anything out, but failed as her voice carried away with the late morning traffic of the city. Veronica, I said more urgently, more loudly, finally getting her attention. She turned to me as if in a daze. What happened? Where is Troy? I asked. Her eyes widened slightly before she gripped my arms tightly. Oh, it's just horrible, horrible. We have to get to him now. She still wasn't answering my questions, but I assumed she was in some state of shock. I knew she cared about Troy, probably more than he or I would prefer, but I couldn't blame her. How was Troy? She loved him once enough to marry him. Though they weren't together anymore, I could see the hurt that so subsided in her. It didn't justify what she had done to him or me, but in this moment, I wasn't going to make her feel worse than she already did. I'll try calling him, I offered, pulling my purse in front of me. No, shouted Veronica frantically. I looked at her questioningly as my hand froze in my purse. It won't matter. It was destroyed in the crash, she said, her voice breaking. Crash. I suddenly felt sick. I thought I was going to throw up right there on the sidewalk. The crunching of metal filled my ears as I tried to block out the images threatening to ruin me. A car. A plane? I didn't know, but I knew a crash wasn't good. Come on, she said, grabbing my hand and leading me down the sidewalk. She looked from left to right as we passed a few blocks and several parking meters. I wondered if she even knew where she was going, and then she stopped at a red sports car. She rummaged through a small clutch and pulled out the keys, clicking the button and unlocking the doors. She rounded to the driver's side and slid into the car. Get in, she said, looking at the door. Something told me not to, but my worry for Troy trumped any other feeling, and I slid in from the passenger side. As soon as I was inside, Veronica locked the doors and quickly turned the ignition. I saw her hands shake as she placed them on the wheel. I anxiously put my seatbelt on and gripped the handle of the car, bracing myself for whatever was coming. Without looking for oncoming traffic, she peeled off the curb with a squeal of tires sounding in my ears. Are you okay to drive? I asked unsurely. I'm fine, she snapped. I watched as she expertly weaved her way through traffic, going much faster than the speed limit. I wondered if Troy was in the hospital or if he was still at the scene of the crash. Internally, I begged for him to be at the hospital being tended to. Begged that he was still alive. I hated that Veronica wasn't giving me any answers and letting my mind run with terrifying thoughts. Can you please tell me where he is? I asked softly. Veronica stared straight ahead, barely blinking. I might have thought she was frozen if her hands weren't turning the wheel. Veronica, I tried again. Nothing. I just want to know if he's okay, I said in barely a whisper. I need to know if he's okay, still nothing. I started to feel unease creep in and chill the blood coursing through my veins. Something wasn't right. I looked from Veronica to out the window at the blur of trees now passing by. She was pulling onto the interstate. It didn't make sense. If Troy was still in New Jersey, we would take a flight to him. If he were somewhere here in Manhattan, we wouldn't be leaving the city. We would be heading to a hospital. None of this made sense. As the reality of my situation sank in, a large part of me was relieved at the possibility that Troy was actually okay, and that Veronica's sick mind had come up with an extravagant lie to get me to leave with her. Another part of me felt foolish for believing her, for getting in a car with her. As I looked out the window at the city fading away in the distance of the wing mirror, I wondered where the hell she was taking me. Troy is fine, isn't he? I asked, trying to keep my voice calm, but it was betrayed by the shakiness of my nerves. Veronica ignored me. Please, at least just tell me that he's fine. That's all that matters to me. She shot me a look and shook her head. You don't love him like I do, she whispered, turning her face back to the road. You will never love him like I do. Veronica pressed her foot down on the gas, making the car go even faster down the interstate. I looked at the speedometer and she was nearing 90 miles. The cars we passed honked at us, but the sound faded quickly as the distance grew between us. Slow down, I shouted, gripping the handle of the door, making my knuckles white. I could have sworn she smiled as her hands gripped tightly around the steering wheel. Veronica, pull over. I reached over and grabbed her arm, but she yanked it away. The car swerved to the left, and I closed my eyes, bracing myself to hit another car, but we didn't. Veronica righted the car and continued straight, barely fazed by the crash we had almost found ourselves in. I started sucking in deep breaths, trying to calm the flurry of panic in my head. I had to think of something. Had to get out of here. But as the car continued to gain speed and distance from the city, any way out of this started to seem impossible. I clutched my purse tightly against my stomach. And then I remembered I had my phone. I looked at Veronica wearily as I pried my hand from the car door and slowly reached into my purse. I felt around the large bag, a gift from Troy, my fingers desperate to feel the sleekness of my phone. Finally, they wrapped around it and I tried to unlock it in the darkness of my purse. I tried several times and failed, locking me out of my phone. I let out a quiet sob. Veronica looked at me suddenly and down at my hand in my purse. She yanked it from my hands, my phone with it, and threw it in the back seat. Nice try, she sneered. I leaned my head against the seat and closed my eyes. I was helpless. I had just lost my one way of getting help, or did I? I looked at the door and the button for the window. I quickly reached over and pressed it, throwing my hand out the window and frantically waving it, hoping someone would see. but the cars we passed were just blurs of color. We were moving too fast. I felt the window close tightly against my wrist, and I let out a yelp of pain. I looked at Veronica, who was smiling as she held down the button on her side of the car. "Stop! Please stop!" I yelled in pain, trying to pull my arm from the bite of the window. After several seconds of her enjoying my torture, she rolled the window down, releasing my arm. I held it against me, rubbing the red impression the edge of the window had left on my skin. I felt my eyes start to water. Not from the pain, but from being trapped in here with her. I tried blinking them back, refusing to let her see me break, trying to keep my wits about me. I heard the trill of a phone. I looked to the back seat where my purse was thrown, but realized it wasn't my phone ringing. Veronica pulled her phone up to her ear, keeping one hand on the wheel. I strained my ears to listen as the car wobbly strayed between lanes. "If I can't have you, then no one can," were the only words I could make out through the pounding in my head. I realized it was Troy on the other line. My heart slammed to my throat as I burst into tears, knowing he was alive, knowing he was okay. I sucked in a quivering breath before letting out a shrill scream. But Veronica had already hung up and my cry for help had landed on deaf ears. Veronica threw her head back and laughed at my desperation. It was a laugh that vibrated through my body, raising goosebumps on my skin. Chapter 50, Troy. I stood from my desk, my eyes glued to my phone screen, as I walked down the hallway toward the elevators. Veronica's cryptically cold words repeated in my mind. I could see that the blip on the screen was still moving down the interstate further away from the city and gaining speed. I ran my hand through my hair, stressed as I thought about how I could get to Monica. I passed Kathy's door for the elevators, trying to think of a plan. "Troy," she called out curiously. "I have to go," I said, barely stopping. "Please talk to me." The worry in her voice caught me off guard. I slowed my steps. "You're as white as a ghost," she said, walking toward me. "I think Monica is in trouble." She swallowed hard as the seriousness of my words registered. I looked down at my feet and shook my head slowly. "I can't lose her," I whispered, feeling my eyes burn with tears threatening to fall. I blinked them back. I hated letting Kathy see me like this, but my emotions were getting the best of me. My fears were consuming me. "You love her, don't you?" she asked in almost a whisper. I looked up at Kathy and saw a knowing sympathy in her eyes. There was no snide satisfaction in knowing that she had been right about us secretly being together, no matter how many times she had tried to catch us or rat us out to my father. No, there was an understanding in her eyes. I wondered if it was because she also loved someone she couldn't have, my father. I couldn't let that thought get to me now. Not when the woman I loved was in danger and I could do nothing to stop it in this moment. I would never forgive myself if something happened to her. I had brought this world of trouble onto her. Had brought this awful woman in her life. Veronica had made her life hell at the gala and my apartment, and now this. I thought I had done what I could to protect us. Still, it wasn't enough. And after everything she had been through with her own stalker, Monica must be absolutely terrified right now. I hated myself for it. "Yes." I nodded slowly, wiping at my eyes with the back of my hand. Kathy put her hand on my shoulder, giving it a gentle squeeze. "What can I do?" she asked, her eyes intent. "Call for a helicopter and hurry." She nodded and rushed back into her office. I watched her as she picked up the phone and dialed quickly. I looked back at my phone, feeling helpless as the blip on the screen moved further away from the city. I heard the click of the phone on her desk. That was fast. "I was able to get one of your fathers in the next 20 minutes down to the pier at the East River. You have to leave now," called Kathy after she hung up the phone. "Thank you," I said with a nod. "Be careful, Troy," she said softly. It was probably the nicest thing she had ever said to me. I stepped into the elevator and rode down to the lobby, thinking about how different I had seen this day play out. If only I had gotten here sooner, then I could have stopped Veronica's plan. There were a lot of things I could have done sooner, like cut Veronica off from me and my family a long time ago, or quit this job, or stand up to my father, or fight for Monica from the very beginning. The would have and could have thoughts wouldn't help me now. I shook my head free of them and headed out the open elevator doors. As I strode for the heavy glass doors that Monica had just passed through not even half an hour before, I felt the receptionist at the front desk eyeing me warily. "Why didn't you tell me about Veronica? It should have been the first thing you said when I walked in this morning," I said, turning on her. She looked sick with unease. "I thought we had security measures in place," I said gruffly, barely slowing down. Mr. Together, I tried to stop them. But Monica? Monica? What? I asked, softening my voice. Maybe she had some sort of clue about where they were headed. Anything would help. Monica left with her. She seemed willing. She shrugged. I wondered what Veronica had said to her to convince Monica to go anywhere with her. I was sure she came up with something diabolical, and unfortunately, Monica fell for it. I couldn't blame her. Veronica was a conniving woman. Well, do you have any idea where they were headed? She shook her head. Did they say anything at all? No, sir. What direction did they go? I don't know. Useless. Completely useless. I sighed frustratedly. That woman is dangerous. I should have you fired. And you? I pointed at the security guard at the door who looked down at his feet. I didn't have time to waste here anymore. I strode out the doors and hailed a cab, then clambered inside and gave him the address to the pier. It wasn't far, but the traffic added on minutes. I kept a careful eye on my phone screen and my watch, fretting as the minutes ticked by and the miles grew between Monica and me. 30 minutes later, we arrived at the pier. I had the cab drop me off as close to the landing platform as possible, which was busy with traffic from other helicopters. I ran across the runway, the wind from other crafts deafening as it whipped through my hair. I searched frantically for the sleek black helicopter belonging to my father. Finally, I spotted it at the end of the runway. I picked up my pace, ignoring the warning yells from the other pilots and runway directors. I didn't care about anything but getting to Monica. I spotted the pilot inside the helicopter rushed and doing his safety checks. I knocked on the window, startling him. "We have to go," I yelled through the window. He hopped out of the helicopter and rounded to the other side to pull open the heavy door. I slid inside and pulled over my seatbelt and put on my headphones. "What's our destination, Mr. Gunner?" asked the pilot as he settled into the seat next to me. "I'm not sure." He looked at me confused. "I need you to follow this map." I held up my phone and showed him the tracking on screen. "Can you do that?" "Yes," he nodded. He put on his own seat belt and opened the throttle, and the rotors above us whirred faster as he lifted the helicopter up from the runway with ease. We were soon above the river and making our way to the interstate. I could see that Monica was miles and miles ahead of us, but traveling by air would close the distance quickly. As the miles between us became fewer, I could still see that they were moving quickly, too quickly for a cab driver to allow. Veronica must be driving. I shut my eyes, trying to block out the image of her little red sports car smashed into another car of the interstate wall with Monica inside. The thought made my stomach lurch. I had to get to her before Veronica did something truly stupid. Soon, I could see from my phone that we were practically on top of the red dot I had been following on my screen. I looked out the window and down at the interstate. My eyes darted from car to car until it landed on the bright red one I was looking for. I sucked in a breath. "There," I shouted, pointing at it. "What do you want me to do?" asked the pilot unsurely. I didn't have an answer for him. Now that we were here and so close, I had no idea what to do. No idea how to stop Veronica. I was still helpless, but now I was hundreds of feet in the air. Veronica had to be nearing 100 mph, weaving in and out of what little traffic there was. Her movements were haphazard and reckless. I wanted to close my eyes to avoid seeing every near-fateful collision that made my heart stop. But I kept my eyes on the car, willing her to slow down. That was when I saw the flash of red and blue. Then several flashes. I blinked a few times to make sure I was seeing correctly, but there they were. At least a dozen squad cars speeding down the interstate in pursuit of Veronica's red sports car. They had come. I let myself feel a slight reprieve until I saw Veronica pick up even more speed. She was approaching a speed that would be difficult to control. She must have seen the cops in her rear-view mirror, must have heard the sirens. She didn't care that they were after her. She wasn't stopping. I could only imagine what Monica was feeling being trapped inside the car, and I couldn't do anything. "Fuck!" I yelled frustratedly, banging my hand against the top of the control board. "Are we part of a police chase, Mr. Gunner?" asked the pilot, not tearing his eyes away from the scene below as more squad cars joined the pursuit. "I'll pay you triple," I muttered into my headset. Had I put Monica in more danger by calling the police? Clearly, their pursuit wasn't stopping Veronica. Maybe this was what she wanted. A big show, her grand finale. Something to grab my attention, to grab everyone's attention. That was all she ever wanted in life. To be the center of attention. All eyes on her. Whether at a party in a slinky dress or half naked on the cover of Sports Illustrated, she lived for the attention. That was why she married me, to be on the arm of one of New York's youngest billionaires, as the cameras flashed and the interviews came rolling in about our whirlwind romance. She ate it all up. And then I ended the show, the facade, and she hated me for it. That was why she had been so desperate to weasel her way back into my life. Whether it be through my own mother or by cleverly getting me drunk on expensive bourbon and letting a thin strap of her dress fall. I was weak. And even after our divorce, I let her in my life, in my bed. I had selfishly taken advantage of the time she had thrown herself at me, so I could find some fleeting pleasure in my boring life. She was a familiar reprieve. I didn't know it was anything other than that, or that her feelings were stronger than just a fling. I should have known better. Should have seen the quiet, desperate look in her eye when we said goodbye, or when I walked into a family party and saw her standing there. She still loved me. And now, because of it, I had risked the life of the woman I loved. I knew love could drive you to do some insane things, but I never knew what Veronica was capable of or what lengths she would go to. She'd always been kind of crazy. In a way, it was what drew me to her. She was the let's take a moment to pause from the story and enjoy a few peaceful minutes of music just for your relaxation. This free audiobook is our gift to you. Thank you for supermodel party girl who drank too much champagne and danced on tables or leaned off balconies at parties knowing someone would pull her to safety, shaking their heads with a little laugh and a, "Oh, that's Veronica." But this was different. This was truly a scary version of her I had never seen before. I didn't know how to stop this, Veronica. Chapter 51, Monica. As we continued down the interstate, the car approaching a speed I had never seen in my life, I looked over at Veronica for any sign of fear. There was none to be found. Her hands were firm on the wheel, no shakiness to be seen. Her face was set like stone, and her eyes were straight ahead on the road. Veronica's mouth was tight, her lips pressed in a straight line that could either be mistaken for a frown or a smile. I shuddered slightly. She looked like she could be a villain straight out of a movie or described in the pages of a book. I felt like I was a character in a thriller, but I didn't know how it was going to end. I wished I could turn the pages to see my fate, but the author hadn't finished writing the story yet. If I ever got out of this, I would have my own story to write. It was a cruel thought given the severity of my situation. We had been driving like this for at least an hour now, and my hands had finally eased from the handle on the car door, as if I somehow had gotten used to the speed and the possibility of my life ending. The mile markers passed by in a blurry flash, along with the large green overhead signs I couldn't make out. I could only assume we were heading toward Pennsylvania, but I really didn't think that was the destination Veronica had in mind. The end was what she had in mind. Whether it be me or the both of us, I didn't think it mattered to her based on the crazed look in her eye. She was so obsessed with Troy that she didn't care if she died just as long as I went with her. She couldn't bear the thought of him being with anyone else. It was the scary truth that occurred to me a few miles back, making my heart sink to the floor of my stomach, settling there like a rock. I was never going to see Troy again. The sly smile that crossed his lips, or the unruly dark hair that fell perfectly imperfect across his forehead. I was never going to feel his lips against me, or his fingers interlaced with mine. Never going to hear the way he said my name soft and sweet or gruff in a passionate moment. I would never know the life we wanted to start. The one we had been dreaming of when nothing was holding us back anymore. We had been so close, and now it was being ripped away from us. My life was being ripped away. Hot tears blurred my vision as I watched the passing trees black and barren, but on the cusp of new life for spring. It was a cruel reminder that life was beginning for them, but for me, it was going to end. I couldn't bear the thought of not being able to say goodbye to Troy, to not say, "I love you" one last time. I realized I had to tell him no matter what it took. I looked over at Veronica, focused on the road, her eyes on the horizon that felt like it went on forever, no matter how hard she pressed her foot on the gas. I glanced quickly to the back seat, searching for my purse that she had thrown. I saw it in the corner, its contents strewn about the seat and the floor. My eyes quickly scanned for my phone, and then I spotted it, black and sleek on the middle seat. It was just within reach, but I would have to unbuckle my seatbelt to get it. It seemed like an impossible task. I turned and faced forward again, trying to figure out how I could get my hands on my phone. My only way to reach Troy without Veronica stopping me, I would have to be quick. If I could just make it to the back seat and out of reach, I could quickly contact Troy to say goodbye. Taking deep breaths, I planned my next move. I snuck glances at Veronica every so often, but she remained focused on the road. I knew I had to do it now. Slowly, I reached to my side and pressed my thumb against the red button of the seatbelt. I closed my eyes as I braced myself for the sound of a click that would give me away. The sound didn't alert Veronica. I let out a slow, quiet breath as I eased the seatbelt off me, knowing that by doing so I was sealing my fate, but I was dead anyway. I waited for a car to be a distraction for Veronica to have to weave around it with both hands on the wheel. I spotted a white sedan just up ahead, and I knew I had seconds until I threw myself into the back seat. I watched as Veronica's hands tightened around the wheel as she prepared to pass the car. Then I took my chance and pushed myself out of my seat and clambered over the center console. Veronica screamed, the shrillness piercing my ears as I reached for my phone. But my foot caught between the console and the gear shift. My fingers barely brushed the coolness of my phone when the car swerved suddenly to the left, slamming me into the side of Veronica's seat. I grunted as pain splintered through me. My phone slid toward the edge of the seat and out of reach. I cried out as I watched it fall, followed by the sound of a clunk as it settled between the back door and the seat. My chance of reaching Troy was now gone. The car swerved to the right, throwing me against the passenger seat as I felt a hand grab my cuff firmly. Veronica's nails dug into my skin, making me cry out as she pulled me toward the front seat. How she was steering the car and holding on to me was a mystery. "Get back here, you little bitch," she spat. Her nails dug further into me, breaking the skin. I tried to kick free, but my foot was still stuck on the console. I had no choice but to move toward her to free myself. I shifted backward, freeing my foot, but Veronica's hand was now in my hair. She wrapped her fingers around my scalp and pulled hard. I screamed in pain as I followed her hand back to the front seat, trying to ease her grip. As I settled back in the same seat I had tried to escape, she pushed my head so hard that it slammed into the cold window. A million jolts of light exploded in my mind as the pain shattered through me. I groaned and closed my eyes, trying to block out the brightness, but it was inside my head. There was no escaping it. "That's what you get," said Veronica. I felt the car steady itself. Now that I wasn't a distraction, she could focus on keeping us straight. I wondered why she was dragging it out. She could have just let us crash. With my head still against the window, I reached for my seatbelt and slid it back on. Even though I didn't really see the point, I peeled my head from the window and felt the stickiness it left behind. My eyes slowly fluttered open to see blood dripping down the window, a red contrast against the barren landscape outside. I put my hand to my head and felt the warm trickle of blood dripping down my temple. Something else red caught my eye in the wing mirror. A red flash of light and another. Several red flashes of lights mixed with blue. I blinked a few times to make sure I was really seeing it, and it wasn't the aftermath of what was sure to be a concussion. It wasn't, though. Oh, they were the lights of squad cars, several of them. There had to be at least 2 dozen closing in behind us. I sat up a little straighter, feeling myself growing hopeful that they had come to rescue me. I maybe had a chance to get out of this, to live to see Troy again. I looked out the mirror a little longer before looking at Veronica, who hadn't seemed to notice the flashing lights that were approaching from behind. The distant sound of sirens reached my ears, and then I saw it register on her face. She looked up and out the rear-view mirror. "Shit!" she yelled, slamming her palms against the steering wheel. "Veronica," I said softly, "it's over." She stayed silent, her eyes fixed on the road. She wasn't slowing down. "There's no way out of this," I said. "Shut up," she yelled. "If you just slow down, stop the car, let me go." "Maybe they'll let you go." Veronica laughed sarcastically. "I'll tell them I went with you willingly. I won't press charges. I tried again." She pressed the gas even harder and the car lurched forward. I watched the speedometer pass 100 mph. I swallowed hard. "You can have him," I croaked, my throat dry from fear. "What?" she spat. "Troy, you can have him." "Huh?" "He doesn't want me." "He does. He loves you. I was just a distraction, but I know I'll never live up to you. I know that now." Veronica muttered something under her breath that I couldn't make out. She was talking to herself, and the crazed look in her eye was now glossed over with something else I couldn't identify, but it sent a shiver down the length of my spine. I reached a shaky hand over and placed it gently on her forearm, causing her to flinch slightly. I tried to keep my voice steady and calm, hoping to convince her. "I won't ever see him again. You two can be happy again." I know that's what you want. What you both want. I noticed her breathing begin to slow, like my words were breaking down her barrier. Veronica, I will never live up to you. I can't fit in his world like you can. You are right. There is only one woman who belongs in Troy's life. It's you. Now just slow down before you get yourself hurt. Don't you want to see him again? She slowly turned her head and looked at me. Her eyes narrowed. I didn't dare break her gaze for fear I might lose her trust, or for what I might see on the road ahead. You must think I'm stupid, she said. No, I feigned surprise. I know what you're trying to do, but it's not going to work. I'm not trying to do anything, Veronica, I said, my voice raising. You don't seem to understand. Neither of us are leaving this car until someone pries us from it. A quiet sob escaped my throat as she turned back and faced the road. My words had been futile. I was going to die in this car alongside her. I would never see Troy again, never ride again, never start a family or see my own again. I let the tears fall down my cheeks, not caring if it satisfied Veronica. I closed my eyes and leaned my head against the window, shutting out the image of the road I was going to lose my life on. The sirens of the police cars were closer now, filling my ears with their taunt of a rescue that would never come. I thought I heard the rotors of a helicopter overhead, but again, a taunting noise when I knew there was nothing anyone could do to save me. Chapter 52, Troy. I tried calling Veronica again, hoping the distraction of taking a phone call wouldn't send her crashing into the sidewall of the interstate. I heard the chill of the ring against the loudness of the rotors overhead. I hoped she would pick up. Maybe I could convince her to stop the car and to end this madness. I would tell her anything she wanted to hear, just so long as she put an end to this chase, and Monica was out of harm's way. But to my disappointment, the rings kept trilling and no one picked up on the other end. I slammed my phone down on the seat as soon as I heard her voicemail pick up. I had no way of reaching her or Monica. Even though the helicopter hovered right above the red car, Monica still felt so far away. "What's our next move, Mr. Gunner?" asked the pilot, a wary look in his eye. I knew we couldn't stay up here forever. I just wished I had a plan. I wished the cops were enough to put an end to this, but all they could do was follow. They had shut the interstate down so no innocent bystanders could get hurt. I watched as more squad cars joined the pursuit, but I was starting to realize their efforts were futile. My efforts were futile. Veronica was moving too quickly, too erratically. At this point, all we could do was just watch the terrifying scene play out before us. Then an idea came to me, a desperate one. More dangerous than desperate, but it just might work. "Can you get ahead of the red car?" I asked, pointing up ahead. The pilot nodded, although I could tell he wasn't sure where I was going with my idea. He pushed down on the shift, causing the nose of the helicopter to dive down slightly, increasing speed. I watched below as we quickly passed over the red car. "Keep going," I said. "I need enough distance between us to land this thing." "Land it?" asked the pilot, his mouth gaping. "Yes?" I nodded. "Where the hell am I going to land?" "Down there." I pointed up ahead at the length of the interstate. He shook his head. "I can't do that, sir. It's not safe, nor is it legal." "We have no choice," I said grimly. The pilot swallowed hard, his hand clutching the cyclic tightly. He seemed to be debating in his mind, but eventually began lowering the helicopter down miles ahead of Veronica. I knew with how fast she was going, we didn't have much time. There was a curve in the interstate, which just might be an advantage if we were out of sight and able to take Veronica completely by surprise. Over there, I pointed past the trees that cornered the bend in the road. He nodded and continued his descent, making the turn and then straightening out before slowly lowering to the empty lanes below. The black asphalt swallowing us in its emptiness. As the helicopter touched down, I unhooked my seatbelt and tossed off my headphones. "Mr. Gunner, what are you doing?" yelled the pilot, the slowing rotors drowning out his voice. "This is the only thing that will stop her," I said, more to myself than to him. I gripped the handle of the door and pushed it open, its heaviness bearing down on me. Once the door was open, I hopped out of the helicopter and walked quickly to the center of the interstate where I knew Veronica would be rounding the corner any minute. The air felt strangely calm, the wind cold and biting as it whipped through my hair. If it weren't for the distant sounds of sirens, I would almost find it peaceful to be standing out here on an empty road with trees surrounding me. I looked around, realizing this might be the place I die. It wasn't where I thought I would end up when I woke up this morning. But a lot of things happened today that I hadn't anticipated. I didn't know when I woke up that I would have a blowout with my father, one that needed to happen. No matter how hard it was, I didn't know that I would be close to quitting my job with no idea what was going to happen for the rest of my life. I didn't know that the woman I loved was going to be kidnapped by my psycho ex-wife, leading to a police chase and my desperate plan to stop her. And no, I didn't know me dying would be a good possibility when I woke up. But I was willing to risk it if it meant saving Monica. Monica. Another thing that had happened in my life that I hadn't expected. Her face flashed in my mind. Not the one I had woken up to just days ago, or the one who sang bad karaoke, or the one who morphed when I touched her in that way, but the one I had seen when she first came into my life. When she walked in that bar that night, little did I know she would change everything. I smiled tightly as I realized just how much she had changed my life. She had opened me up to be a person I never thought I could be. Loving and fearless and fun, as Erika liked to put it. She showed me what life could be like outside of work and the possibilities there were if I were brave enough to choose another path. She showed me what love was. Real love. Not the fleeting kind that wraps you up in an impulsive marriage in Vegas, but one that transcends. As I pictured her soft face in my head, I knew I had to tell her goodbye. I reached into the pocket of my jacket and slid out my phone. I knew she wouldn't pick up, but if she somehow made it out of this, if I could save her, then I wanted her to know how I felt. The phone rang and rang as expected, finally clicking the voicemail. Her short message filled my ears, and at the sound of it, my heart contracted and expanded at the same time. Beep! I sucked in a shaky breath before speaking. Monica, it's me. I don't know how this is going to end, but I hope it ends with you leaving. Even if I'm no longer here, I can't imagine the world I leave behind without you in it. I love you. I love you so damn much for the person you are and the person you've made me. I could see the red blur of Veronica's car turning the corner. Not far behind it, the blue and red flashes of lights. The distant sounds of sirens became louder with each turn of the tire, and I knew my time was dwindling. If our story ends today, please know that I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for all of this. Most of all, I'm sorry we never got our chance. The car was getting closer. I could almost make out Veronica's rosy blonde hair in the front seat. She wasn't slowing down. Not yet, at least. I took a solid step forward, even though it felt like my knees might give out. I needed her to see me. I knew I was the only real chance of her stopping the car. She might be homicidal, suicidal even, but she wouldn't hurt me. At least not on purpose. I knew it deep in my bones. Still, me standing here in the middle of the road was a risk. A risk I was willing to take if it saved Monica. I love you, I whispered into the phone before pressing my thumb against the red button on the screen. My hand dropped to my side just as the car closed in. The smell of tires and gasoline filling my nose. My heart stopped and I dared not close my eyes. Please stop the car, I thought. Please stop. I prayed to whoever was listening that Veronica would stop the car. As if my prayer was answered, I heard the squeal of brakes just as Veronica's eyes met mine through the front windshield. There was surprise and fear and madness in them. The nose of the car dipped. The car began to slow, but it struggled to stop itself from continuing to plow down the road. I could see Veronica struggle to keep hold of the steering wheel. Her foot on the brake wasn't enough to stop the car that had just been traveling over 100 mph. I jumped out of the way just in time, a flash of red flying past me. I landed roughly on the asphalt with a thud, as the sound of tires squealing roared in my ears. Sitting up, I was in time to see the car skidding across the road, the tail moving erratically. I watched in horror as the car crashed through the barricade and off the shoulder of the road into the trees. "Monica!" I screamed. I pushed myself to my feet, running to the car. A squeal of tires was behind me, sirens filling my ears. I kept running even as the car doors opened and the police shouted at me to stop. I couldn't stop. I had to get to her. I kept running through the crunched metal of the barricade and out onto the rocky terrain, tree branches whipping my face as I tore through them. Smoke was ahead, and the dull orange light of headlights bouncing off the dark trunks of trees. I ran faster. I reached the car and clutched the passenger door handle tightly, pulling at it desperately, but it wouldn't budge. The door was caved in slightly from the impact of the barricade. I peered through the window and saw Monica in the front seat, not moving. I pounded on the window, scared out of my mind. I needed to get to her. I tried the door again, pulling the handle as hard as I could, but it still wouldn't budge. I slung off my jacket and wrapped it around my hand. Without thinking, I slammed my fist through the passenger window, glass shattering around me. I hoped the tiny shards didn't hurt Monica as they sprayed around her. That was if she wasn't too far hurt already. I swallowed the thought down and reached for her through the window. As soon as my hands touched her, I felt her wince. She threw her hands up to her face, covering it and cowering away from me. She was alive. I looked her over quickly, assessing the damage, but she seemed mostly unharmed, just frightened. "Monica," I said softly. I eyed the driver's seat wearily. Veronica lay slumped over, her head against the steering wheel. She was barely moving except for the slow rise and fall of her back. A shiver went down my spine at the sight of her. Her eyes were empty and her chipped red polished fingers were wrapped around the steering wheel like the thin legs of a spider. I hardly recognized her. "Monica," I tried again, placing my hand on her shoulder and gently shaking her. She said dreamily. "It's me," I assured her. "I'm going to get you out of here, Em." Her voice was as if she were far away. I wrapped one arm around her lower back and scooped the other under her legs, pulling her from the seat and carefully out the window, avoiding the sharp edge of glass. She breathed steadily in my arms as her eyes fluttered closed. She was here, she was okay. At least I prayed she was, as I stood in the darkness of the trees, clutching her against me. Chapter 53, Monica. As I blinked slowly, the shadows and shapes of the tall trees taking a sharper form as my vision adjusted. I couldn't understand where I was. My head felt fuzzy, like an old television covered in gray static. The clouds overhead darkened the forest around me, and I suddenly felt very cold beside the large hands that gripped me. I knew those hands. I just couldn't quite place who they belonged to. I looked to my right and saw crushed red metal and the splintering of a tall tree, its insides light and splayed out for the world to see. Smoke rose, or was it mist? I couldn't tell through the orange haze of headlights that jutted through the trees. I saw broken glass scattered along the rocks and grass on the floor beneath me. I felt like I was having an out-of-body experience, knowing I was just in that car. Or was I? My mind was too blurry to understand where I was, who I was. I sucked in a breath at the woman who sat in the driver's seat, or rather lay there. Her head was bent in a way that made my insides cold, her light blue eyes slowly blinking as I stared at the window toward me. "Oh," I gasped, sucking in air that I didn't think would come. "It's okay," said a soft voice as a hand ran through my hair, softly combing it. I turned my head toward the voice and looked up. I wasn't sure if I was seeing correctly as I took in the green eyes that were as dark as the forest around us, or the mouth I swore I had kissed hundreds of times, now pressed in a hard line of fear. I studied his face for a long moment, not believing he was real. Troy. Troy was here. As if seeing this idea register in me, his mouth curled up into a small smile. "Hey you," he whispered. I blinked a few times. "How?" I started, my mouth dry and desperate to ask questions I needed answers to. "Shh," he said, placing a finger to my mouth gently. "Ask questions later." He pulled me closer to him, my face against his chest. I breathed him in, still not believing the mirage that was before me, holding me in the arms I never thought I would feel again. As I felt him breathe, I looked through the trees and saw flashes of red and blue bouncing off them. The wind picked up and rustled the leaves, the air cold as it seeped through my clothes. I shivered, and his warmth held me tighter. I heard footsteps and muffled voices approaching, and I buried my head in Troy's chest, feeling overwhelmed. "Mr. Gunner," said a man gruffly. Hearing someone else say his name meant someone else saw him too. I wasn't an illusion. Troy was real. I wrapped my arms around his neck and clutched him tightly. His hands tightened their grip on me, as I kept my face buried in his chest, his familiar scent enveloping me. Is everyone okay?" asked the man I could only assume was a police officer. "I think so," said Troy, his deep voice sounding in my ears like music. "But the driver, Veronica, she's still in the car. I don't know if she's Veronica, the woman who had abducted me, Troy's ex-wife. That was who was behind the wheel." It was all coming together now as I pieced together the conversation before me. It had felt like a nightmare, but now I knew it was real. The red car, the speedometer arrow shaking on the dash, the sound of tires squealing, the crunch of metal around me. She had been more dangerous, more deadly than I could ever imagine. I couldn't believe I'd let her take me with her, accepting her bold-faced lie as the truth. I couldn't believe I'd fallen for it and almost died because of it. But Troy was okay. I was here with me. There had been no accident except my own. We'll check it out, said the police officer. Paramedics are on the way. Thank you, said Troy. I heard the crunching of footsteps and the opening of a car door, followed by a piercing scream that made the hair on my arm stand up. I heard Troy suck in a shaky breath. Get your hands off me, shrieked Veronica. I felt a mixture of fear and relief that she was okay. I turned my head to see what was going on and to also make sure she didn't get away. I wondered if I would ever feel safe again, knowing she was in the world. Miss Muse, please calm down. The police officer put his hands up carefully, as if he was scared to touch her. My car! She screamed as she looked around. The red hood was completely caved in, the windshield splintered like a spider web. The passenger window caved in, the door crushed. That was where I had sat. I shuddered at the sight of it. I watched as she took in her total car, and then as her eyes grew wide, looking frantically around. Troy, she screamed. Where is Troy? She started sobbing, placing her forehead against the steering wheel and banging against it. Miss Muse, said the police officer, putting his hand on her back. Please stop, Miss Muse. She began clawing at her hair, pulling it away from her scalp, and violently shaking her head, screaming sobs escaping her. I killed him, she sobbed. I killed Troy. Oh my God. No, Miss Muse, you didn't. Mr. Gunner is fine. Don't lie to me, she yelled. I saw him. I hit him. Oh my God, I couldn't stop the car in time. Veronica, said Troy loudly, trying to break her from the spell she was under. She quickly looked up through her tear-filled eyes and saw him. In disbelief, she took the sight of him in for a moment before her eyes landed on me, being held in his arms. I tried to swallow, but my throat was too dry. You, she growled, her voice narrowed in a cold, almost whisper. She stumbled out of the car, madness in her eyes. I couldn't look away, though I wanted to desperately. I caught sight of her mangled leg dragging on the ground toward me, and it made my stomach turn. She didn't even seem to feel the bone that jutted out of her skin. Miss Muse, please, you're hurt, said the police officer, waving over the others to help him. Two other officers walked over and wrapped their hands around her arms, supporting her as she tried to claw her way toward Troy and me. She lost her balance and shrieked in pain as she started to fall to the ground. Oh, I sobbed, turning my face to Troy's chest as he held me tighter. You are under arrest, Miss Muse, said the officer, for the abduction of Monica Durl and reckless driving. Please don't make this harder than it is. You're very hurt. Let us help you. I don't need your help, yelled Veronica as she tried to fight her way out of the police officer's grasp. I'd like to call my lawyer now. You can do all of that at the police station. For now, you need to be seen by medical staff. You've suffered a broken leg and who knows what else, said the police officer calmly. He followed behind Veronica and the officers who carried her toward one of the ambulances that had just pulled up. We need to get you checked out too, said Troy softly, looking me over. I'm fine, I insisted, even though I was far from it. My mind and body were still in a state of shock. Hell, I didn't know if I had my own broken bones jutting out of my skin. Please, baby, whispered Troy. Baby. The word warmed through me like a hug that I so desperately needed. I nodded against his chest as he carefully carried me across the rocky terrain to the other ambulance. The paramedics rushed over to take me from him, but he didn't loosen his grip, and nor did I as my arms tightened around his neck. If this was real, I wasn't going to let him go. Not again. He carried me up into the ambulance and sat next to me as the paramedics took my vitals and shined bright flashlights in my eyes. I heard Veronica screaming in the distance and desperately tried to shut the sound out. I shut my eyes as the slow spread of pain flooded my head. Everything seemed so blurry, even the feel of Troy's strong hand in mine. I could hear the paramedics talking, but their voices sounded far away. Troy's voice too. It felt like they were muffled whispers even though they were right next to me. Monica, said Troy, his lips against my ear. I sounded. Can you hear me? He asked. I nodded slightly. They think you have a concussion. No, I croaked. I'm fine. Really? You're not fine. I don't want to leave you, I said, my eyes opening and finding his. I was scared to ever leave his side again. I had almost lost him. He had almost lost. The image of him standing in front of the car as it sped toward him flashed in my mind. I grabbed onto him in disbelief he was here with me and not dead. Please don't leave me, I sobbed. I'm not leaving you, baby. I'm right here. He wrapped his arms around me and I felt his lips press against the top of my head. We need to get her to a hospital, said a nearby paramedic. I'll get her there, said Troy. Probably faster than you. There was a brief pause, as if the paramedic was thinking it over. Okay, he said wearily. I will call the hospital and let them know you're on your way and to give the helicopter clearance. Helicopter. Thank you, said Troy as he slowly got to his feet, taking me with him as he scooped me up. He carried me down the steps of the ambulance, the air abiding into us as the sun began to set in the distance. I saw a sleek black helicopter on the road before us. As Troy carried me to it, I wondered what was happening. As the pilot jumped out and opened the large door for us, the rotors above slowly coming to life. Troy, I asked, fear in my voice. It's okay, he assured me. We're going home after I'm sure you're okay. He carried me into the helicopter. The pilot closed the door behind us. Troy carried me to the back seat and gently placed me down. He pulled my seatbelt over me and took the seat next to me, taking my hand in his. Groggily, I laid my head on his shoulder, suddenly desperate for sleep. You can't sleep, baby, he whispered, squeezing my hand. I'm so tired, I yawned. I know, but please stay awake, you have to. I promise the view will be worth it. I heard a small smile in his voice, a small smile of hope after everything we had been through. Okay, I said, returning the smile. I watched as the ground fell slowly further away from us as the helicopter lifted up, leaving the terrifying scene below us. The red of the ambulance, the mangled car around the tree, the broken bones, the sirens, the flashing lights. I was ready to never see any of it again. Soon, the skyline of Manhattan came into view, and my heart swelled. Home. We were going home. The buildings that kissed the purple and pink sky welcomed us as we approached. I still wasn't sure if I was dreaming or not. Chapter 54, Troy. As I held Monica's hand, squeezing it every few minutes to ensure she was awake, the city sprawled out beneath us like a sea of concrete and glass. This would have been a perfect date idea had it not been that she was mildly concussed and had just survived a near death. I planted a kiss on the top of her head, gratefully memorizing that smell of jasmine that was so uniquely hers. I never wanted to lose that scent, or the feel of her hand in mine or her head against my shoulder. You Awake? I whispered. She said groggily. The view is pretty great. I smiled down at her. It was dusk now. The sky was a watercolor of navy and lilac. The twinkling lights of the buildings the only warmth below. The helicopter dipped slightly, and I hoped it meant we were nearing the hospital, though the paramedics had looked over Monica and it concluded she most likely had a concussion and that was all. I wasn't sure. The image of the red car's hood wrapped around the tree was stuck in my head. She was lucky. So lucky someone had heard my prayer and saved her. But I just hoped the doctors found nothing else wrong with her. I also hoped that she would heal from the emotional toll this must have taken on her. When I found her in the car, she was almost unrecognizable with her face drained of color and fear. The only thing that filled the eyes that used to be so warm. I couldn't help but think that I was the one who did this to her. I was the one who got her in the car that was wrapped around the tree. I squeezed her hand again, not to make sure she was awake, but because of the guilt that was coursing through me. I'm so sorry, I whispered. She asked, tilting her head up slightly to look at me. For what? For everything. For the mess I got you into? I shook my head, fighting back tears as I took in the bruises on her face that were beginning to darken. You didn't do anything, she said softly. If it weren't for me, Veronica would never have come into your life. She could have got you killed. I don't know what I would have done. I'm right here, she said, squeezing my hand back. It's not your fault, Troy. She will never hurt you again, I said firmly. She nodded, but I knew she wasn't convinced. There would always be some small part of her that remembered this day and the horror she had been put through. I just hoped I could assure her she could move on with her life. With me, loved and safe. I wanted to protect her. Now that I had almost lost her, I didn't know how I would ever be able to let her out of my sight. I knew Veronica would be locked up and hopefully put someplace where they could help her. If I thought she wasn't right in the head before, today just further solidified her mental state. I saw it in her eyes. The woman I used to know was no longer there anymore. What was left behind was a shattered version, desperate for a life that she could no longer have, and it was breaking her in two. I shuddered as I remembered the break in her leg, the one she was unaware of because her anger was too strong for her to feel anything else. The helicopter dipped lower and Monica groaned softly as she closed her eyes. The building is getting closer. Hey, you okay? I asked worriedly. Mm-hmm, she said, but she kept her eyes closed. Her face took on a shade of grayish-green as she sucked in a slow, shaky breath. I thought she might be sick. I rubbed her back as I willed for us to get to the hospital quickly. We couldn't be far now. I needed her to see a doctor fast. I knew a concussion could cause nausea, but I just prayed it wasn't severe enough to cause long-term damage. We're almost there, I said softly, hoping I was right. She groaned again, slumping forward and holding her head between her legs. You're going to be okay, baby, I said. How much longer? I leaned forward and asked the pilot a little too sternly. It wasn't his fault. The hospital is coming into view now, Mr. Gunner, he assured me. I nodded and sat back in the seat, darkness washing over Monica and me. I could see the yellow X on the top of a nearby building, our landing spot. I let out a sigh of relief. The pilot slowly lowered the helicopter down, the rotors slowing to a stop. I could see nurses with a stretcher rushing toward us. The pilot came around and opened the door, and I lifted Monica out of the helicopter and placed her on the stretcher. We will take it from here, said the nurse urgently, taking the handles of the stretcher and pushing Monica toward a nearby elevator on the rooftop. I'm coming with, I said, trying to keep up. Are you family? She eyed me. I'm her. He's coming. He has to come. Monica grabbed the nurse's arm and gave her a pleading look, her breath quickening. The nurse looked from her to me and knew it was better not to argue than to cause any more stress. I followed her into the elevator, 2 nurses behind us. We rode down to the emergency room floor and they pushed Monica into a nearby room. You will have to wait out here, said one of the nurses, blocking me from coming into the room. We have to run a few tests. It's protocol. I saw Monica trying to prop herself up to see what was going on. A panicked look in her eyes. I gave her a reassuring smile. It's okay, I called to her. I'll be right out here. She looked like she was about to say something, but instead keeled over and puked onto the floor. I wanted so badly to go to her, hold her hair back, rub her back, anything. But I knew the longer I put up a fight, the longer it would take for a doctor to see her. So I let the nurse shut the door and paced outside of it. My phone buzzed in my pocket. I ignored it. After a minute, it buzzed again. Another incoming call. I sighed frustratedly and slid it from my pocket. I noticed the screen had a long crack through it, probably from when I jumped out of the way of the car and landed on the asphalt. Through the crack, I saw my father was calling. I ignored his call, but he only called again. I turned it off, knowing his incessantness would only continue. He was probably still livid from our conversation this morning. But now was not the time. My only focus was on Monica and making sure she was okay. The reckoning from my father could wait. It was truly the last thing I was worried about right now. I watched as a doctor walked into Monica's room and felt a small sense of relief. I then heard a familiar voice from down the hall and saw the same police officer from the scene of the crash. He spotted me and made his way over. Mr. Gunner, he nodded. I'm Officer Lundquist. I realized we were not properly introduced. I held my hand out and shook it firmly. How is she? He asked, nodding to the closed door. Not sure, I said, running my hand through my hair. I'm going to have to ask her a few questions, get her statement, if the doctor allows me to. He turned and knocked on the door before turning to me again. You'll be next, so don't go far. I nodded and watched him disappear into the room, trying to get a glimpse of Monica. For the next 20 minutes, I paced outside the door, trying to hear anything from inside, but couldn't. Officer Lundquist emerged from the room and led me down the hallway to a place more private. I told him everything about Veronica and how she had been borderline stalking me and harassing Monica. I told him I had suspected she sent the dead flowers to her, and we both decided it had been a threat against her life. I felt stupid for not seeing it before. I would never have expected her vengeance to turn violent, deadly. Once I was done giving my statement, the officer left back to the department, leaving me alone with my thoughts. I walked back to Monica's room, but the door was still closed. I sighed and found a nearby waiting room, plopping down into an armchair. I put my head in my hands and closed my eyes. I wondered what was taking so long, and my worries were getting the best of me. Troy? Said a familiar voice. I looked up and saw Erica walking toward me, worry in her eyes. Erica, I stood up and she threw her arms around me, crying quietly. Oh my God, she said through her tears. What are you doing here? I asked, confused. Are you kidding? She pulled away and looked at me, her hands on my shoulders. It was all over the news. The police chase, Dad's helicopter, the accident. I groaned. Of course it was. I knew Dad was in New Jersey. Well, probably not anymore if he's caught wind of this, which I'm sure he has. But anyway, I knew it was you up there. I just didn't know why you were involved in a police chase until I saw Veronica's red car. Oh, Erika. I shook my head. It was awful. Just awful. I felt my legs weaken as I sat back in the chair behind me. Erika took the seat beside me, and I told her everything that happened. She listened wide-eyed the entire time. I couldn't blame her. It sounded like something from out of a horror movie. Is Monica okay? She asked, urgency in her voice as she looked around. Yeah, I think so. I hope so. They think she has a concussion, but she's been in there so long I don't know what's going on. I felt warm tears threaten to fall. Oh, Troy, she'll be okay. She gave me an assuring nod as she took my hands. I hate to ask, but Veronica, she's alive but got pretty banged up. Erika nodded in relief. She stayed quiet for a moment longer before putting her hand on my shoulder. I hate to bring it up, but the news is speculating about. I raised an eyebrow. A romantic connection between you and Monica. Of course they are, I muttered. Only the news would take something horrific and spin it into something else entirely. Now, I assume my father was calling not because of our fight, but because his helicopter was on the news in a high-speed chase, and the rumors broke out about me being romantically involved with my assistant. He was probably more worried about the latter. I groaned as I sat back in my seat. I don't even care, I just want to see Monica. You will, said Erika. We waited in silence for what felt like hours until the doctor I saw go into her room came to find me. I stood up quickly when I spotted him, eager for answers. Eager for anything he could tell me about Monica. Miss Durl is asking for you, he said. I took a deep breath and followed him into the room, leaving Erika in the waiting room. Chapter 55, Monica. I clutched the white sheets up to my chin tightly, hoping it would cover the fact that my hands, my everything were shaking. Everything in my life had just changed here in this hospital, and it had nothing to do with the car accident that could have taken my life. Are you all right? Asked the doctor, looking up at me from his clipboard. I nodded. Even though I was far from it, my insides were churning and rising to my throat. I looked around quickly for the bowl the nurse had brought in earlier. I spotted it on the counter by the sink after she had washed it out for the third time. I pointed at it frantically, my lips pressed tightly to hold it all in. The doctor's gaze followed my finger and quickly grabbed the bowl, handing it to me. I emptied out into the bowl until it felt like there was nothing left. I clutched the bowl tightly against me as I dry heaved. Every shudder of breath I sucked in was painful as my body began to realize what it had gone through that day. The doctor had said I was pretty banged up, but the bruises would become more apparent and the soreness more painful over the next few days. He said I was lucky I had my seatbelt on. I thought back to this moment in the car, when I was so sure my life was over that I had taken it off to try to say goodbye to Troy. Things could have ended a lot differently moments later. I groaned as another dry heave rolled through me and my back screamed in pain as it lurched forward. The doctor put his hand on my back. Nausea is normal with concussions. It's also normal in the first trimester or sometimes beyond that, he said gently. I clutched the bowl tightly and shut my eyes, shaking my head as if that would somehow erase what the doctor had told me minutes ago. You're pregnant. Pregnant? 3 months to be exact. I was just entering into my second trimester and had been somewhat blissfully unaware that there was a baby growing inside me. Troy's baby. I pushed the sick bowl away from me and one of the nurses came and thankfully took it away. On the bed next to me lay a glossy black and white photo of my baby. Our baby. My hands shook as it carefully picked it up as if it might break. My eyes welled with tears as they landed on the tiny baby that lay cradled in my stomach. Salty tears landed on the white sheets around me. I'll let you have a moment, said the doctor, gesturing for the nurses to leave. Please let me know if you need anything. And congratulations again. All I could do was nod. I didn't know if I wanted to be alone right now with my guilt eating away at me. I had been pregnant for 3 months and didn't know. My instincts were already failing as a mother. I should have known that I had missed my period. Not once, but 3 times. I should have known when things like chocolate cake started tasting different. I should have known when my breasts ached at times, or the fact that Troy had been spending a particularly long amount of time on them when we were intimate. Worst of all, I had put our baby in danger when I had left with Veronica this morning. If I had known I was pregnant, I would never have gone anywhere with her. I would have been smarter, asked more questions, called for help. Instead, I followed her blindly straight into the lion's den, where all three of us had almost lost our lives. I let out a quiet sob as I clutched the photo to my heart, my guilt pouring out of me. Even though the doctor had assured me that the baby was fine after doing an ultrasound and the various measurements and heartbeat tests, I still felt like I had already failed as a mother. A mother, something I had never thought I would be. Though I had hoped when I was younger that I would marry someone out of college, get married, and start a family. When my life didn't turn out like that, not even close, I began writing romance as a way to cope, a way to escape. When my first book took off, my dream of starting a family took a back seat, and I hadn't thought of it much since. But now, it seemed like my dream was coming true. I just didn't know if I was ready, if Troy was ready. As I put my hand on my belly, I realized we didn't have much of a choice now. There was a soft knock at the door. I wiped my tears away just as the door opened and Troy walked through the door. I quickly slipped the ultrasound photo behind me underneath a pillow. I knew I had to tell him, but I didn't know how. I had hardly processed it myself. It felt like the ultrasound photo was screaming behind me, making it hard to think as he walked toward me cautiously, as if I were made of glass. "Monica," he said softly, as if asking if I wanted him there. I burst into tears just at the sight of worry on his face. He rushed toward me and wrapped his arms around me. "I was so scared," he murmured in my hair. "What the hell was taking so long?" "Just a lot of tests," I said, "and one life-changing one." He pulled away and looked me over as if he was inspecting me. "I'm okay," I assured him. It was him whose eyes were welling with tears now as he nodded. I reached both hands over and held his cheeks, pulling his face toward mine. I looked from his forest green eyes down to the bow of his lips, realizing how badly I needed to kiss him. To get lost in him, he obliged to my silent need and pressed his lips against mine roughly, passionately. A salty tear ran down my cheek as I realized how close I had been to losing him, to losing everything. He pulled away and wiped my tear away from my cheek. "I thought I had lost you," I whispered. "Why would you ever think you would lose me?" he asked softly. I went on to explain how Veronica had showed up at the office and the lies she had woven to get me to leave with her. She had been so convincing that I hadn't stopped to think or call him or the police. I just knew I had to get to him. It wasn't until we were speeding down the interstate that I realized I had been conned. "We will never have to deal with her again," he said. It was the second time he was assuring me she was out of our lives, and I wanted to believe him. But I also knew what she was capable of. What people with money were capable of, especially crazed ones. "I'll make sure of it," said Troy, as if sensing my doubts. It wasn't that I doubted him or even blamed him. It had just been one hellish day, and now that I knew I had a baby to protect, my guard was up. I knew I had to tell him that he didn't only have me to protect. The word sat heavy in my chest, as I repositioned myself on the bed, wincing as I moved. "Are you okay?" asked Troy, worry in his voice as his eyes seemed to find every yellowish bruise that peeked out of the blue hospital gown. "I'm fine, just a little banged up." God, I'll never forgive myself. Ever. I squeezed his hand. "Troy, I'm fine, please, you could have died." "I didn't. You have a concussion." He read his hand through his hair frustratedly. "I'm fine. The doctor is just keeping me overnight for evaluation, and then I'm sure I'll be fine to go home." "Overnight?" He put his head in his hands. "Troy," I said as firmly as I could as I watched the guilt eat away at him. "I'm pregnant." The word just tumbled out of me. I couldn't hold him in any longer. I couldn't watch him crumble anymore in front of me. He pulled his head slowly from his hands and looked up at me, his eyes searching mine as if to understand he had heard me correctly. "Pregnant?" he asked slowly as if he was trying out a new word. I nodded. 3 months. "Did you?" No, I was just as shocked as you are, is it? The baby's fine." They did multiple tests. I reached behind me and my fingers felt for the glossy photo under the pillow. I pulled it out and showed it to him. His eyes fell from me to the photo, but I couldn't get a read on what he was thinking. I knew it was a lot to process, but Troy had practically gone catatonic. When I realized he wasn't reaching for the photo, I let it fall to my lap. "I know this wasn't what you were expecting," I said softly, trying not to focus on my heart, that felt like it was in his hands and at the risk of being dropped. "It wasn't what I was expecting either." He remained quiet and a creeping panic began to set in. "I understand if this isn't what you wanted," I whispered. "I don't want you to feel trapped." He avoided my gaze and stood up from the hospital bed slowly. Troy, I started. I need some air, he said, turning toward the door. I watched him slip out of it in a trance-like state, leaving me alone in the room, completely in disbelief. A sob escaped me as I picked up the photo and clutched it to me. I rocked myself and the baby as if trying to comfort us both. The man I loved and thought I knew had just walked out on me when I needed him most. I understood he was in shock, but so was I. I had just received the same news he had. I wasn't walking out though, I didn't have that option. Our baby was growing inside of me. Alongside it were fear, confusion, and sadness that filled me. In the last half hour, I hadn't even had the time to envision what our life would look like as parents. But now, images of Troy rocking the baby to sleep and singing lullabies floated in my head. I didn't know whether to smile or cry at the images of him as a father. Deep down, I knew he would be amazing at it. I just didn't think that he knew that. The images I had of him floating in my mind now popped like bubbles, leaving me empty. There was a knock at the door, and I looked up to see Erica standing in the doorway. I didn't know she was even here. I gave her a confused look. How did you? I'm guessing Troy didn't tell you that you were on the news. I shook my head. I came as soon as I saw. I could tell she was holding back tears, so I held out my hand to her. She rushed over and pulled me in for a hug. Are you okay? She asked, her voice shaky. I didn't know how to answer that question. I was far from okay, and it had nothing to do with my concussion or the pain that pulsed in my body. I couldn't answer her as the tears streamed down my face. Erica didn't ask any more questions. She sat there and held me in silence on the hospital bed, not knowing her brother had just broken my heart. And it was a worse feeling than anything I had endured today. Chapter 56, Troy, pregnant. The word whispered in my ear over and over, like a song on loop as I rode in the elevator down to the lobby of the hospital. I knew it was wrong to leave Monica right now after everything she had been through, but especially after she told me she was pregnant with our baby. I just didn't know how to stay in that room, as the walls felt like they were closing in on me, making it difficult to breathe or think. I bumped into Erica on my way out, but offered no explanation as to why I was leaving. The words couldn't be formed in my head to make their way out of my mouth. So I continued walking until I was safely in the elevator, being pulled away from the life I didn't know if I would ever figure out. Out on the curb, I hesitated before hailing a cab, knowing full well it was the wrong choice. I saw the hurt in Monica's eyes as I slowly backed away from her, from our baby. How much more of an asshole could I be? But the truth was, I didn't have control over my body at that moment. It moved on its own, paralyzed by fear. I looked up at the hospital, the glass window staring down at me like judgmental eyes. I shook my head and stuck my hand out for a cab. A yellow car pulled up promptly and I slid inside. Go, I said. Go where? Asked the driver. That was a great question. When I was leaving everything I loved behind here, I gave him the address for my office. I didn't know why, but it's the first thing I blurted out. As the cab pulled away from the curb, I leaned my head against the back seat and tried to remedy the pounding in my head. It was as if all of the adrenaline from the day had worn off, and now I was left with the thoughts I needed to sort through. Veronica arrested and insane. Monica concussed and pregnant with my baby. Me completely lost in life and about to become a dad. That about summed it up. I sighed heavily and closed my eyes, but all I saw in the darkness was the image of our baby. I saw the head and the arms and the legs. It was a real human growing inside of Monica. Didn't even seem real. And to know that it had equal parts of me and her inside, it was enough to make me bite back my tears. I was terrified to screw it all up. A baby was not on my radar. It was something I had never thought about. It never came up between Veronica and me. And thank God it hadn't. Knowing how that story ended, I never saw myself as a father. Probably because I had such a poor one myself. I didn't think I would be any good at it because I didn't have one to look up to. So I never gave it a second thought. I figured I would lead a bachelor life forever, focusing on business and only needing a woman to fulfill the primal need when it arose. But then Monica came along and everything I had expected for my life went out the window. But a baby that was big, forever life-altering. The cab slowed to a stop outside my office building. I paid the driver and climbed out of the car, staring up at the dark concrete building that loomed before me. There was very little light coming from the windows. Everyone had gone home for the evening. I was thankful for the solitude. I walked through the large glass doors and past the security guard. A different one from this morning. He eyed me curiously as I passed, probably holding back the questions he so badly wanted to ask after seeing everything that played out on the news today. I loosened my tie that felt like it was suffocating me and kept walking toward the elevator. The floor of my office was empty and the lights dim. The cleaning crew wouldn't be here for another few hours, which meant I could sit in the quiet and think. I entered my office, not bothering to turn on the lights, and sat down at my desk. I removed my tie and slid off my jacket as exhaustion slammed into me. I should have just gone home to sleep it off. I saw Monica's desk just through the door and could almost picture her sitting there typing on her computer. I realized I missed her and felt like a coward for how I had reacted when she had told me about the baby. She had just found out herself. I'm sure she was just as terrified as I was. How could I face her again after what I had just done to her? She probably hated me for leaving her when she needed me the most. I hated myself for it, but my brain needed time to process everything. It needed to catch up after all that had happened in the past several hours. I heard footsteps approaching down the hall, coming in my direction. They were heavy on the marble floors, and I wondered who was here after hours. After hours, Troy. I heard the familiar bark of my father's voice breaking the silence. "Where the hell are you?" I grimaced. The last thing I needed was to see my father right now. I stayed quiet in the darkness of my office, hoping he would walk past me. "I know you're in here. Security saw you come up." The light above me turned on, making me blink a few times against the harsh fluorescent cast that filled my office. Then I saw my father standing in the doorway, his face red and his eyes dancing wildly. "What the hell are you doing?" he asked. "Just needed to think." "Think, huh? What a luxury to leave the retreat early to think," he said, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "A lot happened today, Dad. Oh, you think I don't know?" He began pacing my office. "After you left the retreat, embarrassing me and my reputation, I got a call that my helicopter was chartered out. Next thing I knew, I saw it on the news in a goddamn police chase. What were you thinking? I'm not finished," my father snapped. "Now they're saying you were romantically involved with that assistant of yours. Is that—" I looked up at him and only saw anger in his eyes. There was not a ripple of worry or concern about what I had gone through today. The only thing he cared about was his reputation. I was so damn selfish and self-absorbed. Something in me snapped. "That's all you fucking care about, isn't it?" I asked, my voice narrow. "Excuse me? You don't care that someone could have died today? Your own son could have died today? You don't care that people got hurt? You don't care about any of it, so long as your image stays pristine. Well, I'm sorry that I tarnished your image by caring about someone more than I care about myself. But you wouldn't know anything about that, would you? You don't even care about your own wife. Watch it, boy," said my father, stopping in his tracks and shooting me a look. "You think I didn't see you at the restaurant? At the strip club? You're a disgusting excuse for a husband, an even worse father. If you're so worried about your reputation, maybe you should start acting dignified yourself." "How dare you?" "See my father." "No." "How dare you?" I said, standing from my desk. "I can't believe I used to look up to you. I can't believe I chose the same path as you, just because I thought it would make you proud, but nothing will ever please you. I see that now." "Oh, boo-hoo." He put on a sarcastic pout that I wanted to slap off his face. "I'm sorry that billions of dollars doesn't make you happy." "It doesn't." "None of this does," I said, looking around my office. "Oh, and I suppose your assistant makes you happy." He laughed. "She does, actually. And I almost lost her today. Not that you care. If you are in fact involved with her, then that is the last straw. You're fired. You're done. I warned you, Troy." My father pointed a finger at me. The smug look on his face now pulled into a frown. "No need to fire me because I quit. Think carefully about what you're saying, Troy." He warned. "I have thought about it. I quit. I hate this job. I have no interest in making the rich richer, and I have no interest in working under you. I'm nearly 40 years old, yet you treat me like a child. Then don't act like one. You think screwing your assistant is wise?" "I don't know. I could ask you the same thing about Kathy." "Watch it, boy," he repeated. "And I'm not just screwing my assistant, I'm in love with her." My dad scoffed. "In fact, we're having a baby." It was the first time I had said it out loud, making it even more real. I wished the first person I told wasn't my father, but it seemed to knock the air out of him temporarily. For a moment, I thought he would see that I really meant what I said, that I was happy with her, that it was real, that he was going to be a grandfather. I should have known it was wishful thinking. "How stupid can you be?" he asked finally, his voice almost a whisper. "You let her trap you. She doesn't love you. She loves the money." "That's not true," I said, taking a step toward him. "Yes, it is. That's exactly what bitches like her do." His words bit into me like poison and filled me with rage. I pulled my arm back and punched him straight in the face. I watched as he fell to the floor, almost in slow motion, his eyes following me as he met the ground. I felt no remorse, just satisfaction. "How dare you?" he span, blood falling from his mouth. I stood over him and pointed at him. "Don't you ever talk about her like that again. You will not disrespect her or me ever again." I stepped over him and walked out of the door of my office, down the dimly lit hallway and into the elevator. I knew my father wouldn't hesitate to call security on me. I needed to get out of here as fast as possible, away from him and the evil man he had proven himself to be. I had known it all along, but was too scared to cut ties, because at the end of the day, he was my father. But he wasn't a good person. I saw that clearly now. I walked out of the building feeling free of it and the job that tied me to it. Feeling free of my father who sat bleeding in my office. My hand throbbed from where my fist met his mouth. I shook it out as I hailed a cab. This time I knew exactly where I was going. I was going back to the hospital to be with Monica, to beg for her forgiveness and to prove that I was ready to be the father to our baby. She was the love of my life, and as scared as I was to be a father, I wanted to do it with her. Thanks to my own father, I knew exactly what not to do. That was enough confidence for me. The cab could not get to her fast enough. Our life together could not start fast enough. Chapter 57, Monica. "You're sure?" asked Troy, holding a paint roller and looking at me with a raised eyebrow. "Yes, I'm sure." I ran my own paint roller through the tray on the floor. It had been a feat just to crouch down to do that. I wasn't sure how I was going to paint an entire nursery. Of course, I'd asked the doctor if it was safe for me to do so, and he gave me the green light. Although it had been hard for me to give the green light on which color to use for the nursery, until I found the perfect shade of blue. Blissful blue. Blissful. A juxtaposition to what my life was like 3 months ago, when I almost lost my life and then found out I was pregnant. And then I lost Troy. "Okay," he said hesitantly as he rolled the paint onto the wall, watching me from the corner of his eye. "Will you stop that?" I rolled my eyes. "I just want to make sure. It only took you 75 paint swatches to find the one you wanted." He laughed. It was more like 85, but who was really counting? I tried to pull myself to stand, but my round belly made it hard. Troy put down the paint roller and came over, taking my hands in his and helping me to my feet. I didn't let go of my hands as he looked down at me with warmth in his eyes. "I just want it to be perfect," I said. "It is perfect," he whispered. "You're perfect." He leaned down and kissed me, his hands moving to my belly gently. I closed my eyes and soaked in the moment, remembering when I thought this life would never be ours, becoming parents and painting our son's nursery, being completely in love. 3 months ago, when Troy had left me in the hospital after I told him I was pregnant, I thought my world was over. It hurt more than any of the bruises or my banged-up head that had been inflicted by the accident. I remember watching him leave out the door as I clutched the ultrasound in my hands, the glossiness slick against my fingers. He came back almost 2 hours later, avoiding getting smacked upside the head by his sister and pulling me into his arms with tearful apologies. I remember holding him, his face pressed against my stomach as he clutched onto me. I couldn't turn him away. The entire day had been something out of a thriller, a shock to us both. And then to throw in the news of me being pregnant, it would be a lot for anyone. "I'm scared to be a father," he had whispered, almost to the baby more than me. I had run my fingers through his dark hair, my heart beating, knowing that Troy, this wonderful man, believed he would be like that awful man. I was guilty impressed when I heard he had decked his own father in the face. Maybe it would be the wake-up call that the powerful almighty Bryson Gunner needed. "The only thing you two have in common is your DNA," I'd said. It made him laugh softly. "Only you could make me laugh after the day we've had," he replied, looking up at me. I smiled down at him. "Move in with me," he'd said. "What?" "What?" I had asked in surprise. Just an hour ago, I thought that I had lost the love of my life, and now he was asking me to live with him. "Move in with me, let's do this right. I love you and I love this baby. I want to be the best father I can be and the best partner to you." My eyes began welling up with tears. "Okay." I had nodded, my voice barely a whisper. The next day, when I was released from the hospital, Troy made a cozy spot for me on his couch with blankets and snacks and all my favorite movies. He told me to stay there and relax, while he and the moving company he had hired the night before moved everything out of my small apartment in Queens to here, his penthouse in Manhattan. By the end of the evening, everything I owned was there. We were starting our life together. The last few months, we had spent just about every waking hour together. Since Troy had quit his job at the hedge fund company and left his father's company for good, I was also out of a job. I still had my part-time freelance job for Erica's newspaper. If I were still living on my own, it would never be enough to survive. I felt funny living rent-free in this amazing apartment, but Troy merely scoffed. Even though he was unemployed, he still had billions to live off. I was set for life if he never wanted to work again. But I knew he wanted to work. Before we figured that part of our life out, and before it was deemed too late in my pregnancy to travel, Troy whisked me away on a beach vacation, a baby moon in the Maldives. I had never seen such a beautiful beach in my life, with its blinding white sand so soft to the touch, and the crystal clear sapphire blue waters. We spent 2 weeks there with pina colada mocktails in hand, my growing belly in a bikini soaking up the sun. Despite my changing body, Troy seemingly couldn't get enough of me or I him. If we weren't on the beach, we were holed up in our seaside bungalow, lost in each other in the white linen sheets, our own private fortress. I was thankful the small bout of morning sickness had passed, although it was a trade-off for restless nights. I wasn't sure if it was the pregnancy insomnia or the nightmares that kept me awake. It could have been a combination of both. I was scared to fall asleep some nights because of the images of the crunched red metal of the sports car, or the crazed look on Veronica's face often entered my dreams, causing me to lurch awake. Troy would comfort me, rubbing my back as I tried to let the lapping waves soothe me back to sleep. He assured me over and over that Veronica would never hurt me again. And I knew that. I knew he would protect me and I him. Though she was facing prison time, her bigwig attorney was able to fight it by having her plead insanity. While it could have been a ploy, I believed it to be true. Veronica was insane and she needed help. She was sent to a mental hospital and would be there for years. Just to be safe, Troy and I both filed restraining orders on her in case she conned her way out. Though Troy's attorney assured me it would be impossible, I had known how much Veronica had loved Troy, or at least had been infatuated with him. That much was apparent in her desperate attempts to get him back by inserting herself in family functions, to harassing me, to stalking him. I just never knew that it would go as far as it did. Erica kept suggesting that when I was ready, I should write a thriller based on my own life. She said it might be the therapeutic release I needed, but I just wasn't ready for that. Maybe someday. Until then, I recently settled with therapy at Troy's suggestion, which seemed to be working as my restless nights were becoming fewer. When we got back from the Maldives, Troy got to work on starting his own company. It wasn't going to be easy starting it from the ground up, but I knew he could do it. I could see how much he wanted it, how much he wanted something that was his very own, far from the shadow of his father. In college, he had taken a few courses on AI and had really found the passion for it. He never fully pursued it because he let his father dictate his path, and now he had the freedom to go for it. With Daniel Jacobs' help, who owned his own tech company, he was able to come up with some fresh ideas that weren't in today's market yet. Daniel gave him a list of contacts for him to use. We had a lot to thank Daniel for, including our own relationship. If it weren't for him, Troy and I wouldn't have set foot in each other's lives again after that fateful night at the bar. I had never seen Troy so invested in something. I had seen him work for months, working alongside him as his assistant, but I had never seen him this excited about anything. It made my heart full knowing that he was pursuing something that was all his. I was so glad he didn't give up on himself, when many others in his position of wealth would settle for having money in the bank, not needing to do anything for the rest of their lives. While he worked at his desk, I would curl up in an armchair and write, trying not to be distracted by how good he looked when he was deep in thought. I was more than keeping up with the assignments the newspaper would give me, even throwing them extra each week, and my eagerness was noticed. They just offered me a full-time job last week, which I gladly accepted. They were aware I was pregnant and would need time off in the coming months, but they offered me the job anyway. I now had a weekly column of my short stories in the paper along with their online edition. Troy had made me a delicious steak dinner to celebrate, complete with sparkling cider and an array of my favorite desserts from a nearby bakery. He was so proud of me. While I hadn't published a book in a while, my fan base had taken an interest in my columns at the paper, and new fans from the paper had taken an interest in my books. There had been a resurgence in sales at the bookstore and online, allowing me to build a little nest egg of my own because of the royalties. A few of my books were back on the charts of the bestseller lists. It seemed like everything in my life was working out perfectly. As I stood here in my son's nursery with the man I loved, I smiled at the way my life had turned out. But then my eyes fell on the stroke of paint on the wall, and my smile pulled slightly into a frown. "What?" asked Troy, a touch of dread in his voice as he followed my gaze to the wall. "Don't hate me?" "Uh-oh, I just don't love it." Troy let out a sigh before kissing me on the forehead. He knelt down on the ground and started replacing the lid on the paint can. He picked it up by the metal handle and started heading for the door. "Where are you going?" I asked. "Back to the hardware store. I want to find something you do love, maybe that Lucy Blue you were eyeing. You're the best, you know that." "I know," he chuckled. He turned and walked out the door, and I smiled after him. I remember he had wanted to hire someone for the job, but I insisted we do it ourselves. He probably now regretted agreeing to it with my ever-changing mind, but I liked knowing we were doing this together. He was getting another taste of my world, even as we painted a nursery that was probably bigger than my old apartment in Queens. I sat on the floor of the nursery, patiently waiting for him to get back. I looked at the four walls surrounding me, knowing they were filled with love. Chapter 58, Troy. I found Monica sitting in the nursery, the grey-blue walls surrounding her in a peaceful embrace as she folded baby clothes. She hadn't seen me yet, so I just watched in silence in the doorway. She hummed a lullaby as she held up a tiny white onesie, admiring it before she folded it and added it to the growing pile in front of her. She had been in full-on nesting mode for the past few weeks as her due date approached. Our son would be here in just a few short weeks. As prepared as we were with the nursery being done, complete with the perfect shade of blue walls and an oak crib nestled in the corner of the room, I still felt completely taken aback that I was about to become a father. I was grateful to Monica for her calmness through it all, as if she was made for this. The fears I had for screwing this baby up diminished just watching her. Knowing that all I wanted to be in this life was a decent man for her and a loving father for our baby. I tried not to think back on the day I almost lost them both, especially since Mika had seemed to be doing better in the aftermath. But it really put things into perspective. "What are you thinking about?" she asked softly, noticing me in the doorway. "How much I love you." I walked toward her, weaving around the piles of tiny clothes that surrounded her. I sat down beside her and leaned against the crib, taking a onesie and folding it into a tiny square. She laid her head on my shoulder and folded 2 blue socks into a ball. We folded the rest of the clothes in a comfortable silence, taking in the fact they would be filled out by our baby in a few weeks' time. "He's almost here," I whispered. "You ready for it?" She found my hand and interlaced her fingers in mine. "I think so." I gave her hand a gentle squeeze. "You're going to be the best dad and you the best mom." She lifted her head and pressed her lips against my cheek, her warmth running through me. She looked around the room at all we had accomplished in the past few months, slowly curating the perfect pieces for the nursery. "You picked the perfect shade of blue," she said, looking at me. "Someone had to." I winked at her. She nudged me playfully with her shoulder. "How was work?" she asked. "Good. We're all set for tomorrow's launch." "I'm proud of you." "Don't be proud yet. You know how technology goes. There is always something that could go wrong." "It won't. The website is seamless and you have a team of geniuses to fix any problem that comes up, which it won't." I nodded, but my nerves were still fluttering in my stomach. When I thought up this tech company months ago, I knew I would be taking a risk by stepping foot into a territory I had never been before. I didn't have my father to fall back on. It was all on me, which was what I wanted, but it was still terrifying. The only thing that kept me going was my interest in AI, which I learned of in college, but never pursued fully. It wasn't as big of a thing back then, and even if it had been, my father's pressure of joining the family business was overbearing. I let it control my every move and my every choice, but not anymore. I had brainstormed a few ideas when Monica and I had been enjoying the unemployed life, though it wasn't meant for us long term. I ran a few by Daniel Jacobs, who had his own successful AI software company, and he graciously lent an ear and advice, helping me narrow down my direction. I settled on an AI tool that automatically searched the internet for copyright infringement, making it easy for startups to know which logos, branding, or company names were already in use while generating ideas for their own. The press and the business world were waiting with bated breath, ready to praise me or to prove that I was nothing without my father. I needed the launch to go off without a hitch if I were to make it in this world. I had only 12 hours until the launch the next morning. "Come on, let's get you out of your head," said Monica, giving my hand a little tug. I helped her stand up, her round belly looking ready to burst. We stepped over the piles of clothes and she led me to the kitchen. She pulled out a list of takeout menus and told me to pick. I chose the same piece of place we had ordered from after I burned dinner all those months ago. It was not only good, but held a special place in my memory. She smiled and called to place an order. As the phone rang, she nodded to the living room. "You know what to do." I smiled at her and headed toward the console under the TV, pulling out a large plush blanket and laying it on the floor. I heard Monica order a pepperoni jalapeno pizza and a case of beer for me and a case of sparkling water for her. Soon we were on the floor eating pizza from the box and watching a new comedy that had just come out. It was just what I needed to forget the stress of tomorrow. "Oh," said Monica suddenly, clutching her stomach. "What is it?" "Are you okay?" I asked worriedly. "He's kicking like crazy. I think the jalapeno woke him up." She laughed. She reached over and pulled me closer. Placing my hand on her firm stomach, we both sat in silence as if the baby was about to talk. While we waited for another kick, I felt my hand rise and fall as he moved. "Well, hello there," I cooed, bringing my face closer to him. As I felt my son kick my hand, I looked up at Monica, who smiled down at me with so much love in her eyes. I realized this was all I needed. Even if tomorrow didn't go as I hoped, at least I had her and our baby. Thankfully, though, the launch went seamlessly. Monica joined me in my small office I had leased on the Upper West Side, my small team surrounding us as we watched the website go live. Once our first download came through, we all celebrated with champagne and sparkling cider, cheering as more and more came through. Our first hour of sales made recent history in AI startup launches. The press the following day was generous, naming me one to watch in one publication and 40 under 40 innovators in another. They were already predicting my first-year sales, even comparing them to my father's company, which I was predicted to outpace. Erika covered the launch in her paper too, as she had a first-hand look of the day as she was there to celebrate. To my surprise that night, my father had sent over a bottle of champagne and a large bouquet of roses to my apartment. It made me happier than I would like to admit. Things were still tense after our tempers had gotten the best of us that night in my office. We both said and did things we regretted. While things might not be normal between us, if they ever were for a long, long time, at least we were on the right path. "What's it say?" asked Monica curiously as I plucked the card from the bouquet. I opened it with bated breath. It says, "Congratulations on the launch. I'm proud of you. P.S. The roses are for Monica." "Wow," she whispered in awe. "Yeah, wow is right." I shook my head, reading the words over again. The next morning, I stopped by my old coffee shop on the Upper East Side to congratulate Connor on his graduation. Plus, I missed his coffee. I had yet to find one on the Upper West Side that I liked. To congratulate him, I gave him a generous check, which he almost refused to accept. I told him it was for all the coffee and for inspiring me to find my own passion in life. I left him speechless and headed to the office. In the small waiting room, I found an old college friend of mine, Alex Rogers. I hadn't seen him in years. He looked the same, just a few more creases around the eyes formed through the years. As I approached 40, I knew all about it. Monica liked to tease me, saying I was like a fine wine. "Alex?" I asked curiously. He looked up from the paper in his hands and gave me a grin. The same one he had when he was up to no good in the dorms. "Troy, you old bastard." He stood up and pulled me in for a hug, patting me on the back. "What are you doing here?" I asked as we pulled apart. "I wanted to congratulate you face to face, thank you." "Wow, it's been too long." "Well, come on." I waved for him to follow me. "Come into my office, it's not much." "Are you kidding? This is incredible." "And it's all yours," he said as he followed me into my office. Much smaller than my last one. We spent the next hour catching up as I filled him in about leaving my father's company to do my own thing. He told me about his own company, which I felt bad for not keeping up with. I saw his name every so often in the press, but it covered more on who he was sleeping with than his business deals, something I was familiar with. "So, you're going to be a dad?" he asked, leaning back and raising an amused brow. "Looks that way?" I smiled. He shook his head and grinned. "I never thought I would see the day. Troy Gunner, a dad settling down and doing the whole white picket fence thing. More like a penthouse in Manhattan thing, but yeah. And what about you? Anyone special in your life?" "There's always someone special." He wiggled his eyebrows. "Who that is depends on the night of the week." I chuckled. "Same old Alex. I'll never change." He winked. I remembered how I thought the same thing until Monica came into my life. And even then, I still tried to fight it. But I was so glad I let myself fall for her. My life was exactly where I wanted it to be. "We should celebrate your launch," he said, smacking his hand on my desk enthusiastically. "I saw in the papers there was no party." "Ah, I'm disappointed. I'm not sure I can keep up like I used to." I thought back to all the parties we would go to, the copious amounts of liquor we drank, and the women we sweet-talked back to our college apartment. It was a wonder we even graduated. I was sure our fathers had something to do with it. They probably donated a gymnasium or something to keep us from failing. "Probably not," teased Alex, "but look, why don't you come to a party at my place once the baby is born? We want to host friends and family so you all can meet him." "A baby party?" asked Alex skeptically. "I'll make sure there's a nice bottle of bourbon for you." "I'm there," he laughed. A knock sounded at my door just then, and my new assistant popped his head in, looking slightly frazzled. "Yes, Brad?" I asked. "Sorry to interrupt, but Monica?" "What about her?" I asked, standing from my chair suddenly. "She's gone into labor." Chapter 59, Monica. Monica. Troy pulled my favorite plush blanket around me and the baby, who was pressed against my chest, sleeping. I smiled up at him as he tugged the sides underneath me like a cocoon. He was the one who had suggested we bring the blanket from home, the one where we had many pizza picnics and movie nights. I was so glad he did it because it was a little piece of home, a place I was excited to get back to now that our son had arrived in the world. I looked down at him sleeping on my chest. His perfect lips pursed as if he was about to coop. They were Troy's lips. His hair was dark and thick and lay flat against his perfectly round head, his nose pinched up at the end, small and cute. My nose? I had never seen anything so perfect. "We did good," whispered Troy, rounding the hospital bed and laying his chin on my shoulder so he could admire our baby. "We certainly did," I whispered back. "You did good." He gently kissed my bare shoulder and I closed my eyes at the warmth of his lips and the exhaustion that was now hitting me. It had been a long day, and when it started, I didn't think I would end up here in the hospital. I wasn't due for another 3 weeks, but clearly our baby had other plans as he was eager to make his debut early. After Troy left for work this morning, I made a small cup of coffee and got ready for a meeting with my editor at the paper. As I pulled my go-to black maternity dress over my head and over my round belly, I felt a dull cramping, but didn't think anything of it. I figured it was just the acidic coffee. I left the apartment, which I still couldn't believe was my home. When Troy had asked me to move in with him, I was shocked. We hadn't been together that long, but that hadn't stopped us from falling in love and having a baby. Things might have been a little backward, but I wouldn't have them any other way. I eagerly accepted his invitation, and somehow he managed to have my entire life moved in the next day without me even lifting a finger. That was the thing about Troy. He spoiled me, but even more so in pregnancy. I greeted the doorman with a smile and a nod as he pushed the door open for me. I figured I would walk to the meeting. It was only a few blocks away, and my doctor had suggested light exercise to help with circulation. It was a beautiful fall morning, and the leaves were beginning to morph into deep shades of orange and red. I loved fall in New York. There was just something about it. As I walked down the sidewalk admiring other mothers who were pushing their babies in strollers, they gave me knowing smiles. It was as if to say reminiscently, "I used to be there." I smiled back, rubbing my belly, knowing that would be me someday soon. It was everything I had ever wanted. But I'd pushed down because I was afraid it wasn't going to happen for me. But then I met Troy, and all the things I used to dream about started pushing their way through the cracks of the shell I had built in myself. I arrived at the coffee shop to find my editor already at a corner table, sipping on her usual caramel macchiato. I gave her a wave and began to make my way over, but suddenly winced at another dull cramp. She stood up looking concerned and helped me to sit down. Are you okay? She asked, studying my face. I don't think the baby liked this morning's coffee. She nodded wearily before sitting across from me. I ordered a glass of water and a raspberry Danish, hoping it would settle my stomach. Well, Monica, my editor said with a slow smile spreading across her lips. Sarah, I said curiously, nibbling on the Danish. I have some exciting news. Really? What is it? I sat up a little straighter in my seat. You've been writing for us for a little while now. You've built a hefty fan base who buys our papers solely because of your short stories. And I know your previous publisher cut ties a few months ago. I nodded, remembering the call from my agent. I knew it was coming. I hadn't written anything new in almost a year, and her patience along with my publishers had grown thin. They had to let me go. It had been a blow, but it was understandable. Well, there is another publisher, a big one, that wants to sign you. What? I exclaimed. They want to publish all of your short stories in a coffee table style book. Oh my gosh, I squealed. Sarah, this is amazing. She smiled at me. I thought so too. I pushed back from the table and stood up, eager to give her a hug, but stopped short when I felt a burst of water between my legs splashing onto the wood floor below me. Oh my God, I said loudly, putting my hands to my face as I looked down at the puddle below me. Monica, we have to get you to the hospital, said Sarah, rounding the table and putting her arm around me. She threw cash on the table and led me outside to the curb. She shot up her hand and frantically waved down a cab. On the cab ride to the hospital, Sarah called Troy's office to let him know what was going on. 8 hours later, he was here with me in the low glow of the hospital lamp, the sky darkening outside, reminding us how much had changed within a day. While we were in the thick of labor, it felt like time was moving slowly and quickly all at once. The nurse was coaching me as I pushed for what felt like the 100th time, and Troy held my hand the entire time, stroking the back of my hand with his thumb. He had been so calm, so confident, my teammate. It wasn't until our son let out his first cry that I saw something beautifully break inside of Troy. I swore I fell even more in love with him in that moment. I was a father. I knew right then he would be a good one. All of his fears could subside, and I hoped they would. I hoped he could see himself how I saw him. So what should we name him? Asked Troy, looking down at our baby in my arms. His eyes fluttered open for a moment before he stretched his little arms out and settled back against my chest, making a grumpy little face. I laughed softly. We hadn't really talked much about names. We had decided to wait and figured we could decide on a name once we officially met the baby. Now that I looked down at him and saw so much of Troy in him, a name came to mind. What about Troy Jr.? I asked, looking up at Troy. His eyes widened slightly, and he repeated the name back as if trying it out on his tongue, without saying anything. I knew it meant everything to him. I could see it in the way his eyes glanced over as he stared down at his son. We could call him TJ for short, I said. All he could do now was nod as he reached out and ran his fingers through the soft, dark hair of our beautiful baby boy. TJ, he whispered, I love it. Me, too. He leaned in and kissed me before giving TJ a kiss on the cheek. We stayed there for a while just admiring our baby boy, completely in awe of every movement, every facial expression. We were completely enamored by him. At around midnight, my hunger caught up with me and my stomach grumbled loudly. Loud enough for Troy to notice and for little TJ to stir in his sleep. I'm hungry too, said Troy with a smile. Why don't I go down to the cafeteria and get us some dinner? Yes, please. Be right back. I want cuddles from this guy when I get back, he said, pointing at the bundle wrapped in blankets in my arms. You've got it. I watched Troy walk out the door and settled back into the hospital bed, getting comfortable as exhaustion joined my feeling of hunger. There was a soft knock at the door. I invited whoever was there into the room, assuming it was one of the nurses. I was happily surprised when I saw Hart standing in the doorway, holding a bouquet of flowers and a plush elephant. Hart, I said in surprise. How did you? Troy called. He said you would want your best friend here. I smiled to myself. Of course he did. Come here, come meet TJ, I said, waving her over. She placed the bouquet and elephant on a nearby table and walked over. She looked down at him and put her hands to her mouth. Oh, Monica, he's perfect. Her eyes welled with tears. TJ's eyes fluttered open, and he looked up at her with his gray eyes. He stretched his legs and arms, but didn't go back to sleep. I held him up for her to take him, which she did so eagerly. She cradled him in her arms and didn't tear her eyes away from him for a long few minutes. "I can't believe you're a mom," she whispered. "I know," I shook my head in disbelief. "And I can't believe how freaking cute he is." "I know. Who would have thought our lives would turn out like this?" she asked, looking at me as she rocked TJ in her arms. "Not me," I laughed softly. "Bridget has a playmate now or a boyfriend?" I winked. "Are you already marrying off our son?" Troy asked from the doorway, holding a large tray of food. We laughed as he brought the food over and set it on the hospital bed. He gave Hart a hug, and I realized they had never officially met until now. It was a special sight to see the man I loved and my best friend embrace, especially at such a special time in my life. "Now that you two have officially met," I smiled between them before looking down at the tray. "What did you get me?" Troy chuckled as he lifted the silver lids from the plates, revealing a cheeseburger and fries, 2 slices of pepperoni pizza, and a bowl of spaghetti. My stomach grumbled hungrily at the sight of everything. "I wasn't sure what you wanted, so I kind of got a little bit of everything." He shrugged. "There's a chocolate chip cookie buried in there somewhere. This is perfect." I picked up a slice of pizza and took a big bite before handing him the other slice. Hart had no problem cradling TJ while Troy and I scarfed down the entire tray of food. Between bites, we told Hart all about my water breaking and my labor and delivery. Once we were finished, Hart said her goodbyes. She handed TJ to Troy, who nuzzled TJ's soft head of hair before taking a seat next to me on the bed. I could hardly tear my eyes away from the sight before me. My 2 boys, they held my whole heart. "Parenthood looks good on you too," said Hart with a wink before walking out of the door. I had to agree. Epilogue. Troy. The sound of TJ's baby Jim tinkled into the kitchen as I set out another bucket of champagne amongst the bustling of the caterers. The house smelled of roasted tomatoes and Alfredo and garlic bread, making my stomach grumble in anticipation of dinner. Monica sat on the floor next to TJ, tickling his belly gently with her fingers. We had planned this party a few weeks ago, once we got the go-ahead from the doctor to introduce TJ to extended family and friends. He had only met Hart and Erica, who were both equally obsessed with him. I had never seen my sister act so in love with someone. At least she picked the good guy. I was eager for my friends and colleagues to meet him, but anxious about him meeting my parents, especially my father. Things had been rocky between us for the past 3 months, though we had been in communication since he had sent a gift to the hospital. We had kept our phone calls brief and mostly about TJ, sometimes about business. He seemed to actually be showing an interest in my AI company, as it was something completely foreign to him. My mother had profusely apologized over the phone after what happened with Veronica. She said she had no idea how far things had gone and that Veronica's feelings for me were actually dangerous. She said she would never have invited her to things knowing, so she was just trying to do what she thought would make me happy. I knew her intentions were pure, but I was just glad Veronica was out of all our lives now. The intercom next to the elevator trilled before the receptionist's voice came through. "Mr. Gunner, your guests are arriving." I walked over and pressed the button on the system we had installed after everything with Veronica. "Thank you, send them up." Security had been tightened in the building, even though I knew she was upstate at the same mental hospital she'd been at for months. Plus, though we knew Monica's stalker was on parole, thanks to my attorney digging up information and seemed to be staying away, now that I had come so close to losing both her and the baby, I wasn't taking any chances. "You ready for this?" asked Monica, picking up TJ and cradling him in her arms as she walked toward me. I let out a breath. "I think so." She gave me a reassuring nod just as the elevators dinged and the doors opened to reveal my sister. I let out a small sigh of relief that it wasn't the rest of my family yet. Her eyes landed on TJ and she practically ignored me and Monica, who was holding him. "Hello, little one," she cooed, bending down and nuzzling him. "And how is my little TJ today? Are you ready to meet everyone?" "Hello to you too," I said in amusement. "Oh, right." "Hey, brother." She stood up and gave me a hug. "Hey, Monica." Monica laughed as Erica embraced her too. The rest of the guests started to show up. A few old colleagues, mostly new ones who didn't work for my father. Hart and Daniel, Alex Rogers, Monica's parents, her old agent, her editor, some colleagues from her newspaper. We were all enjoying some chilled glasses of champagne at the high-top cocktail tables that surrounded our living room. TJ in the center of it all, as Monica and I traded holding him. He really was a good baby, but I was sure all parents said that. In the 3 months of his life, he was just curious about everything, always looking around and listening to his mom and I talk. We still had a few tiring nights, but for the most part, he was now only waking up around once a night for Monica to nurse him. I always got up with her, sitting on the floor of his nursery, as she rocked him back to sleep in the plush glider we had picked out together. Monica and I made a great team, but I had to hand it to her. She was a brilliant mother. She was so attentive and loving. Even when balancing her writing career, she was able to work from home most days, but I would always help out on days she had to go into the newspaper. We switched off making dinners and doing nightly routines with TJ. Same with breakfasts and morning routines. I felt like we had really found our groove as parents, and it had made me love her even more. TJ was starting to look more and more like both of us. Hart said he was a perfect combination of Monica and me, as if we had both given equal parts. I could see the green of my eyes starting to come through the gray, and his button nose was clearly Monica's. I was perfect in every way. As I looked down at him in this crowd of people who knew me well and probably never saw this on their bingo card, I realized how much I loved being a father. All the fears I once had about screwing it up had subsided because of the love I had for my son. Even though he was only a few months old, I knew I would do anything in my power to make him happy. I wanted him to make his own happiness by making his own choices in life, whatever they may be. Of course, I wanted to guide him, but I would never want him to feel the pressure my father put on me. That pressure had started at a young age. Sometimes I wondered if I had much of a childhood at all, at least one free of expectations and pressures to do certain sports or join certain clubs, all ones that my father had done. I knew that resenting my father for his choices would only poison me in the end, which was why I had tried my best to rise above all of it. Plus, I wanted TJ to know his grandfather. At least he had taught me one thing: to be different. Just then, the elevator doors dinged, and in walked my father, looking a little unsure for probably the first time he had ever entered a room. There was no boisterous presence, no booming voice, just a quiet meekness that I hadn't expected. I hadn't seen him since that day in my office. My mother was draped on his arm and her eyes found me already welling up with tears. She tugged my father to follow her, and soon they stood before me, taking in their bundle of a grandson who lay in my arms. Oh, my mother gasped, tears already flowing. My father stayed still, quietly, taking in his grandson for a minute. "May I?" he whispered, his voice quiet and strained. "Of course." I nodded and carefully handed him TJ. My father held him awkwardly at first, as if he wasn't sure what to do. But then he found a position he was comfortable in, and his uncertainty seemed to melt away. He swayed TJ gently, a smile spreading across his lips and a tear rolling down his cheek. My heart felt like it stopped. I had never, not once in all my life, seen my father cry, yet here he was. "I'll let you two have a moment," I said, putting my hand on his back. I kissed my mother on the cheek. They got settled on the couch with their grandson. I spotted Alex Rogers by the bar ordering a drink. I was surprised he had shown up. When I had mentioned the possibility of a party for our baby months ago, he seemed less than enthused. I couldn't blame him, though. This was far different from the bachelor parties and club outings he was used to. "Glad you could make it," I said, slapping him on the back. "Wouldn't miss it?" He smiled before taking a sip of the bourbon I had promised him. I could see the young bartender batting her eyelashes his way as he turned his back to her. She was blonde with a red lip, surely his type. "You seem to have made an impression on the staff," I said, nudging him. "The bartender? Oh, her. Yeah, I guess so." He seemed completely aloof. "She's pretty," I offered. "Yeah, I'm just not really looking right now." I looked taken aback. "You not looking?" I asked in surprise. "Yeah, no, I'm actually in need of some advice." He rubbed the back of his head. "On what?" I asked curiously. "Women? You're the last person who needs advice on that subject?" I laughed. "No, I'm completely lost. How do you get this?" He looked toward Monica, who was across the room talking to my sister. "Alex," I started, looking at him with amusement. "Have you met someone?" A smile tugged at his lip. "Well, there is this girl." I felt a tap on my shoulder and turned to see my mother standing there with TJ. "I think someone needs a diaper change." "I would do it, but I don't know where anything is," she said. "I've got it, Mom." I took TJ from her, excusing myself to Alex, who had left me completely surprised by his admission about there being a woman in his life. Never had I thought I would see the day. I had just talked to him months ago, and he was still the same Alex I knew. I wondered what had changed. As I walked through the party, I looked at Monica, who seemed deep in conversation with Erika still. Monica clapped her hands in excitement. Over what? I had no idea, but my sister seemed upset. I wondered what they were talking about. Erika had mentioned last week over lunch that she was having some trouble at work. She didn't give me much more detail than that, probably because I would offer to help and she never accepted my help. She had too much pride in asking her billionaire brother to bail her out of a jam. I would have to ask her about it later. Once I had TJ cleaned up, I walked into my study and opened the bottom drawer of my desk. I lifted the stack of papers and felt around for the small velvet box I had hidden there. My fingers wrapped around it and I pulled it from the drawer, looking to the doorway to make sure no one saw. It was empty. I opened the box carefully and saw the large oval diamond ring sparkling up at me. I had bought it last month knowing we had this party coming up. I had called her father up and asked for his permission. Even though we had never met and his relationship with Monica was sometimes strained, he happily gave me his blessing. I closed the box and slid it into my pocket before exiting my study. As soon as I entered the living room, my eyes found Monica's, as if she was waiting for me. She gave me a warm smile as I walked toward her. I gave Erika the signal, and she began clinking her glass with a piece of silverware, getting everyone's attention. Monica looked at her curiously, and then her eyes widened as she saw me kneel before her, TJ on my knee, looking up at his beautiful mother. She sucked in a breath as she shakily put her hand to her mouth as I pulled the ring from my pocket. I've loved you since the day you walked into my life, and I love you more every single day, Monica. Will you please marry me? I opened the box, but her eyes didn't fall to the ring inside. Her eyes stayed on me as she gave me a resounding yes. The end. You've been listening to Scandalous Secrets, One Night with Baby Consequences by Rebecca Baker, narrated by Anu Solder and Bastian Allen, published by Quest Audiobooks, an imprint of WF House Limited. This recording is copyrighted by WF House Limited.